It was a fairly sunny day in the Blue Dragon Star country, and the guy decided to go outside to get some fresh air and get some wind from work. Suddenly, the sun was eclipsed by some incredible shadow, which absorbed the city more and more every second. People who were also walking could not understand why it suddenly got so dark. The guy didn't pay attention to this until he heard the girl next to him start screaming and pointing at something. He noticed that she was not the only one who paid attention to something in the sky, and yet he also decided to turn around and look at what they were all staring at. The sky suddenly became covered with clouds, and people immediately began to panic incredibly because they noticed that behind these clouds there was actually something hiding, and they all decided that these were aliens who were attacking the blue star. The guy was not very emotional in life, so he did not pay too much attention to this, but still, he had to do it as soon as some blue ball appeared in front of him. After a while, he realized that this thing was like some kind of screen, which not only he had, but the guy had no idea what to do with it. He decided that the best thing to do was try to touch it, because it reminded him of augmented reality technology, but he still couldn't even guess who could make such advanced technology. Suddenly, words appeared on this screen that informed him and everyone who had a similar screen that a world of chaos would soon open, whatever that meant. Healthy Liuli, aged 15, 50 years from all over the world will be simultaneously transported to heavenly chaos. And this is a place where you can meet furious giant beasts. There will be demons everywhere, and where different races will coexist. It is full of murders and disasters, but also filled with treasures and opportunities. But the main problem was that here you can die at any second, but also gain eternal life. A lot of people got caught up in this process who couldn't even imagine what was happening at all, so they gradually began to panic. The guy was also human, but he tried to remain calm until the last moment, especially since he was too weak to believe that his city could be attacked by aliens. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a voice, and the fact that he was falling from a great height, and an unknown voice told him that he was in the village of newcomers number 911. The initial population of each village would be about 1,000 people. The guy landed in some small house, and it was not a very comfortable and pleasant landing, so he immediately began to understand that this world is not very friendly, since he appeared here out of nowhere. Then all these strange things said about the deadly world are true. He began to receive notifications in which he heard that he was in a newcomer's house, which no one could enter without his consent, and from that moment on, the Tiandao screen would be available to him. In addition to the fact that he now has a screen in which he can know what is happening, he also has access to a screen with personal information, in which it was said that he is a beginner and has only the first level of development, and this guy's name is Qin Feng. To begin with, he decided that he should look into the general chat channel and see what other people were talking about, in which most people asked for help and just wanted to return to their home. They all believed that these were aliens after all. Qin Feng realized that now most people's battle rating depends on all 4 indicators, and now almost all people have it rated at 1 star. Only a few people have reached the limit of 1 star, and based on the information received from other people, everyone's average is about 10 points. The guy's strength, agility, and endurance did not reach 10 points. Probably because he is so thin, his biggest indicator was energy, because the rest still had 13 points, which was less than half of his reserve. But suddenly the panel interrupted him, and a notification came that right now he would awaken his talent. But first, he should have read the note in which it was said that talent is calculated on the basis of 4 parameters and divides them into many ranks, the F rank of which is the lowest, and accordingly, the SS rank is the highest. After the guy read all the notes and notifications about other people, he suddenly received a notification in which he was asked if he was ready to awaken his talent, to which the guy answered yes without thinking. As soon as he agreed with this proposal, he found himself in some other dimension. He couldn't even imagine what was happening to him, where he had ended up, and what were all these balls for. Qin Feng began to wonder, and based on his many years of experience reading fantasy novels, these balls of light must have something to do with awakened talents. Little by little, he began to understand that he needed to find a ball with a special color, because apparently it would contain a special talent that no one could get for themselves. Qin Feng immediately began to look around and tried to find that same ball in order to finally find his talent. But suddenly all his attempts and thoughts as a whole were interrupted by the ball, which itself flew towards him and did little to break the guy, because he was flying at quite a high speed. After which he entered the guy's body and seemed to dissolve in it, and it was both painful and pleasant at the same time. But still Qin Feng did not understand what was happening, so the cry itself came out of his mouth. Suddenly, the effect of this ball began to take effect, and the guy heard a voice in his head, which told him that he had just received an SSS rank talent, which was called Infinite Extraction. But a warning immediately went off, warning the guy that he could use the extraction on any target, receiving a random effect. At first, the guy was very scared of everything that happened to him, but then he realized that this was a unique innate talent of SS rank. But in any case, he did not understand what a random effect means. This is too unclear an explanation. Apparently, he will have to find an opportunity to experiment to find out the result. Jin Feng again transferred his consciousness to the very house in which he woke up, and he received another notification in which he was informed that the awakening of the talents of this village was completed, and 787 people had awakened an F-rank talent, and 194 people had awakened an E-rank talent. The guy began to understand that most of the talents of F and ED ranks were received by less than 2% of the people of this newcomer village, but he had a talent of SSS rank, which is extremely rare. But he was not the only one who was able to awaken a talent of this level, and the guy was I'm interested to know who this second person is. But at one point, the guy began to realize that if he revealed this exaggerated talent of SSS rank, then he was worried that there would come a time when he would not be welcomed with open arms. After all, there are too many crimes in this bloody world. Qin Feng was confident that such a high-ranking talent was his main support and trump card, and he decided that he did not need to show this trump card to just anyone. After some time, all the newcomers received a notification that from now on they can leave their houses and enter the village of newcomers. In addition, each of them needs to hurry, because in 10 seconds the test of newcomers will begin, and those who do not meet the requirements will be eliminated. Before going out to the other participants, Qin Feng noticed that this system screen does not have a physical form, but it can store physical objects. This was so wonderful for him. He really felt like he was in a game. After each of them received a notification that they had a weapon in their inventory, Qin Feng immediately decided to see what he got, and it turned out to be a sword that gave him +2 points to strength, which was already a pretty good start. Swinging this sword a couple of times, he realized that it was not bad at all, because after swinging it a couple of times, it seemed to him that he could easily destroy a bull with this short sword. And this is just the effect of an additional 2 units of attack. And what will happen then when he has? There will be a sword that will bring 30 units. With it, he will become incredibly strong. But then he realized that he could test his talent now, using this sword as an example. So without thinking for a long time, he activated Endless Extraction. His weapon immediately began to become covered in blue flame, which could only mean one thing. He succeeded, and most likely he was able to use his talent. After the skill ended, he received a notification saying that the infinite extraction was quite successful, and he had extracted the rust and residue from his novice short sword, so it was turned into a refined steel sword, the strength of which was increased by 5. For him, this was actually incredibly surprising, because just one use of his talent raised the level of the beginner's short sword from 0 to 1 and increased his attack bonus to 5 units. He realized that he shouldn't stop there and decided to use his talent again. So he raised his sword up and said the right words again. But as Qin Feng expected, this skill clearly had to have a limit, because if he really could constantly improve his weapons, then it would be a bug in their game, and he would simply be invincible. In any case, he was pleased with the news that for a newbie, he had a much better weapon than everyone else. His joy and delight were suddenly interrupted by the numerous voices that came from outside the doors of his small house. Qin Feng was slightly surprised that the others decided to leave their homes so quickly and began to explore the area around them. The guy understood that he was actually no worse, and in some moments even better, so he also decided to leave his house and look around. And as soon as he opened the door, the light filled his eyes. Qin Feng was in the rookie village number 911, in which those who fail to reach level 10 will be exterminated. This is the system that forced them to go out of their homes and exterminate as many monsters as possible. The beginner's test lasts only 7 days, and each of those who were in that village was incredibly scared due to the fact that they really had no idea what to do. Suddenly, some huge object appeared in front of them, which looked more like a portal, which they were so afraid to approach at first. Qin Feng, looking at all this, understood that this must be a way out of the newcomer village, beyond which lies a world of murder and bloodshed. The guy watched all this so carefully because he was incredibly interested in finding out who would be the first to risk leaving their village and start hunting. Suddenly his thoughts and attention were interrupted by a loud sound, after which a huge smoke screen appeared. Qin Feng was a little scared because it was quite close to him, and the guy thought that it was some kind of explosion for which he was not quite prepared. But as soon as the smoke passed, they saw a man standing in the center of the crater, who apparently created this explosion. This was a guy whose name was Wang Qian, and as everyone knew, this guy had a 1-star combat power. Many in this village knew this guy, and moreover, they idolized him, because they believed that with the help of his strength, he could lead them out of this terrible place. And they immediately began to ask him about what talent he had received, to which Van confidently replied that his talent was D rank and was called Frantic Strength because he could triple its strength when used. For Qin Feng, this was quite surprising because he remembers very well that this guy had 18 strength from the very beginning, and after using his talent, his strength indicator should increase to 54, so it became quite not surprising that he was able to break the boulder with one blow. Qin Feng understood that with such strength, a guy must be one of the strongest in this village because there were similar talents to his, but they could not compare with Wang. This guy only thought that now all the sweat and hard work in the past had paid off for him. In this deadly world, he, Wang Qian, would have the best time of his life. But his thoughts were interrupted by two guys who were discussing Lu Xuan, who was the second person who was able to awaken C rank, and they were so jealous of those two who were able to awaken such high-rank talents. Van listened to them carefully, but still didn't fully understand what was wrong with these C-rank talents, because he believed that whoever had the most brute strength was the strongest. That's what was important to him in this world. So he decided to immediately inform everyone around him that he was going to leave the village right now and show them all how strong the monsters outside were. They immediately began to admire him and tell him that he was so incredible and strong, and most importantly fearless, and that they would follow him anywhere. Van turned out to be a man of his word and immediately headed into the portal, which was already open in order to really look around and understand what they were dealing with. Qin Feng at that moment was thinking that he had only muscles and too few brains. Such a person should not lead everyone at such a time. To be honest, the guy did not even see that he had complete confidence that he will be able to survive. Van was transferred to another world with the thoughts that he incredibly hated people who received C rank, because it seemed to him that they did not understand that only a strong hand rules the world. So he wanted to first destroy the beast and thus prove to them who is in charge here. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted exactly at the moment when someone ran past him, Van immediately began to look around and tried to at least see someone, because he definitely saw someone. Was it really a monster? While he was looking in a completely different direction, some huge monster appeared behind him, which looked like a rabbit with a very large body. The shadow that hung over the guy forced him to turn his head and look at who it was coming from. A few seconds later, each player received a notification that newcomer Wang Qian had been destroyed by a level 1 beast, the bloody rabbit. Most people were so shocked by this news because they had definitely seen how Van was able to break a boulder with one blow. Surely he couldn't handle some kind of rabbit. Qin Feng thought about the fact that Wang Qian was destroyed by a weak first-level beast in less than 5 minutes after leaving the village. So he almost immediately realized that the difficulty of surviving in this world was much higher than he thought. Moreover, thanks to Van, now everyone in the area knew that no one would be able to hide in the village because the protective barrier would soon fall, and each of them would have to enter this portal in any case. Qin realized that if the system gave so many hints, it was unlikely that it would set an impossible task for beginners, so he decided to look for other options to pass this test. When suddenly someone from the crowd shouted that they couldn't just wait here for their demise. He believed that they needed to go and destroy the monsters, so they suggested forming groups, and this way they would be much stronger because they would work together. Another guy intervened in this dialogue and invited everyone to join his group so that they would have a better chance of survival. After a while, several groups were formed, and Qin Feng stood alone until another guy approached him and invited him to unite. But Qin Feng didn't think this was a good idea, so he immediately refused it. Qin didn't think that working together was a very bad idea or anything like that, but it wasn't for him, because he had to hide his talent and not let anyone know about it, at least until he was strong enough. 15 minutes after the first group entered the portal, the guy decided that it was his time to raise several levels, so without thinking for a long time, he finally decided to enter this portal. He walked through this area, and it was a little surprising to him to see what the primitive area looked like. At some point, it even gave him some kind of primal feeling that he had not felt before. It seemed to him as if a huge dinosaur could jump out of the bushes at any moment, and he would have little chance of fighting against it. But what bothered him most was the fact that it stank too much there, and the smell was too unpleasant. Suddenly Qin saw the body of Wang, who entered this huge forest first, and accordingly was the first to die in it. The guy had no other explanation other than to say that he was just stupid and died only because of his recklessness. But still, as soon as the guy saw the body of this big guy, the realization came to him that exactly the same situation could happen to him, so he still had to be much more careful. His thoughts are filled only with the fact that if he wants to survive in this world, then he needs to increase his strength. And this phrase suddenly interrupted all his thoughts. He immediately ran back to Van's body and decided to test the idea that unexpectedly worked in his head. Qin came closer to him and used his innate talent of endless extraction on this guy, although he himself did not understand what made him do it. But still, it was quite justified, because as soon as the process of using his talent was successful, the guy received a new D-rank power, namely the frantic power that Van owned. He understood that this skill would not be as useful as in the case of Van, but in any case, it should increase his strength from 8 to 24, which was already quite good. After all, even taking into account such a slight increase, he could become twice as strong as the average person, and even so he had an incredible advantage. What lifted his spirits the most was the thought that he would later be able to obtain 1,000 or even more of these innate talents, which would make him incredibly strong. Over time, with all these talents, he will be able to become the pinnacle of human possibilities, and this feeling becomes much stronger and so captivates the guy. Before leaving, he still added that Van was very strong, but his speed and defense were low, but his recklessness won a cruel joke on him because he did not assess the situation and thoughtlessly went outside to hunt monsters, which is why he died. This is why for most people, cooperation helps compensate for everyone's weaknesses and helps them survive in this mortal world. But this did not apply to Qin. After all, a guy with his incredible talent will be able to easily get rid of all his weaknesses, and his strength will age to a new level, which will give him the opportunity to get out of this place. Qin continued on his way and walked further through the forest, where he saw an incredible picture. A huge rabbit that was literally big, but what surprised him was that it was dead. Judging by the wounds, Qin realized that he was most likely simply surrounded and then struck several times in the back, from which this monster died. But he didn't care, because he wanted to use his incredible talent on him. After he successfully used his talent again, he gained as many as 2 units of strength, and now he was like an ordinary adult. But the fact that he could increase his characteristics with the help of talent surprised him. In addition, he had the understanding that if he used furious power, his stats would increase to 30. So he decided that if he encountered more such monsters, he could easily gain even more power and even surpass Van with his enormous strength. Qin decided to conduct another experiment in which he wanted to find out how many times he could use this skill. But it turned out that he could only do it once because his level was unfortunately below 20. The situation was exactly the same as with his sword, but he was not upset because he believed that there would be a lot of such bodies along the way, and he would be able to use his talent many more times. He immediately decided that the group that dealt with this rabbit could destroy even more similar animals, and accordingly leave behind even more bodies that he could use for his own purposes. Qin chose not a difficult path. He decided that he would simply follow the path where there were the most traces, and that way he could find even more bodies. Suddenly on the way, he received a notification that one of Group B had died, and now Qin decided to find his body in order to use his talent. He began to understand that when he used his talent on Van, he received his talent, and when he did it on the rabbit, he received only 2 units of strength. It was obvious to him that people and animals are completely different, because animals rely only on brute strength and they don't have any talents. In this case, he understood that he needed to find the corpse of another participant, and he could gain another skill, which would clearly be much more useful than just increasing characteristics. But the problem was that he didn't quite understand where their group could go. He tried to think logically and understand it. Qin began to think that accidents usually happened in a direction with fewer people, so he thought that Li's group had gone in that direction, so he decided that it would be best to test this theory. A few minutes later, another notification arrived, informing him that another participant had been destroyed, and by the same monster, and this slightly frightened Qin. The guy began to understand that it seemed they were in a situation much worse than he expected, and apparently the situation was too difficult. Since both of them could not cope with it, he already began to think about whether he really needed to go there. Was it worth it? But then he again realized the fact that in this world, if a person is weak and even more so continues to remain the same, then most likely it will end with him simply being eaten. And if you want to survive, then you need to understand the logic of survival and become stronger in order will turn from prey to hunter. He continued his long journey with the thought that now he must not make mistakes. Otherwise, he would be immediately eaten without a chance of salvation. Chin understood that the place where he was going was incredibly dangerous, so he had to be extremely careful and do everything in order to survive. With each new step towards his destination, the guy's sense of smell became sharper, and he heard the smell of blood better and better, and this gave him the understanding that he was already quite close. And so it turned out, he discovered the first victim, who turned out to be Joe Chung, who was destroyed by a huge rodent. And next to him, he was able to find his friend Lee, who suffered in the same way at the hands of the same rodent. And that's where their story ended. But the guy doesn't always run to these bodies, because he understood perfectly well that somewhere nearby there could be that same monster who could try to do the same thing to him, because so far, the guy is no match for him and is unlikely to be able to defeat him. Suddenly, his thoughts and speculations were interrupted by an incredibly shocking picture, which he clearly did not expect to see. Next to the bodies, the guy discovered a huge first-level rodent running around, which obviously wouldn't mind eating another victim, so Chin was extremely careful in his actions. He clearly understood that the combat strength of a first-level beast was 3 stars, while his combat strength was at the level of 1 star, so it was obvious that in an even battle he could not defeat it. But fortunately for the guy, this monster was seriously injured. Both of its legs were broken, so the chances of winning suddenly increased. The guy waited for the most successful moment when it would be best to attack, and after activating his another talent, Violent Force, he went on the attack. No matter how wounded this monster was, he was still able to strike back, which was able to block the guy's attack. Chin knew that it definitely wouldn't be easy, and there was simply no point in giving up, because a beast always remains a beast. Their intelligence has its own limit. Therefore, he decided that he should proceed with the next attack, and this time finish off this monster once and for all. The second attack was much more successful than the first, and he managed to carry out his attack as he had planned. He was able to use his new talent to the maximum and became inspired, so the monster had very little chance of winning this confrontation. And so it happened. The guy was able to deliver another precise blow right to the face of this huge monster, and this will most likely end their fight. The guy couldn't even expect that sneaking up on such a wounded monster would be so dangerous. He clearly underestimated him, and next time, he should be extremely careful. After the monster finally died, Chin received 30 points of energy, which he immediately felt, because such a pleasant warmth spread through him throughout his body and all his fatigue disappeared. But that was not all. After he was able to deal with a large rodent, his first level status changed to 30 out of 100, another 70, and he will be able to move to the next level. This start made him very happy, so he decided not to stop there and continue in the same spirit in order to reach the next level as quickly as possible, because he was almost sure that more surprises awaited him there. Chin did not forget to use his endless extraction skill, and on this monster for which he successfully received 2 points to agility. Now his agility has risen to 11 points. The stat points he gets from the first level wild beasts are too small, so he decided to try to find the second level beasts. And now the guy decided to finally get what he really came for. So he began to confidently approach Lee's body. The endless extraction was successful, and he received an F-rank talent for enhancing smell. This talent was of a lower level, but it was still quite useful considering the fact that it was an enhancement of one of the 6 senses. This talent could improve the sense of smell tenfold when used, which was quite useless for others. But in the situation Chin found himself in, this talent would certainly come in handy. And all because the forest in which they were located was quite dense, and it would be incredibly difficult to look for bodies in such conditions. So this talent, by the way, is better suited for the guy, because with the help of it, he will be able to find them by the stench they emit. Moreover, with it he will be able to smell the smell of wild animals that are in the distance, which will help him avoid danger in advance. He was truly lucky that he received this talent right now, because not even an hour had passed since the start of the test, and his strength and agility had already reached the standard of an adult. Considering the other 3 talents he had obtained, his total combat strength should already reach 2 stars. It might even be at the peak of the 2nd star. However, the system panel's combat strength rating only takes into account the values of 4 characteristics, which is why, at first glance, its combat strength is still equal to 1 star. He began to realize that it seemed that the assessment of combat strength given to him could only be used as a reference and should not be relied upon too much. In any case, he had time to continue his path, and the first thing he decided to do was use his new talent, which increased his sense of smell tenfold. The smells themselves came to him, and he began to smell an incredibly large number of different smells that were not very pleasant to him. As a result, after strengthening his sense of smell tenfold, he just felt too bad and wanted to vomit from all this stench. He tried to calm down and not worry about it. He decided that he just needed to slowly get used to it and learn to distinguish each smell. Therefore, he decided that it was worth trying to do it again, and this time he was confident that he would succeed. At first, he began to smell light aromas, and at one point he realized that they were the aromas of dirt, which were not very pleasant, but in any case, he was able to distinguish the smell. Then there was a much nicer smell. It was the smell of flowers, which smelled much better than dirt, but it was still what he needed. But at one moment he had to interrupt this procedure because he clearly heard the smell of someone approaching him very quickly. One of the participants in this game tried to run away as quickly as possible from a huge monster who took him at gunpoint, and if he caught up with the guy, then most likely this would be the end of his story. At one point, he was unable to dodge the blow, and the large rodent was still able to deliver a fairly successful blow from which the guy was thrown away. But he was lucky that he was not alone in this battle, and his teammates came to the rescue in time. They were able to guess the moment when they could attack this huge monster and flew out of nowhere towards this big guy. Several guys, with the help of their talents and skills, were able to deliver several perfect blows and thus destroy this monster, for which they successfully received 30 energy points. But still they were not so lucky, because they encountered 2 giant rodents at once, which is why they were taken by surprise, and not only were more than half of the squad injured, but we lost 2 people from our group. If it weren't for the quick thinking of the leader of this group, who told them to attack after retreating, luring him out and surrounding him here, then most likely they too could have died. But in any case, they decided that enough chatting had already happened. It was better to go and finish off the giant rat. All this was carefully observed by Chin, who understood that the 2 who died they were talking about were most likely the girl in the black top and the fat boss, on whom the guy had already used his talent. So he decided that since he had already destroyed that giant rodent, it would be better for him to quickly get out of here before he got into any trouble with these guys. Therefore, he immediately used the innate talent of increased speed, which he managed to take from one of the people. While he was running, he only thought that in this world you need to do everything in order to survive, and such characteristics as pity and humanity will not give the result that he so needs. For the next 3 hours, while the others worked hard to kill the beasts, the guy wandered around to understand the situation on this beginner's plane. After such a short amount of time, he realized that there were 5 types of first-level beasts most commonly found here, such as the giant rodent, the blood rabbit, the gray wolf, the mad boar, and the extremely poisonous 9-ringed snake. On the way, the guy found the body of the 4th mad boar, on which he successfully used his talent. But still at one point he reached the extraction limit, after which he essentially could no longer use his talent and needed time to restore this skill. But the fact was that after 3 successful extractions of identical first-level beasts, the healing limit was reached, and Chin had already used his skill 3 times on all the beasts, except the 9-ringed poisonous snake. And the understanding came to him that he needed to focus again on finding this particular type of animal. Otherwise, he would not be able to continue to develop. In the last hour, Tiandiao announced 7 deaths, but the guy only managed to find this 1 corpse, and compared to the stat points obtained from wild beasts, human talents are much more difficult to obtain. After a short amount of time, the guy was still able to achieve combat strength at the level of 2 stars, and now he was absolutely confident that he could defeat a level 1 wild beast single-handedly. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a very strong smell that came from a direction that was understandable to him. And it was not just a smell, but the smell of that very snake on which he had not yet used his talent. He did not wait, and immediately began to run towards a greater concentration of this smell, using his acceleration talent. But at one moment he smelled something else. It seemed to him like flowers or fruits, but in any case it could be anything, and he could be wrong. When he arrived at the place where he felt the greatest concentration of the smell, he saw a huge snake that wound its body around a tree. Chin was finally able to find the creature he was looking for. Now he can again develop his characteristics, not just his skills. But there was also a scent that he had already smelled before. It seemed like it was a poisonous snake of 9 rings that was protecting him, and with such a scent and a fierce beast protecting him, this fruit seemed to be here for a reason. Chin knew that this snake was the strongest level 1 beast in the novice plane, which gave as much as 40 energy points. Therefore, he decided that he urgently needed to make his own prey from this snake, which would give him a new improvement. But it's not for nothing that the snake is called the most powerful beast of the first level, because it is quite a strong opponent even for one who was able to reach the second level. Chin suddenly realized that he had been discovered, and he urgently needed to do something, otherwise he might die. As soon as the snake was convinced that its next victim was looking at it, it immediately went on the attack. Chin was able to evade its attack with incredible ease, and at one moment noticed that this snake was too slow, and he did not understand what happened to it. He began to wonder if she was really so lethargic because she had just eaten her prey and was now digesting it. In any case, he shouldn't care what happened to her. He just wanted to finish her off as quickly as possible. So he immediately took out his sword, and now it was his turn to strike. But as soon as he was able to strike, he realized that her skin was too strong and he could not cut it, so he had to come up with something else. This monster did not wait long and launched a counterattack, which the guy did not expect, and with the help of such an attack, she managed to throw the guy back several meters. Chin had not yet recovered from the previous attack when the snake began to attack him again, and this time, it planned to deliver the final blow. The guy was able to come to his senses in time and used his innate talent, frantic strength, with the help of which he was able to stop this snake, and yet they will have to fight a little to determine the strongest. After which the guy decided that he needed to divide this snake into several parts. At least with the help of several blows he managed to do this. Then he dealt an equally weak blow, after which the snake fell to the ground, and it seems that the fight can be considered over. He finally received 40 energy points, which he had been unable to find for so long, and he had very little left to move to the next level. Again, he understood that he was again incredibly lucky, because if it weren't for the full stomach of this snake, he would not have been able to deal with it so easily. Suddenly the idea came to him to cut open the stomach of this monster and see what had slowed it down so much. And as soon as he reached the stomach, it became obvious to him that this was the man whom she had eaten alive. In this world of chaos, anyone can die. The only difference is how you die. So the predator feeds on prey, and the fittest survive. This was the law of this world, and Chin was well aware of this. In any case, the guy decided to use his extraction talent, and he received an improvement in his vision again. Now, when using this talent, his vision will be increased by 20 times, and, in addition, night vision has become available to him. He thought that when he finds identical talents, there is a certain chance that the extracted talent will increase its rank. In addition, there is a high chance of awakening the talent's skill. And now he has his first true skill, which is called True Vision. With this skill, he was able to view this flower from a completely different angle. He knew that it was a red snake fruit that had increased stamina and resistance to poison when used. With such a skill, he will be able to obtain information about all unknown things, and in the future, this will give him a huge advantage when collecting resources. Now the guy was sure that he would not miss anything useful again if he noticed this, because such a skill would not allow him to do this. Suddenly he felt the voice of the panel and realized that he had received a new notification, in which he was informed that due to the fact that he ate the red snake fruit, he was able to gain 8 more stamina points. The guy was incredibly surprised, because so many characteristics could only be obtained after extraction from 4 wild animals. This fruit was quite a good catch. It was a pity that there was only one of it, but he understood that such plants could have completely different uses, so he decided that if this was the case, then he needed to find out what else could be done with them. Chin used his supervision again, which showed a complete description of this fruit, which said that spiritual plants accumulate the essence of heaven and earth. 1 leaf grows in a year, 7 leaves grow in 7 years, and a red fruit grows in the next 7 years. The guy realized that the spiritual plant was growing by absorbing the essence of nature, so it was impossible to simply stop it here, so he decided to try to apply a cure. The endless extraction was successful again, and he received the essence of the spiritual plant, and using it would give him 2 stamina points. The guy knew that the plant on which red snake fruits grow cannot be useless. It gives the same number of stat points as the corpse of a wild beast. Now the guy's power level has been raised to the limit of 2 stars, and all this is thanks to his rare talent. Chin didn't expect that his combat strength would reach the peak of 2 stars so quickly. If only the 4 talents obtained after extraction were taken into account, Then he could even try to fight 3 or 4 level 1 beasts alone. Suddenly he was able to come up with a solution and realized that he could apply the extraction to another poisonous snake and then leave the newcomer's village. After which he planned to go to a larger land to find other wild beasts and increase his power. Then he would become much stronger and survive in this world. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by stones that began to roll down on him, so he had to dodge all this. He decided to jump onto the first tree he saw, so as not to run away from each one separately. But it seems that this was not a matter of any collapses, because as soon as Chin jumped onto the tree, he saw a huge snake, and it was quite surprising for him that he did not notice it. The smell of blood from the previous snake mixed with the smell of this one, and it appeared in fact very timely because he was just about to go look for her. The snake was there for a reason, because it was just fighting with one of the participants in this game, who decided that he could defeat such a monster and went on the attack first. The man fought with this snake not just to get extra points to his characteristics, but also to avenge his brother, whom she had recently eaten. So this fight was incredibly important for him. While Chin was watching all this madness, he didn't even imagine that he could meet guys here who, on top of everything, would fight with a snake. The guy remembered one of them, whose name was Lei Yu, and he said that he had an innate talent of D rank, with which he could control light, and he invited everyone who wanted to join his group. Chin knew that there were only 17 D-rank talents awakened in the rookie village. After Wang's death, Lei Liu became one of the remaining 16, and as far as he remembers, this guy left the rookie village gathering a group of 8 people, but now there are only 6 of them left. Lei Liu could not finish off this monster alone, so he immediately decided to ask his guys from the squad to help him. What they did, they immediately went into battle, because each of them incredibly respected Lei Yu as a leader. Chin understood that Lei Yu was attacking head-on. The rest were supporting from different sides, and during the battle, the snake would be exhausted, and it was only a matter of time before it died, and he had not yet tried to use the Eye of True Vision on living wild animals, so he decided to try that it will give him. As soon as he used this ability, in the characteristics he found a concept that he had not seen before. It was a chance of prey. The guy understood that it was possible that if you destroy this snake, something might fall from it. But the chance was 1 in 1,000. This is a very low percentage. Suddenly, all his thoughts were interrupted by a too strong flash of light, which literally forced him to take out his swords and prepare for battle. This light was due to the fact that the guys were still able to destroy this huge snake, for which each of them received a certain number of energy points. Lee was even a little angry that he only received 1 unit, although he believed that his contribution was not as small as he received awards. Although he realized that complaining is not an option, because these points are distributed based on their contribution in battle, everything is definitely fair here, especially since it's no one's fault that he is so weak. Chin understood that the distribution system was quite well thought out, because the distribution of points, if a person creates a group, then it is encouraged to work together. And if 40 points are divided among everyone, then the amount comes out to be a rather modest amount. But still he jumped out of the tree because he didn't fully understand what was happening to this guy. No matter how much the leader of this group worries, he is the first of all who was able to increase his level to the second. Everyone else could only envy him for this because they still had quite a long way to go. But he asked each of them not to be upset, because as long as they were together, they could survive. Chin carefully watched this guy, and it was the first time he had seen a person with a second level. It was so interesting. He was primarily interested in knowing how much it differed from the first level, so he decided to test it with his true vision. And he realized that with such characteristics and his D-rank talent, his overall strength would barely reach 3 stars. It was clear that if he fought a level 1 wild beast alone, his chance of winning would only be 50%. Even though he had not yet reached the second level, his combat strength was at the peak of 2 stars. Considering all his talents, his overall strength should be somewhere around 4 stars. As soon as their leader received the second level, one of the members of their group immediately offered to avenge their brother, who was still in the stomach of that snake. After which he said that when they were scouting the area together, they met 2 poisonous snakes in the forest, and as soon as they saw them, they immediately turned and ran. But Chungjun stumbled, fell, and was swallowed by the snake. The leader of their group did not mind and suggested that they take revenge for their brother and do it right now, so he asked them to follow him. Chin understood that it seemed that the person in the snake's belly was their comrade Chungjun, and now they were looking for the snake that he had just destroyed, and this could bring him some problems in the future. Suddenly, a girl from this detachment turned around and shot from her bow, because she heard that someone was approaching them from behind. Chin was very lucky that this arrow did not hit him, although it flew straight to his head and a little more. And then, it was the end. The guy understood that most likely this girl had a talent for heightened hearing, so she heard him when he was watching the tree, and now she demands that the guy come out and show himself. Chin had no other choice, and he simply came out from behind the tree and immediately began to calm them down, saying that he was just passing by and there was no reason for such panic. The girl recognized this guy because they knew each other from the village for beginners. At least that's what the girl thought, because Chin was very surprised that she knew him because it was the first time he saw her. Their group leader asked if the girl knew him, although suddenly she began to deny and say that they didn't know each other. As it turned out, she just saw him in the chat. The guy knew that there were more than 1,000 people in the chat. If she was telling the truth, then she had an incredible memory for faces, but it seemed incredibly strange to him. She wanted to find out what he was doing here alone, and the guy at that moment was thinking about how he would use his talent on the snake that they had just destroyed. But for this, he needed to wait until they left. Suddenly, the girl proposed an idea to the leader, in which she wanted Qinfeng to join them, because in this place you can only survive together. Besides, they have already lost one member, and they need to fill this place, so the chances of survival will increase significantly. The leader looked at this guy and thought that the difference in the fighting strength of people and wild animals is too great. Being at the same level, man is no match for the beast, so it is necessary to work together. In the future, there will be different groups on this earth, and to occupy a stable position, there needs to be more people in his group. Therefore, he decided to ask Qinfeng to show his characteristics and talent, and if they were not that bad, then he would consider accepting him. The girl immediately asked him to show his characteristics as soon as possible, and let the leader Lei look at them, because the leader himself has a talent of D rank and the second level, so if he gets into their group, he will be very lucky. Chin told them that he didn't need to join any groups because he liked to work alone, so he didn't need anyone's help. The girl was shocked by this decision, but her leader forbade her to catch up and persuade him, because they do not force anyone to join their group. The girl was incredibly upset about this, because she so wanted the guy to join their group, although she was sure that he did not remember her, but mentally asked him to do everything to survive. They continued on their way, and while they were walking, they were discussing how stupid Chin was for not joining them, but suddenly they were stopped by the leader Lei Yu, who seemed to have seen another snake. But it was not just a snake, but the same one that Chin brutally dealt with, because he divided it into several parts. One of the guys could tell by the dryness of the blood when a monster or a person was destroyed, and in this case he concluded that the snake was killed about 15 minutes ago. Moreover, he believed that they did it with one blow, and most likely only one person was fighting here. But this raised even more questions, because even the big man's sword could not pierce the scales of this snake. The leader understood that the person who did this must be a professional, and most likely he is a loner, after which the girl immediately thought of Chin, whom they had recently met. Lei Yu agreed with her because physically only he could be in this place, and besides, he refused to join their team, so he decided to test the level of this guy. The panel indicated that out of 100 people, Qinfeng was in 47th place and had only the first level, after which they realized that they were mistaken, and most likely it was not he who dealt with the snake, because his level is too low for that. Chin was also surprised when he saw this ranking, because with his strength he is only in 47th place, although on the other hand, no one would think that he has strength. 4 hours had already passed and 8 people had already reached the second level. Lu Xuan reached the third level the fastest, so Chin believed that he also needed to speed up, so he realized that it was time to go hunting. Suddenly, he was interrupted by another notification from the system, which said that the first one to reach the 10th level will receive a golden chest, the second one to reach the 10th level will receive a silver chest, and finally the third will take a bronze chest. He understood that the first 100 people who reach the 10th level will receive a chest as a reward, and to open it, they do not need to wait until the end of the test, and this is quite convenient. And it seems that the higher the rank of the chest, the better its contents. And now there is good motivation to increase the level as soon as possible. Chin was confident that he could take the first place, which was so important for his development. After a short amount of time, Chin was able to find another enemy who would give him additional points to increase his level. But this opponent was quite difficult. It was a silver wolf, who had special cruelty and cunning, even if he had the first level. But still, Chin correctly used his abilities, which in combination gave good results, thanks to which he was able to deliver several good and accurate blows. as expected, this would not be enough to defeat such an opponent because the skin of this creature was too strong, and at one moment it seemed to the guy that he was cutting metal rather than some kind of wolf. After all, even after using his talents, he could not hurt him, although the blows were not bad. So now it was quite difficult for the guy to understand how he could destroy this wolf. The main feature of this wolf is that he can think, and at that moment he was thinking about how much he wants to tear this little man into pieces. But it was worth noting that today, his opponent is much stronger than most people with the 3rd level, although he only has the 1st. While the wolf launched another attack, Chin realized that most likely this wolf's weak point was its stomach, which has the thinnest layer of skin. Therefore, at this moment he decided that he had an excellent opportunity to strike a blow that would put an end to their battle. In the end, this happened. He was able to catch the wolf making a mistake and dealt him an incredibly accurate blow right in the belly, which the wolf could not block. After such a difficult battle, the guy still noted that the wolf had been his strongest opponent so far, but still he was so sorry that he was much stronger than him. Next, he struck the wolf and finished it off, for which he received 100 experience and immediately moved to the 2nd level, for which he received a reward in the form of an increase in all characteristics by 10 points. In fact, it was such a pleasant feeling for the guy, because when he increased the level, there was a surge of strength throughout his body. His wounds healed, and his state of mind was restored. But his luck did not end there, because for destroying the wolf he received a chest made of dark steel, although it was of low rank, but still at least something. He immediately began to ask that in this chest he find a weapon or equipment of the 2nd rank, because he really needs it now. The guy's prayers were heard, and today he is very lucky, because in the chest he was able to find a battle sword of a bloody wolf, which not only gives a certain strength, but also has a chance of wounding the enemy. The guy really liked this sword. Now he didn't have to be afraid of meeting other unique wild animals. Still, he needed to be a little more careful with his words, because as soon as he said this, then the friends of that same silver wolf who managed to call them before he died came. But still, the guy did not fear these mongrels, and he was even interested in finding out what his new bloody wolf sword was capable of. And he was quite pleasantly surprised, because the sword was quite light, but very powerful, and this was immediately felt as soon as he dealt with 2 wolves at the same time. But there were too many wolves there, and he realized that one of the wolves had gotten too close to him, and it seemed that he had caused irreparable damage to the guy. It seemed so only at first glance, because the guy managed to turn around in time and thrust his new sword directly into the body of this huge wolf, after which he asked each of them to better run away, because it was obvious that they were no match for him, and he would deal with them too easily. And so it happened. Chin was able to deal with a bunch of wolves at the same time, and the process was quite simple. He thought about the fact that after increasing his level, his speed, strength, and endurance increased significantly, and this time it took him less than a minute to kill 5 silver wolves. At the 1st level, he was unlikely to be able to do something like that, but he was slightly furious, because he still had not had the opportunity to learn the secrets of this place. But time after time, the cruel reality of this world showed him that this was not a dream, but the real world. Chin decided that he would continue to gain strength and eventually become invincible, and then he would be able to find a way out of this nightmare. Another person who reached the 2nd level was Leader Lei, who, as expected, had enormous strength, and his participants believed that only thanks to him they were not injured or died at the hands of the bloody rabbit. Suddenly they were interrupted by a notification that newcomer Chin was able to destroy a mutated wild beast, for which he received 1 prestige point, which caused an unexpected reaction from everyone, because they could not believe that the guy could do it alone and considered him incredibly lucky. Then several unpleasant notifications came in, which it was said that several participants had died at the hands of the beast. But as it turned out, it was not just a beast, it was mutated. And the leader was slightly surprised that he did this to 4 people at once, especially when one of them was of the 2nd level. This only indicated that such animals were especially dangerous, and even if a person has a 2nd level, it is not at all a fact that he will be able to do something to him. Suddenly they saw that the ranking had changed rapidly, and now Chin Feng was in 5th place in the entire ranking. And for them it was absolutely absurd that his strength was growing so much. But the leader asked them not to dwell on it and continue the hunt. In the end, Chin was able to kill absolutely every wolf that decided to attack him, and to be honest, this even tired him a little no matter how strong he was. But in any case, the energy eventually ends. Suddenly, a notification came from some guy who asked for help, because his entire group was completely destroyed by one monster. Only he managed to survive, and only because he used his speed skill, and the strength of this monster is simply terrifying. He is much more dangerous wild beasts of the second level, after which he also added that he was in the area of 40 kilometers from the newcomer's village and asked to help him, and Chin understood that he was now in the southeast of the newcomer's village, and if he hurried there, he would get there in about 5 minutes. Chin was so motivated not because he wanted to help this guy, because he actually understood that the fanged boar is a mutated wild beast of the first level, for destroying which he can get twice as much experience as he would get for destroying ordinary monsters. In addition, a chest may fall out for him, in which there may be good equipment that will be useful to him in the future. But when he came to that very place, he found only the bodies of other people. But he understood perfectly well that if the bodies were here, then the fanged one, the boar, must be nearby. But suddenly he smelled a bloody rabbit, and suddenly thought that he might have made a mistake. So he decided to use his talent for now and look around a little, after which he would continue searching for animals. As soon as he started using the extraction on the first body, he realized that the person did not have any innate talent, and the guy was slightly shocked. Chin didn't understand how this was possible, so he used his talent again in the hope that now it might work. But unfortunately, the attempt was unsuccessful again, and he did not understand what was the matter, because last time this happened when he reached the limit of extracting wild animals of the first level. But what was the matter now? He tried to do this several more times, but attempt after attempt was unsuccessful, and the guy really did not understand what went wrong, and the system itself also did not give any clues. In any case, he realized that it was better to take everything he could and leave. Apparently, the talents of these guys were too low to take them from them again. The guy has an innate talent that is associated with strength. Agility has an innate talent of E rank, which is called increasing speed. Improving vision of E rank is associated with energy, and now he was also able to get an E rank talent, which was called increasing endurance. In fact, the guy had innate talents for each of the 4 characteristics, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted as soon as he saw a trail that looked like one that could mean that someone was clearly being dragged here. It was quite strange, because the guy didn't understand why the fanged boar needed to drag Liu Yuchan's body. Suddenly, the guy realized that the monster was just going to eat him, so he dragged him into his den. Ching, on the one hand, didn't care about the guy. He was more interested in his D-rank talent, which he was able to awaken, so he decided that he needed to find the guy's body before the monster eats him. He followed the smell and came out near some cave, which looked just like the lair of this boar. At least that's the smell that came from there. An incredible sense of danger emanated from this cave, although the guy was already beginning to think that he had simply screwed himself up, because the fanged boar was just a unique wild beast of the first level, and with its current strength, he should easily cope with it. But suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by a huge snake, which came out of nowhere and almost ate the guy. Chin was able to dodge her blow in time, and along the way, he noticed that this was a rather unusual snake, which he had already killed a bunch of. It was much stronger than any of those whom he had already defeated. It became clear that this was a mutated wild beast with a 5-star fighting power, but the guy didn't quite understand how this was even possible. Since she could also release poison, he had never found himself in such a situation. In any case, he understood that he needed to continue to fight, but it would be extremely difficult to do, especially after this snake released poisonous gas, from which the guy simply stopped seeing anything and began waving his sword anywhere. Chin began to shout that although he could not see anything now, he promised himself that he would never die here, after which, in addition to the snake, he was also attacked by a boar and the same rabbit that he had smelled. The guy was able to strike back, which allowed him to repel the attack of a huge monster. But will this be enough to survive? After some time, the guy was able to cope with all the monsters that attacked him, but the situation remained very difficult, because there was another monster that he never discovered, and it was the same snake that approached him from behind and dealt a blow from which he was miraculously able to dodge. Although the guy didn't see anything, he asked not to forget that he also has the talents of smell and hearing, so he asked him to underestimate him, and with these words, he went on the attack. He was able to deal a crushing blow to this huge snake, as a result of which the threat has now passed and he can finally exhale. This time he was too close to the end, and if not for his talent for increasing endurance, he could have died. But he was lucky, and for destroying such a snake he received a chest of dark steel. At this moment, just in time, the guy was able to get the 3rd level and all his characteristics increased by 10 points again, and his vision returned to normal again. The guy was incredibly glad that he could see again, because it was so funny to him that he could forget that when the level increases, his whole body returns to its best condition, and even if he lost an arm or a leg, he would still be cured. In addition, now he noticed that he received a chest after destroying a poisonous snake, and perhaps he could find something quite useful in it. As soon as he opened this chest, he could not even suspect that he could get such a useful thing. Now he realized that this whole rather risky battle was worth it. He found himself standing right in front of a spatial gate, through which 3 wild beasts were able to escape and attack him. Without hesitation, he entered this portal with confidence in his current strength. Now he no longer needs to fear the sudden attacks of these wild beasts. But as soon as he crossed this portal, he saw a bunch of different plants, which had exactly the same level, and this place was too strange to even somehow describe it. Chin didn't know where he got this knowledge from, but only 2 words sounded in his head. These were spiritual plants, which apparently have the first level. But then his gaze was transferred to a more terrible picture, in the center of which sat some kind of spirit or wizard, and all the animals were carrying their victims to him. Suddenly he received a notification that he had entered the space of another world. The rating table was unavailable, and he could continue to use personal information, and he used his true vision and saw that this was a person with the 4th level who was waiting for flesh to be reborn. Chin also drew his attention to the fact that he has a combat strength of 6 stars, and if his skills and talents are unknown, then his combat strength could be equal to 7 or more stars. Moreover, there were 3 more wild animals on his side, and he understood that if a battle began, he would be at a very disadvantage, and this scythe made him feel even more uneasy. It was too ominous. Chin realized that now it would be best to just leave here, and then, when he becomes much stronger, come back and deal with him. But suddenly his consciousness seemed to have moved to another dimension in which he found himself not of his own free will. That same dead man suddenly began pointing his finger at him and saying that he needed that 3rd-level insect from the small world. Therefore, since he had already arrived, then he politely asked him to stay, and then he could use his flesh for rebirth. After these words, the guy was immediately attacked by a bunch of monsters from which he was just trying to hide. The only thing that confused Chin about all this was the 2 chains, which he thought were the skill of this dead man, and he would really not like to fall into them. The situation was clearly getting out of control, because now he not only needs to escape from chains, but also from attacks from wild animals. But exactly what he was so afraid of happened to the guy. He was grabbed by the very chains that held his body too tightly. At one point, he realized that he could no longer move and most likely would not be able to do anything. As soon as the dead man grabbed the guy, he immediately added that stupid wild animals could only drag a couple of corpses, but not a living person. All this long time, he could only rely on the blood of corpses to barely support his body. But today a miracle happened. A living body broke into his territory. It was like God's blessing, so he was about to use his body to be reborn. Chin perfectly understood the seriousness of the situation, and he needed to free himself from these chains as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely remain here until the end of his days. Therefore, at some point, he was still able to break these chains with the help of his inner strength, and now he had a chance to escape, after which he struck several blows at the wild monsters who were trying to prevent him from getting out of this place. The dead man couldn't believe his eyes. The mind of 3rd-level people from the small world should be around 30. How could he resist and break out of his mind control? But still, this madman could pull the guy to himself with the help of his strength and tell him that the guy's only problem is that he simply underestimates him. He also added that no person is able to resist his penetration into the mind, but noted that the guy has a beautiful body, and it would be an honor for him to take it from him. It seemed that Chin was in a stalemate and nothing could save him, but all that was on the guy's face was a smile that just kept coming out of him, after which he raised his head and asked the dead man to close his mouth and add all the characteristics in his head and think about his words again. The dead man undoubtedly felt his resistance and struggle. He liked the guy incredibly much, so he decided that he would tear his soul into pieces, after which he threw it into the flames of hell and turned it to ashes. Chin distributed his characteristics and was able to add 10 more units to his mind, but he urgently needed to do something, because a huge wild boar was actually running towards him. The dead man, of course, was confident in his victory, but at one moment he noticed that this guy's mind had become much stronger, and he did not fully understand how he did it. Chin was again incredibly lucky that after killing the poisonous snake, he dropped a first-rank item called a low-level storage ring. Even if he dropped the Blood Wolf battlesword, he would still be able to get any weapon. Therefore, he decided that he would first destroy these two mutated wild beasts, and then deal with the dead man. But he continued to consider the guy weak, even considering that he was able to temporarily escape from his control. The guy began to realize that his situation was not as controllable as he thought, because he actually needed at least 2 seconds to escape the control of this dead man's mind. The dead man at this moment already began to understand that he had finally managed to control this guy, and now he could destroy him. But suddenly he changed his mind, because the guy was able to destroy absolutely all the monsters. Chin was so glad that he finally had some effect. After destroying the poisonous snake, he picked up its poisonous gland, which was now very useful to him. After which the guy added that he had already found out that the dead man could not move. And now that all 3 wild mutated beasts had been destroyed, the guy wanted to see how the dead man would defend himself. The dead man immediately began to scream in a way that was not his own, because he was incredibly angry because he believed that this was simply impossible, and began to accuse the guy of specifically using some secret tricks. Chin was incredibly disgusted to listen to this old man, so he immediately struck him several times and thus destroyed him, for which he received 200 units of experience. And he also received the title of Judge, who can destroy evil beings and those who violated the rules of the gods. This is a rather rare title, but the guy could not even imagine that after this battle he could become so strong. Now he began to understand why the Eye of True Sight showed him extremely evil. He understood that he needed to continue to destroy evil creatures in order to receive justice points, but they never explained to him how to use these points. However, it would definitely be something useful. Besides, he almost died, but the reward was worth it. Even this was not the end, because the guy, in addition to everything else, received a skill of the 3rd rank, the essence of which was the ability to tame a ring. And when he learns this skill, he will be able to order a group of wild animals to hunt. This will be such an easy way to gain experience. But as soon as he decided to use this skill, the system generated an error, because it turned out that the activation conditions were not met. The guy understood that the conditions for learning this skill were too difficult to fulfill. Even for the lowest level, you would need a D-rank talent for strengthening the mind. He became interested in knowing if the dead man had some kind of recipe for taming. He began to rummage through his things, and all he found there were dirty socks that had not been washed for 200 years, a gold necklace that was obtained by deception, an eye that fell out after the girl was hit by a snake, everything except what he needed. Chin could not stand it and still got angry with this old dead man, who had only 1 piece of garbage in his bag, but not what he really needed. He realized that just looking for a way out of this situation was a waste of time, so he decided to start the extraction process. After he used his talent once again, he received a rank D talent, strengthening the mind and also 3 units of strength and dexterity. As the guy expected, the corpse's talent was related to the mind. Next time you will need to beware of such attacks, because dealing with them is much more difficult than with mindless creatures. He was also able to use the talent of strengthening the mind, and as a result, created the skill of the Divine Seal. The creation was quite successful, but he still needed to obtain the talent associated with the 6 senses, or find a way to create a beast-taming pill to activate it, both of which were very difficult to achieve. The guy was glad that the experiment was quite successful, and with the strengthening of his mind, he can directly control the storage ring in order to collect everything into it at once, and this will be much more convenient for him. Perhaps in future battles, he could summon a sword and win with a surprise attack, but what a pity if he received the beast-taming pill. He would be able to directly control wild beasts, rather than items like spiritual grass and fruits. He continued to use his talent and finally received a really strong talent, namely fire control. When he becomes stronger, he may not even have to engage in close combat, because he will be able to control fire and attack from afar. He decided to take a little rest after such a long and protracted battle, and read the general chat, which was so lively and everyone was discussing leveling up. And it seems that under the pressure of God, a competition to increase the level began in the village of beginners. One of the guys, who occupied the first line for a long time, returned to the top again, but now he is still in 9th place. Chin understood that he had not died. He was just in the space of another world, and today he had overcome many obstacles. So he decided that first he would restore some strength in this safe place, and then continue his hunt. The first thing he did was eat dinner, and the meat was incredibly juicy, but quite difficult to chew. But the good news was that even for such a process as cooking meat, he was able to gain several points of stamina, after which his strength began to recover so quickly, and due to the fact that he was the first to find a small trick in eating meat, which restores strength, he was awarded 1 reputation point. All the other guys were quite surprised that ordinary meat could restore strength, but they were more surprised that Chin was still alive, because he had long since disappeared from the rankings. As soon as they all suddenly decided to restore their strength in this way, they all received a reminder that only by eating cooked food and warm water can they restore their strength. There will be no effect from cold food and water. After this reminder, some immediately had problems with the fact that they did not have a fire and could not cook food. Some were glad that at this moment trade had also opened up, through which they could exchange different things. Chin immediately decided to try to use this trading platform and decided to sell the finished meat first. Everyone received a notification that Chin Feng had put a new product into the trade channel. For every 3 kilograms of cooked meat, he exchanged 1 wild animal for the corpse, and one of the newcomers considered that he was very lucky because he just had the corpse of an animal that he would have gladly exchanged it for ready-made meat. As a result of the first transaction in this area, Lu Xuan and Chin Feng each received 1 prestige point, and the guy was pleasantly surprised that they were still able to exchange. And this guy was not the only one who decided to make an exchange with the guy and take the finished meat from him, because many had the body of the destroyed monster. Chin immediately used his talent on these bodies and received a total of 6 points of endurance, and this made him incredibly happy, because he essentially would not need to use wild animals, because everyone would work only for him. The next person who decided to turn to Chin Feng was Li Yuan, who informed him that they were both 3rd level, but in the ranking he was still higher than Chin, so he asked him for 6 kilograms of meat, for which he would owe him. Chin didn't like this attitude, and the guy understood who this Li Yuan even thought he was. In addition, the guy understood that the amount of meat was quite limited and the rule would apply: whoever had time ate it. After this message, even more activity began in the chat, because everyone was shocked by Mr. Chin Feng's modesty, and now it seemed to the guy that he was now more like a merchant with a black heart. Suddenly another meat seller entered this trade and decided to sell 50 kilograms of meat for first-rank equipment. Chin is quite surprised because he could not even think that there would be someone who would be even greedier than him. In any case, he decided not to wait long and sell his other things, which fortunately he has quite a lot. People were not against exchanging for his first-rank weapons and offered the guy quite a lot of interesting lots in return. And as a result, he gained plus 7 units of strength, which was pretty good for him, because his strength was lower than all his characteristics, and all these exchanges could make up for its deficiency. Now that he already has a rank 1 strength bracelet, a rank 1 storage ring, and a rank 2 Blood Wolf battle sword, no one in the entire rookie village can compare with him. Suddenly, all these trades were interrupted by an emergency message, which said that newcomer village number 137 had made a bet aimed at newcomer village number 911, and now the resources of the losing side would decrease. The first one to reach level 5 would win and would receive an additional 50 points and a chest. Qin, of course, was incredibly interested in the reward that would be available in this battle, but in any case, it was very unclear to him why Village 137 was taking such a step, because the price for defeat was too high. A few minutes later, a general chat was created between the 2 villages, from which the newcomer Baron spoke first and said that he, as a representative of noble blood, was already at the 4th level and promised to lead his village to victory. All his citizens were shocked by such a statement and were very happy about it. And the man was so confident only because he is much stronger at night, and right now he will start hunting for monsters of the 4th level, for which leveling up will go much faster. Qin couldn't believe his eyes. Could there really be other races besides them, such as the vampire race? And this is actually a big problem for him and for the entire village in general. If you think so, then everyone in his village is newcomers from the country of the Blue Star Dragon, which means the creator deliberately gathered residents of one country in one village, but he did not understand why they were doing this. What was the true purpose of the system? Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a notification that said that the time of the battle had begun, and now monsters from the 1st to the 10th level are available on the map. But Qin is more worried about the fact that this battle of newcomers could lead to a conflict between countries or even continents. But for now, this did not matter much. He believed that now the bet on resources between their villages was much more important. He understood that Edward could destroy a monster alone, and of the 4th level, and it was clear that he needed to destroy monsters of a much higher level in order to have a chance to get closer to the 5th level. So he immediately got down to business. He is actually incredibly lucky that he has improved his vision so much, because he can see well even at night, which makes hunting much easier for him. Strengthening his sense of smell also allows him to eliminate the beasts that hide in the dark. He also had access to a map that showed them the beasts with the highest level of beasts. This allowed him to move much faster and more accurately in the area with active monsters. Chin decided not to waste his time and immediately went to destroy the monsters in the active zone for level 4 monsters and made several successful strikes. As soon as the guy thought that he was not yet able to cope with all the enemies, then suddenly another monster jumped out in front of him, which was many times stronger than all the others. In any case, Chin was able to dodge his blow and deliver a counterattack, which the monster did not expect, as a result of which he lost this fight. But the guy was more shocked by how this monster suddenly appeared. Even his heightened sense of smell did not work, which gave the monster the opportunity to attack him. The guy was lucky that it was only a level 5 monster. For the first time he meets a monster that looks so much like a human. He began to think that all monsters above level 5 will become more than just beasts. In any case, it was time for him to continue his journey, and after a few steps he heard a rather familiar smell, which reminded him of fruits or flowers. He understood that if he went further, he would reach the zone of animals of the 6th level. Although their level would be higher, this also applies to fruits and flowers. He was very interested to know if he could meet more animals that would be similar to people. But would problems if he meets a group of such monsters? In any case, he decides to stop thinking about it, because he just needed to find spiritual fruits, near which there are always animals that he decided to destroy, and only then take the prey from them. As soon as he thought about this, he noticed that same fruit nearby with him, a huge monster that could bring him obvious problems. It was a 6th level monster. Moreover, it was the king of the bears, which has 12 stars of combat power, and Chin understood that it would obviously be very difficult to fight him. In any case, he will have to fight with him, so the guy did not waste his time anymore and went on the attack, because he believed that he had some advantage in that the monster had not yet seen him. But he couldn't even expect that this big guy would be so fast, because as soon as the guy flew up to him, the monster immediately launched a counterattack on him, as a result of which he was separated by several meters. Chin realized that he had acted too carelessly, because he didn't even think that he could be so fast. Given the size of this monster, the guy didn't even have a chance to dodge. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the monster himself, who spoke to him and asked him not to get in his way, because he didn't want to waste time on him, and asked him to just go far away from this place. It was so strange for Chin to watch this, that 3 heads were talking at once at the same time. Although it was disgusting, he decided to ask this monster to leave, because the guy would not be able to save his life any other way. It was incredibly funny for the monster to listen to this, because he was facing only a 4th level person whom he could tear into pieces. Now the Bear King was more aggressive and decided not to spare this little man with a sword and struck a blow, which the guy was able to successfully block. The fight was many times more difficult than with any other monster the guy fought. But in any case, using his skills correctly, he was still able to deliver a fairly strong blow to one of the heads of this bear, after which, one of the heads added that their 3rd brother had just died, but the eldest brother of the 3 asked him to close his mouth and continue to fight, because he could not believe that such a small man could be so strong. Chin understood that the battle had just begun, and it would be very difficult to fight with this monster, because his neck was at least much stronger than he thought, because even if he used all his strength, it would be quite difficult to cut off his head in one go. Suddenly, all his thoughts were interrupted by the monster himself, who moved into a new state, which was called a state of rage, in which his strength increases several times, and this effect lasts up to 10 minutes, which was more than enough to destroy the guy. He understood that this was the roar of a dragon, but its strength was too weak. Perhaps this was the result of being near the dragon fruit for a long time and the unnoticed part of absorbing the fruit. But the monster continued to threaten Chin, saying that he would destroy him as soon as he came closer to him. Now the guy really started to have problems, because when the monster is in this state, the guy can't even scratch it, let alone defeat it. At one point, the guy realized that he would not be able to dodge the blow of this monster, and the bear himself once again repeated to him that this was the guy's main mistake. To think that with the 4th level, he would be able to defeat such a strong monster as the bear, and as a punishment for his stupidity, he will destroy him. But no matter how confident the bear was in his attack, the guy did not give him the opportunity to simply destroy him and used his fire skill on his sword, which made it possible to deliver a good counterattack and at the same time add +10 to his strength to his characteristics. The monster realized that he could no longer do anything against such a blow, and most likely he would have to come to terms with the fact that he had lost this fight. Chin was able to defeat this brute and win this rather difficult battle. He was quite lucky that strengthening the Blood Wolf's battle sword with the power of flame was a fairly timely phenomenon. In any case, it was worth admitting that fighting a 6th level Beast King was much more difficult than fighting an ordinary mutated monster, and at one point, he even almost died. But the talent he received recently was able to save his life. But as soon as he relaxed, he thought about the fact that the system did not announce that he was able to deal with the King of the Bears. What was the problem? Quite late, he began to realize that this was only possible if the King of the Bears was still alive. In any case, after what this monster had to go through, he was unable to deliver a strong enough blow, so Chin was able to easily dodge this attack and deliver another, final blow, after which he immediately received a notification from the system that the King of the Bears had died, and the guy was the first to destroy him. Chin thought about the fact that he was alive even after he cut off his head. Hunting the King of Bears turned out to be an invaluable experience. It also reminds him that with each level, the monsters of this world will become much more dangerous, and it will be more difficult to destroy them, but he definitely couldn't relax while he was so weak. After he destroyed this monster, he received a chest in which he managed to find a 2nd level item, the battle armor of the Bear King, which increased his defense by 25 units, and he also had resistance to fire and cold. He also did not forget to use his talent, for which he received an E-rank talent, which was called Blood Evolution, which awakens the power of blood, increasing strength, speed, and defense by 30%. Now, the guy understood why the Bear King guarded this fruit so fiercely. After all, he didn't even want to enter into battle with him. Although on the other hand, he understood him perfectly, the guy understood that in his place, he would have done exactly the same. When suddenly all the guy's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden pain that engulfed his entire body, it was like someone was squeezing him in their fist. He began to hear some voice that told him that the guy was as weak as an ant crawling on the ground. So this voice began to think about how he could eat him alive or perhaps fry him a little. All this was told to him by a huge dragon, which grabbed the guy in its chains and essentially controlled his body. He held the guy in his arms and was already thinking about crushing the guy in his hand, which made Chin scream in a voice that was not his own. The guy understood that he just ate a dragon blood fruit, and most likely it was just an ordinary hallucination that could really destroy him. He realized that he couldn't just give in to this whole circus. And besides, it was just a hallucination that couldn't be allowed to take over his mind. So he decided to take a little bite from this dragon. This dragon realized that this guy is not so stupid, and tried to talk to him and explain that he is in fact a real dragon who can teach him a lot of things. But Chin absolutely did not care about his every word, and so he continued to eat this monster. Still, after a few seconds, the guy was able to open his eyes, and it really turned out to be a hallucination. And the first thing he saw before his eyes was a notification that he had successfully used the dragon blood fruit, and he received 5 units for each attribute. After eating the fruit, the guy felt warm throughout his body, and he would really like to take a nap, but he understood that he couldn't sleep yet, because he had almost reached the 5th level, and if he destroyed just one beast, he would be able to win the challenge for resources. While the guy was checking the progress of the other participants, a huge monster approached him and was ready to tear the guy into pieces. The vampire lord was already level 4, and he was going to rise to level 5 before dawn, so he asked them all to just wait for glory to come to them. All his colleagues and those who were in the village for beginners with this warrior were proud that they were caught with him, but suddenly, all their joy and storm of emotions were interrupted by a notification that informed them that newcomer Chin Feng from Village 911 became the first who managed to reach the 5th level, and Village 911 wins this challenge for resources. Everyone from this village should have been proud of Chin Feng, because it was thanks to him that they were able to receive 20 stat points for free. At the same time, all members of newcomer village number 137 are deprived of 20 stat points, from which Lord Edward began to get incredibly angry, because they began to blame him for what happened, which made him even more angry. And Chin himself was incredibly grateful to this monster, who came to him on his own, which saved the guy a lot of time, and thanks to him, he still increased his level to the 5th, for which he also received a silver chest. Also, the guy, of course, did not forget to use his special talent on all bodies, which was incredibly useful for him. Suddenly, his process was interrupted by some guy who said that he had received a resource bid token, and he would like to use it to exchange it for a refined level 1 steel sword. Qin Feng was quite open to such an exchange and happily accepted it, because with this token, the initiative would be in his hands, and he would no longer need to rush to the area with the top-level beasts to hunt them. Therefore, without hesitation, he nevertheless accepted this exchange, after which an explanation appeared on the screen in which they said that the token appears once in each newcomer village, and only the strongest in the entire village has the right to use it after use in case of victory. The reward increases factor of. It was not surprising to Qin that Gu Ming wanted to sell it to him, not only because of the restriction on the use of the token, but also because of the punishment of growing several times. It seems the guy has become quite a famous person, and he suddenly gained a lot of prestige by leading everyone to victory. Therefore, he decided that when morning came and everyone was fully recovered, he would begin the next bet on resources, and his decision was supported by quite a lot of people who considered him so caring. But the guy himself didn't think that way about himself, because he didn't do it because he was tired and wanted to stall for time. After all, with his endurance, he can stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights and still not get tired. To begin with, he wanted to reach the most dangerous zone with animals of the 10th level, and then start betting on resources, which would be quite logical and correct. He understood that level 10 beasts are now the most dangerous, but they also give the most experience, and this is the fastest way to level up, so his chances of winning will increase significantly. The experience points that he gets from animals in low-level zones are less. The chance of getting a treasure chest is also small. After quickly clearing this zone, he decided that he would go to the zone with animals of the 10th level. Qin walked for quite a long time and met a lot of beasts on his way, and according to the map, the 10th level beast zone should be somewhere here. Although he has the talent of improving his sense of smell, he cannot smell a single animal. Is the system simply broken, and how can he solve this now? When suddenly a huge abyss appeared out of nowhere, into which the guy began to fall uncontrollably. He did not feel anything unusual, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. He couldn't even grab onto anything, so he realized that he needed to figure out how to stop the fall as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if he continued to fall, he would fall to his death. In the end, he was able to find a way out of this situation and used his fire control skill to do this, which helped stop his free fall. After he was able to control his free fall, he suddenly realized that he felt the presence of the beast quite strongly. He had never experienced this here before. He realized that this was definitely the area of the 10th level beasts, because in addition to the absence of beasts, there was also the smell of corpses here that made you want to gag. It was so strong that he could not determine the location of the 10th level beasts at all. But as soon as he decided to touch something, he realized that everything around him was an illusion, and the place where he ended up was quite strange. Outside, the guy noticed that it all looked a lot like the rookie village number 911, so he decided to assume that the abandoned rookie village, and if he was right, then if he failed, his village would look exactly the same. The guy knew that heaven is fair but cruel, because they give every person the opportunity to increase their level and gain strength, but if anyone lags behind, they will be mercilessly driven into the abyss. Suddenly, strange creatures stood in front of the guy, who began to explain that the soldiers who guard this place, and it doesn't matter whether he is a man or an animal, they warned him that if he comes here, then only one fate awaits him, and this is his end. With the help of his vision, Qin was able to recognize that these were Hellish soldiers whose level was above 15, so given their level, the guy understood that they were too strong. He had no idea how to escape from this strange place, so he decided that all he could do was fight them, and another 10% chance of the chest falling out beckoned him to go into battle. Qin could only hope for the 4th level weapon obtained from the silver chest, which would lend him strength and help him cope with these monsters. One of these creatures with the head of a jackal clearly understood that the guy would not just back down, so he decided to go first into battle and was already flying at the guy with his blow. Qin understood that they only sent one warrior to fight, only because they looked down on the guy and thought that he could not do anything. But as soon as they entered into battle, the guy immediately used all the talents he had to somehow even out the chances and perhaps even win. Qin most of all wanted to show them what happens to those who underestimate him. As soon as they collided in battle, the other warriors began to think that their elder brother needed their help, because looking at this man, they began to understand that he was far from simple as they thought. But one of them continued to calm him down and talk about that their elder brother had already destroyed more than 10,000 people like him. It was absolutely clear to one of them that the older brother was just playing with this man, and soon this fight would be over, and they already all knew the result. He believed that his brother was deliberately missing the mark, giving the man a chance so that he could do at least something. In this way, he can also assess the shortcomings of this guy and then simply put pressure on them, simultaneously destroying him from this world forever. The thought that he is a guy who can win makes him weaker, and this is what the warrior will take advantage of later. And in some ways, this soldier was right, because Chin struck again, and at some point realized that his enemy had simply disappeared, although it seemed that he was right in front of him. But after a second, everything became clear, because the guy was already lying on the floor from the fact that the warrior with the face of a jackal was able to quickly calm him down, adding that the guy still has some abilities, but still this is too little. And besides, there is no time to play with it anymore. Therefore, the soldier decided that they would end this battle right here and now, after which he prepared to deliver an incredibly strong blow. But his attack and plans were suddenly interrupted by Chin, who had no plans to die today. After an unexpected counterattack, the guy received a notification that he had successfully destroyed the Hellish soldier, for which he received 10 points of justice, but most of all, the other soldiers were surprised. Chin understood that in order to survive in this world, he could not waste a minute, not even a second of his time, especially after receiving the mind enhancement talent, with which you can control the dead. Chin trained around the clock in order to learn to control the weapon, and he finally managed to achieve this. After hundreds of thousands of times, he was still able to achieve his goal and learn the technique of hidden murder. The other warriors did not tolerate this and immediately decided that they would tear him to pieces for such impudence and for what he did to their brother. But at some point, they just stopped, and the guy began to realize that something was wrong because their comrade had died, and they acted as if nothing had happened. He already began to think that he still failed to destroy the jackal. At the same moment, he realized that this was impossible because the system informed him that this monster had already died, and he even received some experience for it, so this option had to disappear. But all his thoughts and guesses were suddenly interrupted by the terrifying voice of that very monster who stood behind him and was accumulating energy to strike. Chin understood that the situation was too bad for him, and he urgently needed to come up with something, otherwise his story would end there. At the last moment, he managed to dodge this fiery blow with the help of one of his talents, which he used at the right time. But in any case, this was too little to defeat this monster, because it was not even clear how he survived. In addition, other warriors began to approach him, who were slightly upset that his older brother could not deal with such a boy faster. After which this monster added a question to the guy in which he really wanted to know whether the guy really saw the notice of his death, because he was still alive, because the eye of true sight should have shown him his name. Jin couldn't believe his ears that this monster knew about the eye of true sight. The monster saw that the guy was slightly shocked by what he was seeing, after which he told him that they were warriors who came from hell, which only means that no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible to destroy them. But Chin was not afraid. Moreover, he believed that they were just a bunch of watchdogs who had found an incredible amount of self-confidence somewhere, after which the guy went into battle again with the thought that if he was already able to destroy one of them once, he could do it again. The same soldier who fought him the first time immediately responded with a blow, and their fight continued from the moment where it ended. But fortunately for the guy, or for the warriors themselves, the time had come for these warriors to go back. So the elder brother said goodbye to him, and finally told him that he was quite interesting, and if fate decreed it, they would meet again. Chin still had to admit at that moment that he had underestimated these disgusting jackal heads, and at that moment he received a reminder that the lost village connects hundreds of thousands of newcomer villages. It appears in the darkness of the night and disappears at dawn. It became clear to him that this also meant that as long as he had the dark seal, then everyone had a chance to enter here. So he decided that as soon as he became stronger, he would definitely return and fight this monster again. Suddenly his senses of smell informed him that someone was rapidly approaching him, but the guy did not see in front or to the sides. And he didn't have to wait long because a huge monster crawled out behind him, which all this time had been getting as close to him as possible underground. It was a huge sand centipede, which had level 12 and 15 stars of combat strength. But Chin was very happy to see such an animal in front of him. While Chin was fighting with this monster, a notification came saying that there were now 2 people in the village who had reached the 5th level. The guy did not expect that after increasing the amount of resources, Lu Xuan would increase his levels so quickly. While Qin was fighting, a notification came that Village 477 had forcibly joined Rookie Village 911 to the resource bet, and the first one to reach level 8 in the Rookie Village wins the bet. A few hours later, everyone received a notification that Qin Feng from Rookie Village number 911 was the first to reach the 8th level, and his village was winning the resource bet. And the guy himself was so funny about this, because he only needed to destroy one monster and they dared to challenge him. Many newcomers simply did not understand what had happened, because they suddenly began to glow with a bright light. Was it really because Lord Qin Feng had won? Lord Demir was incredibly angry at this, because he didn't understand how they could lose to people from the land of the dragon. And who was this Qin Feng anyway? But he was convinced that it was all their fault, and they should not let these people look down on them. So he decided that they would create a revenge plan. So he decided to turn to the area channel and seek help from their allies. The other village was incredibly surprised by the level-up speed of this guy from the land of the dragon. They asked not to tell them that he had a special talent of S rank. One of the poor people said that S rank talent was their divine gift, and he did not understand how people from a small dragon country could receive the protection of God. Another village where a guy received a bet token suggested that his friend use it for the newcomer village number 911. But James was not sure about this proposal, because Rami is from village number 5, an A-rank spatial talent, and he is a ninja who was the first to reach level 8 in the first area, and even he is afraid that these people from the land of the dragon might surpass him. The newcomers from Qin Feng's village were quite surprised that he ignored all the messages that came his way from other villages. But the fact was that their lord was a little busy fighting a huge monster. During this battle, all he could think about was that he could obtain a water-type or ice-type talent. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to stay here. He received a C-rank token, which allowed him to receive a C-rank mission without a time limit, upon completion of which an incredible reward would be given, along with a dark gold chest. Qin was thinking that the first place in the rookie trial gives a golden chest, but for completing this C-rank mission, you can get a higher-ranked dark gold chest, and it looks like the mission will be quite difficult. But since it has no time limit, he decided that he could activate it and slowly do everything possible to complete it. Therefore, he decided not to wait long and decided to activate this token, for which he received 1 prestige point. And the details of the mission were to gather the 5 foundations of the kings of gold, earth, water, fire, and sand, and then go to the dragon slope. Find the altar of the 5 elements and reveal the seal of the newcomer village number 911. Also, do not forget that after the seal is released, Rookie Village number 911 will be able to enter a more open world. After completing the mission, every Rookie Village in the area will be able to enter the larger world. Now it became clear to the guy that this is a mission to open a map. It turns out that no matter which village enters the big world, it will in any case receive a serious advantage and more resources. Qin took into account the leveling up speed of the others in the Rookie Village. To assemble a strong team of 20 level 10 people, it would take at least 5 days and they would waste too much time that way. He also knew that the burial desert was located next to an abandoned meadow, so he decided that it would be a good idea to pay a visit to this place and find out the situation there. The girl tried with all her might to calm herself down and not think about what was happening. She believed that she should not move, and she also needed to hold her breath and calm down. The fact was that she was in great danger, because she was being hunted by a huge monster with a large axe, which was much stronger than her, and if she had given herself away, then most likely he would have found her and simply destroyed her. This monster was very developed and even knew how to talk, and was only thinking about how he would now find new human meat, and then be able to enjoy the wonderful taste of meat. After which he was able to detect the girl with the help of his special senses, and began to scream incredibly loudly. The girl herself understood that this was most likely her end, so she did not even try to run away from this monster. The monster, which looked like an elephant and a rhinoceros at the same time, had already raised its hand in order to cut the girl into small pieces and subsequently eat her. This monster was called a Berserker Mammoth and had a development level of 12 and 15 stars of combat power, so the girl obviously had no chance in battle against him. Therefore, she decided that she did not want to look at it and closed her eyes and just waited for him to destroy her. But suddenly she realized that she had not died and someone had saved her. She was very lucky that Qin Feng came to her aid just in time, and he became incredibly curious about why she came to the realm of the 10th level ferocious beasts, and also alone. But the girl was too scared to really explain anything to him, and in a state of shock she tried to ask the guy what he was doing here. The girl walked away a little, and when he asked her again where her group was, she again felt not very well, because she remembered what happened to her friends. But still she was able to tell him that they were all caught and destroyed. She could not talk about it normally. But the guy at that moment was thinking that these are the rules of this world. The strong feed on the weak, and it seemed to him that the girl was still, "I'm not used to it yet." Suddenly the girl interrupted his thoughts and asked him to save them all. She said that not everyone died. Leia Yu and several other people were trapped by these mammoths, and these monsters said that they would eat them today. Qin was surprised that the monsters did not immediately begin to eat the guys, so he answered her that he would decide to save them or not when he understood the situation, and advised her to leave here as soon as possible. But she wanted to help him so much, but the guy was not even going to listen from her, because her level was too low for that. She continued to ask him not to give up. Besides, she knew where they were and therefore could be useful. Besides, she assured him that they like human meat and she could be bait. Qin didn't quite understand why she was doing this, but she immediately explained to him that her group was there, and she incredibly wanted to help him. After all, this was not his group, and they couldn't blame it on him, just because he was the strongest of them. Therefore, she asked him to accept her help too, because after all, she has some kind of power and can be really useful. Qin listened carefully to every word of this girl, and at one moment realized that perhaps she was not as useless as he thought. The guys who were trapped by these monsters did not know what to do in such a stalemate, and all they could do was hope for the best. Meanwhile, a bunch of mammoths who had gathered around one common fire were conducting some kind of ritual, after which they were going to eat these guys. Some of the mammoths understood perfectly well that they only had 6 people for dinner. This is not enough, even if they do. When it's their turn, there may not even be bones left. But his friend asked him to think positively, because if people didn't come to the teleport, then they wouldn't get anything at all. They understood that all this happened due to the fact that Lei chased after a runaway man, and he had been gone for so long, so they began to suspect him that he himself was going to eat that girl. But his friend reassured him again, because everyone is in a pack. They knew that if you eat a person without the king's permission, you will suffer severe punishment. But the mammoth could not stop, and continued to talk about what he heard that the king said that whoever could bring the escaped person would receive an extra leg when cutting up the food. Therefore, taking all this into account, the monster decided that today would not be a good enough day for him. Qin destroyed all the monsters that came his way, and even the girl who was just bait received her 60 units of experience. But the guy thought that after extracting the powers of the sandworm, he could cut the skin of mammoths. But to increase the damage, you have to use mental enhancement. He also stood on the edge of this pit, where the bodies of mammoths lay. He understood that he simply could not use his talent and take away their strength. So he asked the girl to turn away for a while and close her eyes. While he was using his talent, he simultaneously thought that mind enhancement uses a lot of his powers, but the effect will be the same if he just destroys them with his weapon. So he decided that next time he will change his hunting style. After the guy finished his procedure, he allowed the girl to open her eyes, after which he gave her a protection ring that had just fallen from this mammoth. So he asked him to use it if she was attacked, because it can create a protective barrier. She was slightly surprised by this action, because as a girl she could evaluate this ring a little differently. Therefore, the guy had to add a few words so that she would not misunderstand him, because she would still be bait, and if something goes wrong, she could die, and this would cause a lot of unnecessary problems for him. She was incredibly grateful to him, and only thought that he had not really changed at all, still as cruel on the outside, but quite soft on the inside. As soon as they met with another mammoth, the guy used another skill, namely the effect of bleeding from the poisonous gland of the snake, and he was pleased with the fact that it works even against level 12 monsters. In addition, its hellish flames not only easily penetrate the defense of ferocious mammoths, but are also capable of destroying them once and for all. The girl also decided to bring some benefit, and therefore wanted to finish off this monster because she actually knew very well that the weakest point of ferocious mammoths is on the back of the neck. But at the most interesting moment, she was interrupted by Qin, who asked her to focus on something else. He meant to focus on that bunch of monsters that were running straight at them right now, and clearly had nothing good in store for them. But Qin didn't even flinch, he still remained calm, because he understood that simply new objects for research were running into his hands. These monsters were too aggressive for only two reasons, the first of which was that they were hungry, and the second was that they saw how the guy destroyed their friend. But still, they paused a little after they saw the trap that was in front of them, and this was another reason to curse people again. But they didn't expect that they had already fallen straight into one of these traps, and they had to find out after one of them fell straight into it. Chin was so proud of himself, because he knew very well that some mammoths would notice the disappearance of their comrades and come here, so he set traps in advance. Therefore, he believed that since they had already arrived, they could simply become tools for his ascension. And he was quite right, because he began to actively receive 600 units of experience for each of the mammoths. But still, one of the many mammoths was still able to cut the thorns of the sand centipede, which are comparable to a second-level weapon, and therefore, this mammoth was most interesting. As soon as this big guy was able to deal with all the traps that Chin had set, he immediately proceeded to attack. But unfortunately for this monster, the guy was absolutely ready for this and was able to dodge in time. But it was worth recognizing that this mammoth was twice as strong as all his friends. And this was immediately clear after they crossed their blades just once. But as it turned out, these were not all the mammoth's aces, because as soon as they crossed their blades again, the mammoth decided to use his special power, after which he said that his body had received a blessing from the king and all his wounds would instantly heal, so he told the guy to give up, because under such conditions he would never defeat him. But it seems the monster said this in vain, because after this confession the guy's eyes lit up even more, because he incredibly wanted to get this ability. Therefore he decided that he would try his best to master it, and added that it was quite impressive and practical, but he also wanted to ask the guy one question. And he decided to clarify the essence of this question while he was beating this monster. Well, the very essence was that he wondered how big the limit of this ability was, after which the mammoth did not have time to say a word, because they immediately faced the monster in a one-on-one battle, and the monster would have a rather hard time, because the guy now incredibly wanted to get this ability. At one point in their battle, the guy noticed that the strength and speed of his enemy's attacks were significantly decreasing, which could only mean one thing. The guy hit him 75 times, 60 of them he hit him, 5 hits were lethal, 15 caused a serious wound and 30 a normal one, and the regeneration rate is really fast, but for larger wounds it takes him a lot longer. After some time in their long and protracted battle, the guy noticed that the regeneration speed had already increased to 15 seconds, which was only good for him. Chin believed that this was a pretty good time to start mocking this monster and asking him if his strength had really reached its limit. He couldn't stop there, and also added that it seemed to him that his king's blessing had disappeared. But he decided not to be a buffoon, and used his hellish flame on the blade, which gave him plus 100 points to the attack, and with that he went to continue the fight, or well, end it. All it took was one precise blow to his body, which he did not have time to regenerate, and the guy received the treasured notification that he was able to cope with the mammoth guard, for which he received more than 2,000 experience. And he was also the first who was able to destroy such a strong mammoth guard. The girl was so shocked because she knew that Chin Feng was such a strong warrior, but she could not even imagine that his strength was so great. But now she was worried that he was destroying everything in his path and wasting his power just like that, destroying trees. She couldn't even imagine what could have happened to make Chin Feng's mood deteriorate so sharply. But everything was really simple. The guy simply couldn't use his talent on this monster, and it was so disappointing that he couldn't extract the ability to regenerate. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it, and the girl simply didn't understand what had happened, so she also couldn't help him. But suddenly his expression changed, and he began to smile again, because he realized that if he couldn't get her out of this henchman, then he just needed to find their king. The girl very carefully looked out from behind the stone and tried to understand there were so many monsters there. She counted about 30 elephant heads, so she began to worry incredibly much about him, because even with his strength, she could get hurt. Therefore, she invited him to quickly save her friends, and after which they could return to the village through the portal, especially since the monsters could not follow them. Chin Feng thought completely differently, so he asked her to look first in one direction, where the monsters had lit a fire. Then he asked her to turn her head in the other direction where her friends were sitting, who were guarded by 2 monsters. It seemed to him that the situation was very beneficial for them, because they could essentially just suddenly attack 2 elephant heads from the forest and then silently save her friends. but still, he asked her if she didn't think it was just an ordinary trap. He began to tell her that the herd noticed that 8 of their comrades were missing, so they sent that group of mammoths after them, and if this group did not return, then their king would definitely suspect something. They left Lei with the others where there was little security, pretending to be busy with their own business, but in reality, it was intended to lure them into a trap. But the girl couldn't believe the fact that animals are capable of this. Can they really think so deeply? The guy told her that the higher the level of the animals, the smarter they are. So it's common to come up with a trap for them, and if you underestimate them, sooner or later you can lose your life. After such long conversations, the guy finally decided to go and finally do at least something. But the girl did not understand why he was doing this when he himself said that there was a trap there. But he told her that it was rather rude not to come to the performance that they had prepared especially for him. The girl didn't really want him to go there because it was actually incredibly dangerous. But the guy didn't care at all. He decided to go to the very center where there were the most monsters. The mammoths noticed him almost immediately because in fact they had been waiting for him for an incredibly long time. And then dinner came on its own. How wonderful! Unexpectedly for the guy, they lined up in a small corridor that led straight to their king, who seemed to be waiting. And now he was calling Qin Feng to him. The monsters stood quietly because they were forbidden to touch this kid, but everyone had in their heads the thought of how this guy could destroy the guard Loi, because he really looks like such a weakling. Looking into his eyes, they began to understand that he was able to destroy their comrade, only in some vile way. It was so funny for the guy to watch several huge mammoths discussing him behind his back. Finally, the guy approached the very boss of these monsters, who was waiting for Qin Feng in the company of 2 mermaids. Qin Feng was surprised to see such a famous Mammoth King, so he told him that he was indeed very cruel and stunning, but mentally thinking that his combat strength was only 6 stars higher than him, Qin expected much more. The king found it incredibly funny to hear this from the guy, so he also responded with a compliment, because people always knew how to choose their words. But then he suddenly changed his face and added that this does not change the fact that the guy was able to destroy 14 of his subordinates, including a loyal guard, and thus their clan was humiliated, so the king did not even know what to do with him. Qin Feng told him that he understood perfectly well that all this was done to lure him out, so he believed that he would not want to simply destroy him. The king noted that the guy was absolutely right, because the big guy believed that he could be of much more use if he lived than if they simply killed him, after which he added that he really respects the guy and would like him to join them in the pack. Qin Feng was not even slightly shocked. He simply could not expect such a scenario, probably like everyone else who was there. But the king did not stop there and added that if he joins them, he will forget about his crime and give him the title of guard, and with it he will give him everything he wants, and he will become the happiest of people. The guy understood that inviting him to the clan was a pretty smart decision, and not everyone would come to him. But still, before making his decision, he decided to ask the guy one question, after which the guy said that he had heard that in another world everyone is strong, like the wind, capable of flying on clouds, moving mountains, and even destroying half the world with one wave of his hand, and he was interested to know if this was true. The king did not quite understand what the guy was talking about and what other world he meant, so he decided to ask his priest about this issue. The priest also did not understand what he was talking about, but he could assume that this master of people was talking about simple rumors. The mermaid began to laugh at this, because it was quite funny for her to hear such expressions, because she knew that only heaven was capable of such things. And after her words, the king added that the world ends in this meadow. The other world that the guy is talking about simply does not exist. This answer was enough for the guy because he wanted to check whether the king could recognize the Eye of Truth, and he also realized that the monster knew nothing about the other world. What a disappointment it was for the guy, the king who knows less than him, just because he was stuck in his own little world. So the guy immediately took out his sword and prepared to fight. The king realized that apparently the guy had made a decision, but still tried to ask him again. Qin Feng answered him that if he agreed to serve, he would give up humanity, and he would not want to become a traitor. But the guy will happily change his mind if the king can defeat him in a fair fight. The king looked at him with a rather thoughtful look, because it seemed that he understood how strong the opponent was standing in front of him. The man was incredibly excited, because he urgently needed to convey a message for Mr. Miyamoto. The warrior understood that since this man was running so hard towards him, this message was quite important, so he decided to listen to what the man would tell him. He immediately began to tell him that a newcomer from village number 911 with a C-rank talent is leveling up incredibly quickly, and he himself is from the land of the dragon. He will become number 1 in the blink of an eye, and many squads want to make friends with him. The samurai understood that if they allowed a resident of the dragon country to rise in the ranking, then the residents of country P might later have difficulties, especially since this is not the first person who has contacted him about this. Therefore, he decided to use his bet token on the village 911. The winner this time will be one of the first numbers in the ranking from both teams. Meanwhile, Qin Feng tried with all his might to somehow break through the defense of this big man, but so far he had not succeeded very well. But the main problem is that he essentially can't hurt him, and if he doesn't, he essentially has no way of knowing whether he has the ability to heal or not. Meanwhile, while the guy was thinking, the king was preparing for a new attack, which would clearly be much stronger than all the previous ones. Qin Feng was still able to install a physical barrier that he extracted from the mammoth. It was a mistake that the guy made and for which the king punished him and dealt him a rather strong blow. In addition, the barrier that the guy miraculously managed to install did not help him at all, and now he is really seriously injured. After this blow, the king added that the guy has quite high potential. His skills are well suited to the Mammoth clan, and he decided to give him one last chance to change his mind. Qin Feng had not felt this bad for a long time, but he felt so good when he realized that he actually had another backup plan, after which he stood up and added that if the king wanted the guy to join him, then he invited him to leave, and the guy would accordingly be the king of the mammoths. Obviously, such words could only infuriate the Mammoth King, but it seemed that this was all the guy really wanted. He decided to use his maximum strength to punish this ungrateful kid. The king decided not to spare the guy, and immediately used one of his most powerful skills, namely quicksand, in which Qin immediately got stuck and would have to try to get out of them. The guy understood that this was a rather strong talent of the king, and it irritated him incredibly, but so far he could not do anything with it. Qin Feng decided to use the solidification technique in order not to completely sink into these sands. He was lucky, because this technique worked at the last moment, and he still managed to stop his descent underground. He noticed that his techniques began to work much slower, and because of this he almost got stuck in the ground. While he was thinking about how difficult it was to get out of this technique, the mammoth decided to deliver another blow, which Qin managed to dodge. But in any case, he won't be able to run forever, so the guy immediately used his new skill and shot spikes right from under his cloak. This dealt dozens of blows per second to the king's body, but it seemed that he didn't even feel it. How was this even possible? The mammoth was hit by spikes engulfed in hellish flames, but even this did not help inflict any injury on him. Again, he thought too much about why he couldn't hurt this monster, and for this he received an unexpected blow, which unfortunately he could not block. The king has already begun to tell the guy that he needs to try a little more, because even after so many blows, the king does not see a single scratch on himself. These words hurt the guy incredibly strongly, so he decided that he would not just scratch the mammoth, but destroy it once and for all. Once he was able to accumulate enough energy, he was able to release hellfire right at the mammoth. The king stood with full confidence that his defense would be able to withstand all the attacks of this guy and would not even be able to scratch him. But at one point he realized that his defense was not so flawless and it was also failing. Qin was too angry. But finally he was able to break through his defenses, and he noticed that the king's regeneration was much less than that of that guard. Although on the other hand, he understood that this could be the effect of hellfire. But in any case, you shouldn't relax, because the Mammoth King has become even angrier and is about to launch another attack right now. And so it happened. He created a huge fist in earth, which flew straight at the guy. Qin Feng couldn't think of anything better than to simply catch this huge stone with his own hands and then apply the hardening of the sand again. But to his regret, he has too few stamina points left, and using the talent is simply impossible at the moment, which left the guy in shock. The king, looking at this guy, admired him, but then still added that it seemed that because of the kindness of the mammoth, he understood something wrong. Qin Feng was at his limit, because the hellfire that he used against the king had spent almost all his stamina points, and now it would be incredibly difficult for him to continue this fight. Also, the king was not going to stop there and dealt the guy several dozen blows at once, which could have destroyed the guy, given how poor his condition was. The girl could no longer just look at it because she understood that her friend could simply be beaten, but she couldn't really do anything about it. An incredibly strong panic immediately began in her head, which at one moment gripped her, And if she had not remembered Qin Feng's voice, which once calmed her down, then most likely she would have simply burst into tears. And suddenly she remembered how the guy told her that if during a battle her characteristics decrease, then her options will be limited. Usually it's enough to eat to recover, but if the situation is emergency, then you can also use spiritual plants or fruits, and this way you can instantly recover. But the problem was that they had to be used immediately after being picked. Otherwise, the effect would be greatly reduced. But she understood that this was the only chance to help Qin Feng, so she decided that she would do everything in her power. Therefore, she decided to try to ask for help from others, and wrote in the general chat that she was now with Qin Feng while he was fighting in a challenge with a stake on resources, and the situation was extremely difficult, because he urgently needed spiritual plants and fruits. So she asked for help everyone who can. Qin Feng thought that this was most likely the end of his story, when suddenly he began to hear a notification coming to him that he had been given a large number of fruits and plants. He clearly understood what they could be used for, so he immediately grabbed the first flower he came across, and he began to eat it, which caused incredible anger in the Mammoth King, because he did not fully understand what this man could be up to. The guy did not answer him and simply continued to eat as much fruit as possible, which significantly helped him restore his stamina level. He was able to restore his energy to such an extent that the flames simply came out of his body on their own, and that only meant one thing, that he was ready to continue the fight with this Mammoth King, and this time he was sure that everything would be completely different. After which he immediately launched a new attack, which the Mammoth King did not expect. After all, he thought that he was done with the guy, and all that remained was to finish him off. But now his face was right in front of him, and the guy answered him that he was going to destroy the king of the mammoths right now. This monster simply could not understand how such a pathetic person could do this to him. But in any case, he will never know the answer to this question, because Qin Feng, unlike him, was still able to deliver the final blow, which pierced the king through. The guy finally admitted to him that initially he really wanted to cut off his head with one blow, but apparently he'll have to play with him a little more. Everyone who watched this battle could not believe what was happening, because they had never seen anyone stronger than their king. After the guy finally finished off the king of the mammoths, he received the core of the king of the earth element. All the mammoths who remained alive in this camp immediately decided to avenge their king and gathered to take revenge on this guy for their king. The guy immediately warned them not to even count on winning just because there were so many of them. Qin Feng realized that he immediately needed to distribute his stats equally in order to continue the fight, and as soon as he did this, he felt that he had become much stronger. He successfully destroyed all the mammoths that were there, and it didn't matter to him how many there were, because he could destroy each of them with just one blow. The king's advisor gave them advice on how best to fight with this type of opponent. He suggested that they hide behind their brothers, and as soon as the guy destroys one of them, the second one immediately flies out and unexpectedly delivers another blow. He was also sure that the guy would never ever be able to cope with such a huge number of warriors alone, because this is simply impossible in reality. Qin Feng thought a little differently, and instead of 1,000 words, he responded by again using his hellfire, which burned the mammoths one by one, after which he realized that this entire herd was now commanded by this particular shaman, which greatly disturbed him. Therefore, the guy decided that first he would need to finish off this particular shaman, who was interfering with him too much. The shaman realized that he was under attack, and he could not have expected such a turn of events. As soon as Qin Feng swung his hand to destroy this shaman, a mammoth jumped out in front of him at the last moment. The guy understood that the other mammoth blocked the blow with his body for a reason. He began to think that the mammoth shaman also had the ability to control animals. The shaman simply did not understand how the guy was able to demolish and destroy such a large mammoth that jumped out in front of him with one blow. In any case, he ordered everyone who was left to attack this guy and not let him get close to him, after which he decided that it was too dangerous for him to stay here, and before running away he added that he would definitely return with an entire army of mammoths to destroy the guy. Qin Feng simply couldn't believe that this guy just ran away. In any case, he decided that he wouldn't just let him escape, so he took his sword and pointed it straight at the shaman's head. The guy was surprised by this decision, because the shaman was able to distract him in order to escape himself, and it seems that this mammoth is smart enough to use such tricks. But now this is not so important, because he continues to be attacked by those mammoths who are not very smart. Therefore, the guy decided that it would be best to destroy them with one single blow, and not waste time just like that. For such a successful massive blow, the guy received a colossal amount of experience, and was also lucky and dropped a bronze chest. All the guys who watched how strong Qin Feng could be simply could not believe their eyes, and even began to assume that he was a demon. But in any case, they were incredibly grateful to him for everything, and decided to give him a small gift for saving them. They understood that he had helped them incredibly much, but unfortunately they had nothing more valuable for these fruits, so they asked to accept them in honor of their gratitude. At first, Qin Feng upset them a little because all these fruits were of too low a level, and they were unlikely to be able to help him with anything. But then he still added that he would accept their gift, and he was quite pleased to do so. Suddenly, a small chicken crawled out of this set of fruits and screamed incredibly loudly. Li immediately began to apologize to Qin Feng for this not entirely pleasant moment, after which he added that this useless item fell out to him by accident, and he forgot to throw it away. But for the guy it was quite interesting, because for the first time he saw such a useless creature, and he thought about how it could be used. He accepted all these items, and then decided to continue on his way, and told the guys that the monster zone of the 10th level was not the place where they should be, so he advised them to quickly leave here. Of course, they were a little surprised that he decided to leave so quickly, but on the other hand, they were incredibly pleased that Qin Feng was worried about them. The girl at that moment was thinking that although they had not been together for so much time, she was sure that he was the one who decided to become stronger than everyone else. She knew that the place where he would go next was inaccessible to ordinary people like her, but everything was fine. She would be like the other hundreds of thousands of the same people and would just continue to watch him. At this time, Qin had already killed all the mammoths that stood in his way, and from the entire clan there were only 2 Nagas left, who swore to him that they were actually just dancers and begged him for mercy. The guy scanned one of them with his eye, and noticed that one of them had 0 combat strength, which completely confirmed their words. But the guy was interested in something completely different. He noticed a rather interesting thing on the girl's body, as he thought it was a plant from the ground which he successfully extracted. But still, the guy couldn't just let these girls go and ask them to answer his questions, and then he would spare them. Subsequently, he still let them go, because he understood that he was unlikely to ever need such strange talents that they had, like a charming dance and a flexible waist. He decided that first, he needed to go further to complete the mission of the 5 elements. And along the way, he decided that he would look at all the awards that he received in battle. Suddenly, the guy noticed that whoever lost to him in a fair fight on a bet was spreading rumors about him that were not true. But this amused the guy incredibly, because he understood that these creatures would not admit defeat until they themselves got it. And since it came to this, he would personally show them how he carried out mission after mission. The resource bid token can only appear once, and can only be activated by the person with the highest level. And one of these tokens was still used by Qin Feng to punish everyone who spread bad rumors about him. It was also worth remembering that each newcomer village has only 1 token. In each zone, you can only use 100 tokens, and this was the 79th bet. Qin Feng was a little surprised when he learned that there were actually restrictions on the use of these tokens, because he believed that this could not happen here. But he knew very well that this was done only to push the cowards to action and make them hungry for new levels and battles. Just like Edward and Miyamoto, who dared to take a risk and activated their tokens because they thought they were the strongest. Because those who find this token often immediately give it to the strongest in the village. Luckily for the guy, he was able to use this token and activate this bet quite on time. But before this bet was active, the guy was given the choice of a single bet, which would affect only 1 village, or a team bet, which would cover many villages. And the guy was incredibly happy about this, because he was just thinking about how he could cover it at once, 20 settlements. This time he was confident in his choice, and wanted to teach them all a lesson once and for all that they would never forget. Qin Feng once again familiarized himself with the reward and punishment in case of defeat, and proceeded to activate this bet. A few seconds later, each of the participants received a notification that Qin Feng from village 911 had used a bet on resources, and a team bet was being held in the entire zone for the first time. And in order to determine the winner, it was necessary to destroy as many ferocious beasts as possible, and the camp that first collects 1,000 points. All the people from Qin's village were so glad that they had such a wonderful leader, who does not allow absolutely anyone to insult the country of dragons, and everyone shows who is really on top here. But one guy began to worry that they might lose in this battle, but 2 other guys immediately began to calm him down, who believed that Feng Qin probably had a plan for victory and everything would be fine. But even for them, it was unexpected to hear that they now had 2 teams, one of which included only 3 villages, and as many as 24 fought against them, and it was obvious that Qin Feng's village was not entirely in a winning position. As soon as they announced that they would bet on resources, one of Mr. Sir Miyamoto's assistants told him that they had 12 people of the 5th level, 9 people with the 4th level, and 6 with the 2nd level. But the gentleman didn't even want to listen to him and asked the guy to close his mouth because he didn't care how many people they had. He thought that time Qin Feng won only because he cheated, and this time it definitely won't work. The man waited an incredibly long time to finally take revenge on him for everything and time to repay for what he had done. The Sir swore to himself that if he lost this time, he was going to pay with his life because he could no longer bear such shame. The bet will officially begin in 10 minutes, and during this time, Qin decided to open all the chests and sort out all the rewards that he received for the battle with the mammoths. In the end, his image changed incredibly a lot. Now he has completely new armor, and along with this, he received a bunch of stat points and several new skills as a gift. Qin now felt incredibly strong and renewed, and all this was thanks to the update of his equipment, and now his tactics would be completely different. Now his characteristics have increased significantly, and his combat strength has become 29, which is several times greater than that of other newcomers in his village. All he wanted at the moment was to challenge the new Beast Kings as much as possible and do with them the same thing as with the Mammoth King. And he decided to move on to his mission where he was given advice to form 4 teams of 10 people, and so that everyone had level 10. And for the guy, it was quite strange. Is this boss really quite strong? Is this boss stronger than a mammoth? He understood that he should not underestimate such animals, because he almost lost to the Mammoth King, so the guy decided to prepare a little for the battle. Poison is one of the greatest equalizers in human history, because with its help a weak girl can kill a strong man. One person can single-handedly destroy an entire group, but some consider poison to be a weapon of the weak. Others think that any weapon with which you can destroy your enemies is useful. Ricin is one of the 10 strongest poisons. It is extracted from castor beans, and they are several thousand times more toxic than arsenic, and 1 milligram is enough to kill instantly. The most famous killer with ricin appeared several decades ago. He was an international spy who used the tip of an umbrella, which was smeared with ricin, to quietly and imperceptibly destroy his victim. And when the guy saw the seeds on the naga, he came up with a plan. He decided to use his talent again and extract the element of poison. Qin Feng looked at the result and realized that this poison would be enough to kill 2 or 3 fierce beasts. So he decided to first mix snake venom and ricin to get something much more interesting. As a result, he came up with an unknown poisonous object that had an incredibly strong poisonous power. As soon as he received this item, he immediately had an incredible desire to test this item in action, and how he wanted some ferocious monster to appear here. And as if by his order, a huge ferocious beast of the 10th level appeared in front of him, which the guy immediately called to him. 1 drop of this guy's miracle remedy was able to destroy the wild beast instantly, and it even became a little scary what it could do to his other enemies. The guy considered himself simply a genius who was able to invent a new weapon that would change the course of his battles. But first, he decided that he needed to prepare as much of this poison as possible, after which he would not mind going to the ants and killing them all with the help of this poison. On the way, the guy discovered huge deposits of iron ore, which he could easily use to build anything. Therefore, he decided that for now, he would take a few units of this item for himself, because it could be quite useful to him. Suddenly he noticed a large number of ferocious animals, which, as it turned out, were devouring this metal, and these creatures were called worker ants. Qin decided not to wait long, and went on the attack, and was able to deal with these creatures with incredible ease, for which he received their skills. But it was worth admitting that this process began to take a lot more energy from him, which was quite unpleasant. It was also worth noting that although these creatures are not particularly intelligent, they were quite difficult to deal with, because they have a rather strong will to live. And the main problem was that if he couldn't pierce their brains enough in time, they would continue to attack him, even though they had lost half their body. This was so stressful for the guy. So at one moment he thought about using his poison, but on the other hand, these overgrown ants were everywhere here, and they moved in large groups. So he understood that it would be quite difficult for him to cope with them with his current strength. He decided that he needed to immediately figure out how he could gather them all in one place, after which he would deliver one rather strong blow and thus destroy them with one blow. Without thinking for a long time, Qin Feng decided to do something quite simple. He began to call the ants to him and literally begged them to come closer to him, after which he decided to add fire and threw the head of their comrade straight towards them, from which they began to make incredibly unpleasant sounds. But Qin Feng not only didn't understand what they were saying, but he even liked the squeal they made. In any case, he realized that it was time to stop playing with these creatures, so he began to concentrate the freshly made poison in his hands and was ready to strike. He understood that this was almost the only chance to destroy all these ants with one blow, so without hesitation for a long time, he threw this poison directly at them. It was not a fire or earth blow that would cause a powerful explosion. It was more like rain in broad daylight, but the guy was sure that it would be no less powerful in destruction. Some continued to climb up to the guy, and some began to fall down, and the guy realized that the poison was affecting them because he began to receive notifications about gaining experience. Qin Feng incredibly liked the fact that each ant gave so much experience, so he decided to finish them off a little and finally win this fight. Just as he was about to strike again, the panel suddenly distracted him because it was so urgent to warn the guy that he had already received his 300 points. But Qin Feng did not let him finish and said that he already knew this very well, so he asked him not to send him this reminder anymore, because as long as there is a reward, he will do everything for the sake of victory. This, as it turned out, was not all, and another reminder came that if his side won, he could receive an additional reward, and this news became incredibly interesting to the guy. While the guy was listening to advice and reminders, the commander of these ants, who was especially strong and his will to live was many times greater than that of his subjects, began to get closer and closer to him. Qin began to realize that if the poison did not get into the eyes, then it was essentially completely useless, so he decided that it would be better to use it right now. He used one of his new earth techniques, with which he released many bayonets that impaled the body of the ant, and thus they simply had no chance of survival. But in any case, even this was actually very little, because their number was too large, and besides, they realized that they could run away to avoid being hit by an attack. The guy was surprised that they were so smart, but still believed that they were too naive, because at such a close distance he could not miss. But suddenly, right in front of him, something began to crawl out of the ground and it interrupted the guy and all his thoughts. It was a huge stone that the ants began to throw at. And for the guy, this was actually not surprising, because they are monsters of the highest levels, and they must be smart. But he couldn't even suspect, in fact, that they could be so smart, because their commander not only ordered them all to close their eyes so that the poison would not enter their body, but he also decided to complicate the guy's defense and chanted them, "The movements are just him." In addition, they began to throw stones at him from various directions in order to distract him, and the situation began to turn out not very well for the guy. Since long-range attacks were no longer effective, it was time to change equipment and go into close combat, so he immediately took out his sword. Even the ants that were simply climbing the rock were actually just distracting him, and now he will have to fight a rather difficult battle. Realizing this, Qin Feng understood that the battle was unlikely to be fair, if only because there were 1,000,000 times more of them, and as if the army of these entities would never end. But in any case, no one was going to give up, especially since the guy had a mammoth belt, the armor of the Mammoth King, protection of a magic crystal, and many different skills. So he immediately told them that they definitely wouldn't be able to harm him, but he thought that they would their worst nightmare. Until this moment, he had successfully dealt with every ant that at least somehow tried to get the guy. But in any case, his strength is far from endless, and sooner or later he will begin to get tired. And at one moment he realized that he was beginning to lose to these creatures, because he destroyed one, and 2 more took his place, and it was too difficult to resist them. Qin Feng understood that their number was so huge that even if he managed to defeat them, he would most likely drown in their corpses, and the guy clearly did not like such an end. They flew at him in huge heaps, and at times it was very difficult to fight them off, so the guy decided that it was time to use his hellfire. This skill was too strong, because it simply burned these monsters alive, and even their armor did not help them. But Qin Feng decided not to stop there, so he asked them to look very carefully at his final movement, after which they would have to say goodbye, after which he flew up to a low altitude and released an incredibly huge amount of fire that could burn literally everything in its path. Qin Feng released such a strong blow that he didn't even notice how he simultaneously managed to destroy the commander of these ants, for which he gained quite a lot of experience. But in any case, this was only the commander of this detachment. And the main boss of these monsters was the queen, who, for reasons unknown to the guy, still remained in her den. Yellow eyes suddenly glowed in the darkness, inside of which one could see extreme destruction and chaos. But it turned out to be just another ant that hid in its house and decided to attack. But Qin Feng dealt with it too easily. After such a rather difficult battle, the guy calculated that he now has 800 personal points, and the village has a total of 867. And if you add all this together with the points of the allied villages, then they should soon reach the first 1,000. Therefore, this only motivated him more, and he decided to check if there was anyone else left here who could bring him even more points. But it seemed like there was absolutely no one else who could give him points because even the ants were gone. Therefore, he decided to go inside the cave from where these ants climbed out. And the first thing he felt was very humid air, and the earth was so soft, but the most unusual thing was that it smelled like chocolate. He once read in a book that ants secrete an alarm pheromone from their glands when they are in danger, and he began to assume that it was this that gave the smell, which was incredibly similar to chocolate. As soon as he walked deeper through this tunnel, he saw how these goosebumps were quite well prepared for his arrival, and it was even a little pleasant to realize this. He caught this queen at the moment when she was screaming incredibly loudly, and at first it was not entirely clear what was happening. But then he saw another ant take away the egg from her, which in all likelihood she had just given birth to. It was a bit of a creepy scene and quite difficult to watch, so Qin Feng didn't really want to linger in this place. But it seems that this will not happen, because one of the ants had already attacked him, while at that moment he was thinking that it is not for nothing that this queen ranks 4th among the 5 great kings of beasts, because with her incredible ability to reproduce, even 10 king's mammoths would not dare to face her. As expected, he was easily able to repel the attack of the ant that was hunting him, but in any case, he did not know what to do with the queen. After all, even these small ants attack quite well, and almost inflict good blows on him. If not for his reaction, he would hardly have reached this stage at all. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some kind of wave that made him incredibly dizzy, and he didn't quite understand what was happening. But looking at the queen, everything became clear, because it was she who made these unpleasant sounds that put the guy into such a not entirely controllable state. And she did this not only to put the guy into such a state, but also so that her subjects would pay attention to her new enemy. Qin Feng finally realized that she had used the mineral deposits and covered all the ants with black metal armor. It was not as stupid as he thought at first glance. This was definitely an incredibly cunning move on her part. But even at this, she decided not to stop and ordered each ant to go on the attack and destroy the stranger who had entered their cave. Qin Feng was not afraid of such an attack, because he understood that outside the cave, he was able to destroy more than 100 people like them, and he was not worried at all. He went into battle as confidently as he had before, only this time everything was different, just because he could end them once and for all, and this could not help but make him happy. The guy knew that these ants could bite 1,000 elephants, but in any case, even they with their armor would not be able to oppose anything to the absolute power that Qin Feng possessed. It didn't matter to him how many of them attacked, because he looked at them only as an experience that could give him a new level, so he destroyed one by one. He knew several weak points of these creatures, so destroying them became much easier with each blow. Looking at all this, the queen was already starting to get nervous that she might lose, because the guy unexpectedly dealt with her entire army, and he, looking into her eyes, continued to do this with a smile, because he knew that she would be the next victim. As soon as he demolished another batch of ants, she immediately began screaming that this was simply impossible, and how could he even do it? Qin Feng told her that he had only removed the garbage that was preventing him from delivering the fulfillment of destiny for the Ant Queen herself. She understood that this was most likely the end of her, so without thinking for a long time, she used another trump card that was in her arsenal, and it was some kind of sticky substance that she released straight from her mouth. Qin Feng understood that there was no way he could dodge in the air, so he would have to take this blow. At first, he didn't even understand what had happened, because this blow actually had absolutely no effect, and at first he thought it was a hoax. But as soon as his hands began to smoke, he realized that there was something wrong with this spit. After a few seconds, he realized that it was caustic formic acid, which could burn his entire arm and not even feel his armor. Even his strongest protection of the magic crystal was corroded, and this could only mean that it was the queen's trump card. But even after that, he continued to smile and was so glad that this queen met him. After all, his strength was much more powerful than she thinks, so he immediately began to prepare a new blow for this miracle woman. At that moment, she did not listen to his conversations, so she simply decided to spit at him again, in the hope that this time she would get hit with this acid. But it seems she did this incredibly late, because at that very moment, Qing Feng was able to strike back at her, which simultaneously blocked her blow and struck back. The woman couldn't say that she was somehow very upset, because she was essentially able to block the guy's blow, which he had been preparing for so long, and this is actually a pretty good result. But no matter how happy she was, as soon as the smoke cleared a little, Qin Feng jumped out of it, who was already ready to chop her into small pieces. What actually happened was that he dealt an incredibly serious blow to her body, from which she would most likely never recover. The guy calmly landed after such a serious blow to the ground and was glad that this boring battle was finally over, because he was already pretty tired. The queen was still trying to do something, but the guy looked at her with disgust. He just decided to add to her that today she was finishing her story along with her ants. A few seconds later, the guy received a notification that he was able to cope with the Queen of the Ants, for which he received as many as 6,000 experience, as well as the king's core, and of course the treasured silver chest. Qing Feng couldn't help but rejoice at this wonderful news, as he was essentially able to obtain 2 cores from the kings in such a short period of time. After the next battle, his employee ran up to Lord Miyamoto, who told him that they had just collected another 62 points, and according to his calculations, their side only had about 600 points. This could not but please the Lord, because he understood that most likely they had an incredibly large lead over the country of dragons, and this time they still lost. But suddenly, his joy was interrupted by a notification in which they reported that the team of the Red Camp had scored the first 1,000 points and thus won. And from that moment on, in every village that lost, points began to be deducted. Most of Sir Miyamoto's servants simply could not move and began to beg him for help because they were already too weak, and also this game, which took away their last points of strength. The man froze in place because he simply did not understand what was happening and how he could solve this problem, because it just seemed to him that they were winning, but now his village was simply being destroyed. All the people who were there began to ask him for help and begged him to be saved, because they did not want to die so much. But the man continued to stand still and simply did not know what to do to correct this situation. He fell to his knees and looked at the ground and began to realize that they really had lost, although it just didn't fit in his head. While Qin was trying to sort out his affairs, he was a little disturbed by the ants that crawled there even after their queen died, and he tried to warn them that he would destroy them if they continued in the same spirit. He also added that if they wanted to avenge their ant queen, he asked them to first become as strong as possible. Suddenly they seemed to listen to him and began to run away somewhere, which was a rather unusual phenomenon, after which the guy received a message that his reward would soon be calculated, and he could only wait a little. Qin suddenly remembered that their camp had won while he was busy killing the ants, so he ignored the message, so he decided that it was time for him to see what they gave him for it. After destroying the ants and their queen, he received 6 silver chests, so he believed that it was not in vain that he spent so much effort on destroying these animals. But the most important thing he noticed was that while he was busy with his own affairs, he was unexpectedly given the 10th level, which couldn't help but make the guy happy, after which he saw that a button appeared with the level value, which could tell what mission awaited him next. To begin with, the system congratulated him on receiving level 10, and then asked him again if he wanted to activate the mission of the future head of the village, the reward for which was a scroll of the head of the village and a golden chest. The guy slightly doubted this, so first he decided to read the mission description, which said that he needed to go to the 10th level zone, which is called the Grave Desert. And there he had to find a lost village, and in it, solve a riddle and destroy the devil. The reward for the mission is a scroll from the head of the village and a golden chest. But to be admitted to this mission, you need to get level 10 and the title King of Newcomers, which the guy already owned. Becoming the head of a village is only the beginning of its development. A newcomer village without a leader will be dissolved, and the inhabitants will become refugees who will lose the protection of the newcomer's wooden house. And the newcomer village can develop and grow. The head of the village can lead the villagers to build an entire city or kingdom. The guy, after carefully listening to everything that was in the mission description, only the phrase was spinning in his head that it was a buried zone, a lost village, which can only be reached by chance. It's good that he found the key to the entrance to the lost village. Now he only needs to wait for the night to complete this mission first, and it would be cool to get more such useful things. He was excited, because the head of the rookie village number 911, this role would only suit him. Chin decided that he needed to prepare a little before going into the grave desert, so he decided to use all the stat points he had received first. He didn't wait long and literally immediately asked the system to do this and add them all. Every time this process began, the guy felt an incredible buzz, because he believed that there was simply no better feeling than the feeling of gaining strength. After receiving the touch enhancement from the ant, he only lacks the taste enhancement, and after extracting the D-rank frantic power from the ant general, it upgraded to the true C-rank power, and now has 5 times more power than before. He also took away the ability to control metal from the ant queen, and now he can create armor on his body from nearby black ore. But they created the poison of the ants themselves, so he cannot extract it in any way, and this is a very big loss for him. Additionally, after improving his metal control, he can use it along with darkness and telekinesis together to increase the destructive power of piercing. It was impossible not to note that the use of spiritual energy had also decreased by half, and this was an excellent skill that the guy clearly lacked before. He also reminded himself that he had an innate talent for releasing energy, which in fact could also come in handy at one point. After all, this talent is able to channel energy from the body to attack enemies, and it is something like an internal force that he can apply to weapons, which significantly increases the damage. He understood that piercing and releasing energy, these two skills were absolutely enough to deal with ordinary beasts, and using Hellfire wasted too much spiritual energy, so he knew that he needed to use it extremely carefully. This time he received many more awards, and this could not but please the guy. Therefore, after he finished inspecting all of his new skills and characteristics, he decided that it was time to begin the main presentation. And by these words, he meant that it was time for him to open those very chests that had been lying idle for quite a long time. But his joy was interrupted by Lu Xuan, who asked the guy for a personal conversation. Qin Feng didn't understand what the village's second newcomer needed 911 from him, and why even look for him. As soon as they got in touch, Li Xuan immediately began to say that he had an interesting thing and would like to exchange it with Qin Feng, if he doesn't mind, of course. As it turned out, he had a chest combining card and he would like to exchange it for a Bloodwolf battle sword. The feature of this card was that you can use 5 chests of a lower rank in order to create a chest with a higher rank. Qin Feng knew that the chance of getting a 4th level item from a silver chest is only 2%, while for a gold chest, this chance is 98%, and the remaining 2% allows you to get an item as much as the 5th level. Therefore, he understood that if you compare, then the golden chest is of course many times more valuable. Even 10 silver chests and perhaps the rest could not get so many chests. So this card is useless, and in his case he has quite a lot of silver chests, and he decided that the exchange would be quite beneficial for him. A few seconds after the exchange, this card was already in his hands and he incredibly wanted to start using it. As soon as he was able to open the golden chest, he received the boots of the wind god, which gave him plus 100 points to agility and incredible speed. But he did not stop there and opened the second golden chest, in which he found a necklace of shadow illusion, which allows him to create a shadow clone who can even fight. After all the discoveries, Qin Feng realized that he had 8 silver chests left. Eating them would give him gold chests, so he decided that he should try to post a message about the exchange in the general chat. He put up for exchange the battle armor of the Bear King and the boots of the Dark Shadow, and he wanted to exchange all this for 2 cards for combining chests. And while he was waiting for offers, he thought that very soon he would meet the second knight of this world. But without a doubt, he understood that there was no point in relaxing, and it was time to continue his hunt again. So as soon as he rested a little, he decided to immediately continue the search for those same jackals. After receiving the boots of the wind god, his speed increased significantly. Before, the journey took about 3 hours, but now it only took him 1 hour. And when he reached the lost village of the Grave Desert, the entrance should already be open. But first, he decided to destroy the monsters to gain experience. Then he decided to try new skills, and for this he received a bunch of characteristics and other quite useful things. Now he already had 21,700 experience out of 23,000, and the beginning had been made for obtaining the next level. His combat strength had reached the limit of 49 stars. At the same time, he was able to reach the limit of extracting ferocious beasts of the 10th level, and he only had to extract beasts of the 8th and 9th levels, which should not have been difficult. After which he realized that he would have to buy a large number of their corpses so as not to waste his time. He approached the very place to which he had been walking for so long. And it seems that the same process had already begun, and the guy was absolutely ready for this. Qin Feng was able to jump from a height without any problems, and did not even think about the fact that it could be incredibly dangerous there. But everything worked out, and this time he even managed to land better. After some time, he saw a portal from which it seemed that someone was trying to exit. And the guy was well aware of who could come out of this portal, so his mood became better every second. The jackals couldn't even imagine how the guy could become so strong, because the last time they saw him, he was so weak. Qin Feng answered them that they say that a person can change a lot in just 3 days, but he only came alone, and they are no longer his match. In addition, he then remembered that he said that he was immortal, but the guy simply did not know his weakness then, but now he knows it. He found a way out and decided to smash the jackal's head and see how he could survive. But it seems the jackal still failed to do this, because the guy again received a notification that he had successfully destroyed the Hellish soldier, and for this, in addition to experience, he received a fragment of the Seal of Darkness. Qin Feng knew that if he collected all 7 dark crystals, he could remove the seal of the demonic altar, and after that, he could free the demon and destroy it to cleanse the village. This was the task, and the first 10 people from the Blue Star world who completed this mission would receive 1 golden chest and 200 stat points, as well as doubling the current stat points. Surprisingly, the guy was the 7th to activate this mission, and he thought that when they talk about the world of the Blue Star, they mean their world. But still, the fact that 7 more people received this mission made the guy think that there are many hiding rankers in this world, and if he doesn't hurry up, he may not have time to get into the top 10. While the guy was thinking and reflecting on everything, a huge man with an axe jumped out from behind him, clearly not wanting to say hello. But the guy at that moment only heard a notification from the system, which told him that since Village 911 had won the resource bid many times, the mission had become twice as difficult. The fighting power of the evil creatures had been increased, as had the reward for their destruction. He was lucky that his reaction was at a high level, and he was still able to dodge the blow of this big guy, because a little more and most likely it would have been the end of the story. This man knew very well who he was standing in front of now, because he was already a fairly famous person who was the king of newcomers. But before he could start threatening again, Qin Feng used his speed and simply blew off this big guy's head. The guy was once again convinced that in fact, the level does not mean anything if there is no power, so there is no need to throw around words in advance. And the guy himself received level 11 and another dark crystal for this destruction. But before the battle was over, another incomprehensible character appeared behind the guy, who told him that this big guy was real trash, and now he would show how to try. Qin Feng was not too happy to see another warrior in front of him, but he still had to admit that this one would most likely be much stronger, because his strength was approaching 50 units, and this was probably due to the complication. The guy understood that if he died here, he might become another follower of the demon, which he wouldn't really want. His new opponent continued to tell him that the guy should not compare him to that fat guy, because he was the weakest of them all. Qin Feng became funnier every second, because he wanted to ask his opponent if he was ashamed to say such bad words about his friend. Moreover, the fat man is offended by all these words, so Qin Feng suggested that he go and apologize to his friend right now. Qin's opponent didn't understand where this guy had such strength, because he was only a level 11 beginner. But in any case, he didn't have to think long, because he received a good blow to the face as soon as he was a little distracted from the fight. Qin Feng was incredibly annoyed by the fact that everyone considered him a weakling just because he was a beginner, and also level 11. But the guy he was fighting with only began to get angrier after such a blow, and answered Qin that now he had made a huge mistake when he dared to touch him. He began to say that he could freeze everything he touched, and he would not be able to move if he did this to him, and then Qin would be completely in his hands. Qin did not expect such a strong technique from this upstart, but he still needs to urgently come up with something, because if he remains idle like this, his opponent will smash him into small pieces. It was too easy. The decision came to him essentially on its own, and he decided to use his talent, which destroyed the demon's follower, and received 8,000 experience for this, as well as another dark crystal for his collection. Then he added that he also forgot to say something. It's better not to approach him, because anyone who does this will immediately become experienced to increase his level. Sometime later, after the guy wandered around this area, he noticed that after the demon's roar, the fog became much thicker, after which several creatures came out to the guy, who were one of the guardians, and Qin Feng was glad to see such a meeting. because since he needs to collect 7 dark crystals, then there will be 7 followers, but the only thing is that he did not see the last guardian. But suddenly he turned around and realized that she was behind him, and he didn't even feel her approach him. This guardian looked too strange compared to the others, who with all their appearance showed that they were guardians. Qin Feng realized that something was clearly wrong with him at the moment. His head began to feel incredibly dizzy, and his body seemed to be immobilized, and he could not even move his hands. At one moment his body was transferred from one world to another, and he incredibly didn't care what happened to him. This feeling made him relax and forget about all the battles. After which he found himself in some field where a lot of flowers grew, but the guy could not understand what was happening to him. He tried to look around and understand what kind of place it was, when suddenly he again saw the same woman who was constantly smiling. Jin simply couldn't believe that she started dancing in front of him. It was incredibly strange for him. In reality, Qin closed his eyes and did not move while the girl controlled him. Other guardians immediately noticed the fact that this man had a rather weak mind, and because of this he would come to a quick end. Qin looked at this girl with rather loving eyes and succumbed to all her tricks. He himself did not mind coming closer to her. Their hands almost touched each other. The girl reached out to him as strongly as possible, and at the same time told him to do the same. The other guardians realized that there would be no better opportunity, so one of them ordered each of them to immediately go into battle. But their only problem was that they underestimated the guy, who was much stronger than they thought, because he could easily cope with an ordinary hallucination. Therefore, he used one of his talents here, and thus ended up behind the back of one of the guardians, who was the first to try to kill the guy. But unfortunately for him, this was the end of his story, and he became another victim of Qin Feng and gave him some experience, so that the guy continued to improve his level. The guy landed on his feet and added that their comrade was absolutely right. In fact, this was their best attack opportunity when he was really distracted, but now he is back with them and ready to continue having fun. The guardians simply could not believe what was happening, because before no one had managed to get out of the girl's hypnosis, and everything ended at this stage. The girl understood that he was much smarter than others, and he simply fooled them, so the illusion did not affect him. In any case, none of them was going to give up, so they immediately went on the attack, only now all together. Blow after blow they tried to get the guy, but no matter how hard they tried, it just didn't work out for them. The guy managed to dodge everything. At one point, he even managed to deliver a counterattack, which could incredibly damage one of the guardians. This was another kind of distraction, so that the girl could get closer to him, and she wanted to use her ability again. Qin Feng didn't understand what she was trying to achieve, because did she really think that if he didn't fall for it the first time, then this could happen the second time? But as soon as he swung his sword and struck, flower petals appeared instead of the girl, and the guy could not believe that he had fallen for her tricks again. Qin Feng didn't understand why he still saw this illusion, because he was sure that he felt like he was cutting it in half. In any case, he understood that these were not such simple rivals, and he needed to get together immediately, otherwise everything would be sad for him. And at one moment he still realized that this woman was most likely hiding in these petals. As soon as he tried to strike, he immediately received a counterattack, and it became clear that these petals were definitely blocking his view, and he should get out of this trap as soon as possible. He decided that the best way to get out was to jump as high as possible and use his talent for underground spikes. But it's not that it didn't work. The guy was still able to jump out of her trap, but the problem was that she also has earth magic, and she certainly took advantage of it. She lifted him higher to talk to him a little because he seemed to her an incredibly interesting young man. If only because he was able to destroy 2 level 15 spirits, although he himself is at level 11, this is worthy of praise and respect. Although on the other hand, she believed that he was unlikely to tell her anything, so she decided that she would simply end things with him so that the Spirit King could read his memories. But first, she decided to mock him a little for daring to deceive her, but she promised that it would be a fairly quick process. She wanted to teach him a lesson that he would remember for the rest of his life and would no longer make such stupid mistakes. Qin Feng understood that this girl was not as weak as everyone else and would have to tinker with her a lot longer because she was actually damn strong. He could not move his arms and legs, which meant that the only chance to attack would appear only when the crystal armor was destroyed, and then a gap would appear between his body and what was compressing him. So he ordered the crystal armor to be immediately removed. He still managed to free his hand so that he could deliver a counterattack, from which the girl herself would loosen this grip. The guy decided not to stand on ceremony and not look for easy ways, he concentrated the maximum of his energy and released a lot of hellish flames. After this, even this girl could not resist, and her appearance actually spoke for itself. She looked quite shabby, and it was clear that most likely this would be the end of her fight today. But finally, she decided to find out where he got so many talents from, because as everyone knew, a person can only have 3 talents, and that's the maximum. Qin Feng continued to listen to her, and what she was saying about how God should have gotten rid of him long ago. But it seems the guy didn't care at all about all her words. The guy simply brought his hellish flame closer to her head, because he incredibly wanted to take another crystal, and so it happened. He would destroy a king-level spirit, for which he received 10,000 experience in the last fragment. He understood that the spirits began to behave actively, and he decided to try to place all 7 dark crystals in special recesses on the altar and see what effect would then be. Qin hoped that with such actions he could remove the seal and release the spirit, and it seems that some kind of process has begun. He carefully watched this process and clearly saw that the power of the seal was weakening, and he understood that now everything should work out. Suddenly there was a big explosion, and a notification came from the system saying that Qin Feng was able to release the spirit. But there was still no reason to rejoice, because after he did this, he saw a huge monster, and he had never met such a frightening rank. This monster was called the Demon of Hatred. Its level was 17 and its combat power was approaching hundreds of points. The monster did not wait and immediately went on the attack on the guy, saying that it was all his fault, because it was the guy who destroyed everyone with his followers, ruined everything he had worked so hard on for 100 years. Qin Feng didn't listen to what this monster was telling him, because all that was in his head was that he struck him with one blow, and he literally can't feel his hand anymore. It's just incredible power. In the guy's eyes, one could observe horror and destruction, because in his eyes there was a reflection of this monster from which it was clear that he did not spare anyone or anything in his path. So he kept throwing punch after punch and trying to finish the guy off for what he did, after which he added that he considered the guy a pretty strong opponent, since he managed to destroy 7 of his followers. But it turns out that this was not so. What a pity. Qin Feng could not respond to this big guy's jokes, because now he was really fighting for his life, and he was lucky that his rods were quite strong and could withstand such force, although it was obvious that they would not be able to do so for long. As soon as the monster put more pressure on his hand and wanted to crush the guy, he managed to get out of this pressure at the last moment and save his life. Mentally, the monster still understood that not only did he not die from his attack, but he was also able to move quite quickly. After all, this boy was quite stronger than he expected, and it seemed that he would have to tinker with him a little longer. As soon as Qin Feng moved away from such a blow, he decided that he also needed to start attacks, because he would not be able to defend himself forever. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through the defense of this monster. Even his most powerful weapons simply did not cause any damage. Even when he used the power of rank 3 Hellfire, which is 10 times more powerful, it was still all useless, and he still couldn't break through the monster's defense. Therefore, he decided to resort to another option that he had not used for a long time, namely to try releasing energy. Qin Feng was able to fly above this monster's head and prepare to deliver one of his strongest blows. The demon put his 2 hands and thus was able to parry the guy's blow. It was too easy for him, which cannot be said about Qin Feng. The guy understood that now his affairs were really bad, because he practically had no more ideas on how to break through the defense of this monster. It was too strong for him. The monster was glad that the guy had something in his arsenal, and they didn't just fight with him in battle. He has quite a lot of strange techniques, but what a pity that they are completely useless against him. Qin Feng watched the monster go on the attack and only thought that he had actually already tried all the options, so he was already starting to think that he could simply fail this mission, and this could really be the end of his story. He realized that he needed to collect his thoughts as quickly as possible, because this is just a huge boss, and it's impossible that he doesn't have vulnerabilities. He could definitely miss something, and the sooner he understands what exactly, the more chances he has. And suddenly a smile appeared on his face again, which could only signal that he had found something that he had not tried yet, which meant there was still a chance. He immediately dodged the blow of this big man and delivered his blow to the very place that came to his mind. After such a powerful blow, even the monster could not withstand it and fell to the floor. Now the guy began to understand that the movable joints of the bones are quite difficult to protect. They became his weak point, where the guy had just successfully launched an attack. Thus, He caused incredible anger in this monster who was going to tear the small man into even smaller pieces. But as soon as Qin Feng felt the taste of victory, the monster would have to try to stop the guy, because he was no longer going to lose. At least the guy himself thought so, until he missed a rather unexpected and strong blow from the thug. It was a difficult blow that accidentally hit him. This blow could have broken all the guy's organs. Qin Feng lay practically unconscious, and with the understanding that his strength had increased significantly, and one blow was enough to break all the bones in his body. But fortunately, he managed to take away the talent of that woman in a white dress. Her healing skill automatically launched the regeneration process, and the wounds were able to heal in a matter of seconds. With this skill, even if his combat skills are inferior to those of his opponent, he can simply wear him down, but it was rather his backup option. The demon obviously did not expect the guy to be so tenacious, but Qin confidently told him that only he would die today, after which he again went into battle against the monster and tried to strike exactly in the place where he hit the first time. At one point in the fight, the monster thought that he could grab the guy and then crush him like a small insect. Qin Feng acted quite collectedly and used all his talents to the maximum, so he did not forget that he could summon a ghost clone. He knew that a ghost clone could only use half of the owner's power, but to use it, all 6 senses must be awakened. Fortunately, before he removed the seal from the demonic altar, he managed to obtain one-way fruit, thanks to which his taste abilities improved to F rank. Now all 6 senses are involved, which means you can use the taming skill and the ghost clone at the same time. While the guy was trying to cope with this demon, 2 other newcomers were already able to destroy their demons and take the first 2 places on the blue star, so the guy understood that he needed to hurry. The demon was already simply beside himself because he simply could not understand why the guy was so strong and where he even got such strength. The monster did not hide the fact that he had been observing the guy since he entered the village. Strength, speed, physical characteristics, and mental strength, all of which seemed to play an important role in awakening his talent. However, he could not call them outstanding. But after he was able to destroy Bai Ruo, he muttered something incomprehensible, and after that something clearly strange happened. Then his body was enveloped in a radiance and he could no longer see anything. Already the 3rd participant had taken a place in this blue star ranking, so Qin Feng understood that he already needed to apply something much more serious to get into this list. So he combined hellfire, energy release, rods, and poison, which ended up looking like the final blow that the guy was about to deliver, because he simply could not believe that his armor could not be penetrated. While Qin Feng was trying to defeat this demon, the newcomers carefully watched how many places were left, and this figure was already approaching 6. It was quite strange for them to see how until noon there was not a single case, but as soon as the first participant defeated the monster, they began to win one after another. In any case, the only thing they were worried about was that Qin Feng would be okay, because they could try to defeat this monster tomorrow. Finally, Qin Feng received that very cherished notification, which said that the newcomer from the 911 village had also destroyed the demon and taken 5th place on the blue star. He couldn't even get up right away, because this fight was the most difficult of his entire journey, so he needed to take a little breath and rest. The system began to notify that Village 911 was among the top 10, and in addition to the main rewards in the form of improved performance, they can find out the true state of affairs. They happily decided to see how things were going, and learned that the final testing of newcomers was in fact far from the final. Because a real nightmare awaited ahead, the protective barrier was destroyed, and heavenly punishment fell on the village. Even the forces of hundreds of people could not cope with this creature, and as the head of the village, the author of this story, could not protect its inhabitants, his comrades, and loved ones. He was the only one who lost in this battle, and to this day considers himself a non-entity. After this, the guy still lived for several minutes, during which he prayed that one day he would return and take revenge on the one who did this to his village. The devil himself became interested in this hatred and decided that such all-consuming hatred cannot simply be left behind. Therefore, he did absolutely everything to take this hatred from this person and transfer it to whomever he wanted. Qin Feng listened carefully to this story and was quite interested in listening and finding out how everything really happened. After the death of the headman, he became a hostage of a dark deity and turned into a demon of hatred. This deserted village was the territory that was in his possession. Now the guy understood why heavenly punishment was the last test that the village of newcomers would have to go through. But most of all, he was interested in how difficult this test could be, when suddenly he realized that this could actually become quite a serious problem. Qin Feng decided not to waste any more time. So the first thing he decided to do was create his own village, which he came up with the name Dragon Pool. As soon as he came up with the name, he immediately decided to go straight to the foundation. For the creation of such a village, each resident was able to gain new abilities, and their characteristics improved almost twice. Now they will be able to hunt monsters even easier. But that was not all. One of them noticed an interesting function. Now you can return to the hut in one click, and the guy decided to check it right away. But the girl did not agree with him, but it was too late. A few seconds later, the guy was actually able to find himself in his hut, and for him it was quite surprising. And not only for him, because everyone who used this function was incredibly pleased, because it can even save lives in a critical situation. They also noticed that in the hut, the rate of energy recovery is much higher, and with this return function, there will be no need to waste time on the road. Everyone who settled in the new village decided that they needed to immediately gather in the square and celebrate this holiday together. Just as they were wondering whether Qin Feng would be able to join them, he sent everyone a notification that he was now activating the general video broadcast function, in which he asked everyone to listen to him very carefully. At the end of the tests of the newcomers, the newly formed villages must withstand the attack of the Heavenly Punisher, whose combat power is 100 stars. He also told them that his main task is to destroy the newcomers' huts. As soon as this happens, they automatically become homeless, and 100 points are deducted from him. But the guy calmed them down and added that if the village can give a worthy rebuff to the Punisher, then everyone will receive a generous reward. And if they are strong enough to defeat him, then the number of rewards will be doubled, and they have 4 days. So he asked everyone as soon as possible reach level 10 so that they are stronger. In addition, as the village improves, they can get the right to build a guardian altar, so they will definitely be able to defeat the Punisher. And in order to move to the first level, they need to fulfill 5 conditions. The first is that the population should be more than 500 people, and they have already dealt with this. The second step is the headman should receive the title of budding emperor. The third, the headman's hut should be improved to the second level, and Qin Feng will take care of these 2 points. The fourth condition was that there should be at least 100 huts of the first rank. And the fifth, the number of people who reached level 10 should be more than 10. So he instructed them to fulfill the last 2 conditions, so they would have to work hard. Some guys immediately decided to start building as many huts as possible, and for this they needed materials such as wood, stone, and fur. One of them immediately suggested that they divide into groups and exchange what they could collect for the materials they needed, because it would be much faster this way, and quite a lot of people agreed with this plan. As soon as Qin Feng finished the video broadcast, he decided to look at the village, which had already been destroyed, and thought that coming to everything ready was quite a rarity. All the work in the village suddenly stopped after they all saw how Mr. Qin Feng's hut had improved to the next level, and they were all quite surprised by how quickly he was doing it. Blue Star, it's a polar night in the village. The vampire Marquis Brass decided to play a little and bit one of the people. At that moment, the Prince of Vampires, Dracula, decided to approach him, who was incredibly interested in finding out how things were going with them. The vampire answered him that all 900 residents of this village had already become members of their clan, and this was incredibly great news, because at this rate they could very soon become the most powerful village on this planet. Their next goal is to enter the top 3 villages at the next stage, and this time the system is generous with big bonuses, and the villagers who occupy the first 3 sisters will receive 50 points, and the headman will receive as many as 1,000. With these rewards, they would definitely be able to take the leading position on the Blue Star, but in any case, they understood that they needed to reach the 3rd level before the end of the test, before the end of the rookie competition, and they only had 5 days to do this. But Dracula answered his faithful friend that there is no need to worry about this, because there are only a few villages that can give them at least some competition. As for the Dragonpool village, he believed that even if some outstanding person appeared there, it would not change the general state of their affairs and would not affect their development in any way. He believed that there was no need to worry at all, because everything was going according to plan and they were able to take leading places. Qin Feng tried to manage his strength as best as possible in order to distribute the materials, because 1,000 points is quite an impressive amount. Moreover, he knew very well that this competition was limited by a time frame, and after summing up all the awards, the combat power was 89 stars, and he already had the title of Novice Emperor, so he believed that if he managed to win this competition, then most likely he would be able to defeat the Punisher. The third condition necessary for the village to move to the first level is to improve the village chief's hut to the second level, and for this he lacks an ice stone. He knew very well that the ice stones were in Lake Chiushui, where horned turtles live, and the thought of going there crept into his head. Moreover, he knew that by going there, he would be able to perform 2 tasks at the same time, and this was a pretty good exchange for him. Qin Feng once again donated a bunch of materials to his new village, which seemed to him to be in bad shape, and thought that using the exchange channel, you can donate resources and receive exchange points in return, which can then be used to receive items, after which he decided to use the source of the heavenly path, with the help of which it was also possible to obtain the necessary resources, such as kitchen utensils and household items. There are also stones of primary energy, by absorbing which you can get 100 units of energy, and energy can be obtained not only by destroying monsters. In this case, residents who do not have combat talents can lead a lifestyle suitable for them. And in the future, in such a village there will appear such professions as a miner and a butcher, which even without combat talents will be incredibly useful for the entire society. The village's resources are enough to feed and provide employment for these people. In addition, this will allow them to continuously improve their level. And while the village is developing in this direction, Qin Feng decided to go to that same lake and get materials to improve the village chief's hut. But as soon as he saw what was at the bottom of this huge lake, he realized that he simply did not have enough air for such a battle. He realized in time that he was playing a little too hard, and first he needed to come up with a plan that would help him in this task. But in any case, this was not the main problem that caught up with him, because as soon as he caught his breath a little, a huge underwater monster jumped out after him. This monster, like the others, underestimated the strength of the guy who, with the help of his talents, was able to quickly deal with this monster, for which he received a new talent of C rank, which was called the Spirit of Water. Qin Feng had already spent quite a lot of time underwater, and he became a little suspicious why he had not yet suffocated, until he realized that he had gills with the help of which he breathes. Many different creatures and monsters were planning to attack him again, but his mood almost spoiled, because he loved breathing underwater so much. It seemed to him the best feeling he had experienced lately. After some time, the guy realized that instead of defeating these animals, he could tame them and move around with their help. In addition, he had already been in this lake for more than an hour and still could not find a single crystal that he needed so much. It was quite strange, because this lake is quite large. He decided that the monster he had tamed was deliberately leading him in circles, but the crocodile swore to him that he really didn't know where to find the crystals he needed. The monster only thought that this guy broke into his home, separated him from his wife, and forced him to look for some crystals, but he promised his beloved that he would definitely return home. Suddenly Qin saw an incredibly large number of turtles, which interested the guy because they could be the key to finding the crystals. Therefore, he asked the crocodile to move as far away from him as possible, because the guy did not want to be responsible for his life. But then he added that if he dared to run away, he would definitely find him and make minced meat from him. The crocodile realized that it was better not to joke with this. Qin Feng decided that first they should get the royal core, and then they would go together to get the ice stone. The king of the horned turtles was quite surprised by this turn of events, because it was quite unexpected for him that a person of level 11 dared to disturb him and generally demand something from him. After which he decided that this man should be punished, and began to release an incredibly large amount of energy from himself, which almost carried the guy away from this lake, and Qin understood that the battle would again not be very easy. Suddenly he realized that all the turtles were lining up in one line to launch their attack. Although he had met mammoths and ants, who also attacked in groups, but even they did not have a common tactic that allowed them to attack much stronger. These turtles behave together and will attack together. In this case, their combat power was much greater than the guy's, and now he doubted that he could win. They started attacking the guy, and he managed to dodge the first blow, which was quite serious, but no one could guarantee that he would be able to dodge subsequent attacks. Qin began to understand that he could not use hellfire underwater, and other abilities had lost their effectiveness. Water was still not his element. This is essentially the advantage of monsters living in water. No matter how strong he is, it is still very difficult to deal with them. Qin Feng didn't really understand what to do in such a situation, but he was sure that if there was no way to lure them ashore, then first he needed to deal with the leader who controlled them. Although most of his skills are simply useless underwater, he still has the ability to use a combat clone, which will be quite useful in this situation. First of all, he he needs to somehow distract their attention, and only then deliver some blows. Chin did not think through his plan for long and simply sent his clone straight into battle and hoped that he would attract as much attention as possible. They immediately began to attack the guy's clone, and Chin understood that he couldn't just stay in the shadows and needed to act in the same way. Only then would this clone be of any use. While absolutely all the attacks and projectiles that the turtles could send were flying at his clone, Chin was trying to figure out how he could get to them, because he couldn't use his talents. The Turtle King was incredibly glad that they were able to destroy the guy, but then he realized that something was wrong here, because he could not give up so easily. And as soon as he turned his head back, he saw Chin Feng flying at him with the words that now the cockerel had definitely come to an end. After which Chin Feng struck with all the strength he could muster. But would it be enough to destroy the king? Apparently not, because as soon as he dealt this blow, the snake attacked him again, which clearly picked the perfect moment to attack. At the last moment, Chin Feng managed to use his Shadow Path skill, which pinned the water cobra in place and it was unable to continue its attack. After the guy was able to strangle the snake, the Turtle King went to the bottom with it, who was destroyed, and for this, the guy received a special item, the Royal Water Core. For destroying such a strong enemy, the guy was able to gain so much experience that this allowed him to move to the next level without problems. Now he is at 12. In any case, he still had a lot of things to do and it was time to get started. After the guy was able to cope with all the turtles, he was able to discover many new skills, and one of them was the skill of controlling ice or water. And he also succumbed to another new and rather deadly skill called Ice Storm, which gives him the ability to shoot arrows and form a tornado of ice and snow. And now he was glad that he took this risk. His thoughts were interrupted by the crocodile, who reminded the guy that they should continue to look for ice stones because he actually understood that he needed to adapt to this man because he destroyed the Turtle King, and the crocodile understood that he was unlikely to be able to compete with him. But if he serves him faithfully, then perhaps Chin will have mercy on him and let him go back to his wife. The girl looked at Chin Feng's photo and thought that this is only the third day, and this man has already managed to obtain the third royal core. This guy is really very strong. She was also surprised by how masculine he was, and she wouldn't really mind if they started an affair. But another girl interrupted her and asked her not to even think about it, because the people of the small Heliocosm are born weak, and they also do not have any innate abilities. And even if this guy reaches the rank of prefect, he still will not survive the war, much less to meet her. But she still wanted to dream about it at least a little, because the resources of his village had actually increased significantly, which means the difficulty had increased proportionally. And in this situation, it would be quite difficult to complete the task. And the most difficult thing was not finishing off the core at all. In any case, the girl was most looking forward to the battle on the Dragon Slope, and only thought that it would be a rather exciting battle. It was quite strange for Chin Feng, because usually Liu Xuan was inferior to Liu Yuan, but only half an hour passed and everything changed. What did they do there that their levels grew so much in such a short amount of time? And this Qi Jie, he was not even in the top 10 before was. Then the guy noticed that in the general chat, there was an active conversation about some primary energy stones, and he could not believe that they were so in demand. Chin Feng was glad that his residents were quite smart, and were able to raise their level to this level. This is quite unusual. Donate a novice weapon to get 2 contribution points. 1 primary energy stone costs 10 contribution points, and Liu Yuan and Qi Jie sell primal energy stones for 10 novice weapons each. By doing all this, they remain in the black by 10 contribution points, and then exchange them for stones of primary energy and absorb them, which is why they managed to pump up their level so quickly. The village is gradually developing, and when Chin Feng looked at the current progress, he understood that there is a chance to defeat the Punisher. Suddenly, all his thoughts were suddenly distracted by some rather strange sound, which was slightly similar to someone's scream. In the forest, several people mocked the girl, and at one moment they felt incredibly sorry that she had nothing valuable, because in this case, they simply could not let her go. She screamed with all her might and asked to leave her alone, because Elder Chin would find out about this, to which they answered her that he was nothing to them, because if he really wanted to help them, then he would not have focused on how to increase his level. They believed that he was simply selfish and a hypocrite. Suddenly the girl stopped screaming, and at one moment she felt much better because she saw what she wanted so much. After all, it was Mr. Chin Feng who came to her aid just in time and destroyed these guys, because they believed that they were not worthy of life. This kind of thing cannot be avoided, and Chin understood this very well, because in this world everyone is in constant motion, participating in a race that simply has no end. Some people follow the rules and continue to move on despite problems, but there are those who are just waiting for the opportunity to cheat or harm other people. And Qin Feng knew that the only way out in this case would be to become much stronger in order to prevent something like this from happening again in the dragon pool. After the guy helped this girl, he asked her to go to the village and upon arrival warn everyone to beware of such scum. She was incredibly grateful to Qin for his help, and in general for everything he does for them. The guy knew that after they raised the level of the village, they would need to become more familiar with the powers of the village headman, because in fact it would be great if the function of issuing an arrest warrant was provided. Then no one would dare to commit atrocities on his territory. And all people with similar thoughts will live and beware. He believed that this was a good option, but he would deal with it in any case a little later. Using the animal control function can significantly save travel time. But unfortunately, the level of all the wild animals that are encountered along the way is too low, and none of them are suitable for the role of a spiritual pet. He also thought that it would be nice if he found a spirit beast in the next treasure chest. Finally, the guy was able to find what he had been looking for so long, and it was the demonic plant Rafflesia. He began to mindlessly attack these creatures, because it was impossible to tell by their appearance, but they were actually incredibly dangerous and deadly flowers. At some point, they even began to scream in pain, and the guy was quite shocked that even flowers could speak in this world. But at one point, these voices turned into something big, and the guy began to get motion sickness, and it was quite unpleasant. He began to understand that this was not an ordinary sound, but some kind of hallucination, which was quite difficult for him to get rid of. At one point, these beautiful flowers turned into monsters, each of which was ready to swallow the guy alive, after which they began to release some kind of sticky substance on him, which literally drove the guy into a trap. Not only could he not move, but in addition, this substance burned through his clothes and even in some places his skin. He tried with all his might to get rid of it, and at one point he realized that it was a kind of poison that could easily end him. The guy collected his thoughts and realized that in this way they are just restoring their strength. That's why they have the ability to immortality. But on the other hand, this is just a level 15 demonic plant. Therefore, the guy realized that he actually had nothing to be afraid of, and he simply continued his attack, which should have been successful, and it was, because after a few seconds, it became clear that this poison did not affect him, and it was better for these plants to run away. Qin Feng easily caught up with each flower and was quite surprised that they were so smart, although this did not help them. But by destroying several of these animals, he managed to obtain the core that was necessary to upgrade the huts to the 3rd level. But that was not all, because he knew that an ordinary sword is capable of cutting off a flower that can regenerate. But if he uses hellfire, then the regeneration process will not start, and then by destroying them all, he will receive about 100,000 units of energy and more than 20 points. As soon as he dealt with the next flower, he finally noticed that his combat power had reached 87 stars. Such rapid improvement only spurred him on even more. He once again activated his True Eye skill in order to check how many opponents were left, but soon came across another interesting object. It was a huge hive in which there were a lot of bloodthirsty bees, although their combat power was several times less than that of the guy. But in any case, there were a lot of them, and they were quite strong opponents. Qin Feng understood perfectly well that there were too many of them, and if they all attacked, then problems could not be avoided. Then it would be incredibly difficult to defend, and it seemed like this was the best time to try new skills. It is always very difficult to activate a new talent for the first time, but this time the guy did it with pleasure, because this new skill was called Ice Storm. A rather small cloud was created under it, from which small needle-like arrows began to fly out and destroy these bees one by one. At one point, he began to gain an incredibly large amount of experience, because there were incredibly many bees, and they gave no less experience for them, and this brought him level 13 quite quickly. After using this skill, the guy was able to destroy as many as 3,000 shoulders in one swing, which couldn't help but please him, although on the other hand, he couldn't expect anything else from a 4th level skill. But this was not the end, because the guy understood that the main monsters here were far from bees, after which he pointed his finger forward and said that he would be the next to die. The guy meant a demonic plant called the Dry Tree Witch, whose combat power was approaching 53 units. As soon as the guy said this, the girl woke up after such a long hibernation and turned into her true appearance, after which she was amazed by such a surprise, because she had not seen people who could recognize her for a long time. After so many years, there was still at least someone who decided to enter the Forbidden Zone, because she so missed the taste of human blood and so wanted to get enough of it as soon as possible. After which she released absolutely every animal that had not yet died, among which was the queen bee. It was quite timely, or so it seemed to the guy, so he asked them all to follow his orders. The queen bee did not listen to his orders and was not affected by his skill or the talent that he received. But in any case, the guy didn't really need it, because he was talking to smaller bees that had already begun to gnaw on her. As a result, she was no longer able to fly to him, because her own bees were eating her up, and for this, Qinfeng was able to gain experience and special royal jelly. After which he added that the bunch of bloodthirsty poisonous bees he killed would never have been able to resist the queen bees, so he cheated a little. He decided that the best solution would be to use the beast control skill to activate the hellfire placed in their bodies and force them to fight on his side. The queen couldn't believe what he was saying. Had he really mastered the two polar skills of fire and ice? How was this even possible? He decided to explain to her that as soon as the poisonous bee reaches the target, he immediately activates the hellfire and it explodes. This is a pretty smart move, as it seemed to him. Although this method is quite controversial, it risks injuring oneself more than the enemy, but she can see the effect for herself. It is simply impressive. After these words, he disappeared, and literally a second later managed to appear in front of this queen, who could not believe her eyes that he now appeared right in front of her. Qinfeng gathered a fairly large amount of energy into his sword and again launched an attack that literally cut this girl into pieces. She screamed at the same time from fear and from the fact that she simply could not believe what was happening, because she considered the guy to be an ordinary wanderer who had gotten lost, and therefore he had to become her next victim. But unfortunately, she will have to use something much stronger. Otherwise, the guy will deal with her during the next attack. Qinfeng went on the attack again, and no matter how she tried, her skills were limited, and she didn't fully understand how this guy could do this. What kind of skill did he have? She understood that if this continued, then she would most likely end up, and she understood that in order to survive, even if it would cost her a lot, she would still have to use a forbidden technique. What she decided to do literally a second later, and it began to look quite dangerous, because the concentration of dark energy around her suddenly increased several times. It would seem that Qinfeng was seeing such a technique for the first time, but his smile remained with him. He was curious to know how it would end. Suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by a change of scenery. The place where he had just been changed and everything became completely different. Was this really another illusion again? A few seconds later, his body again moved to another place and there was complete chaos in his head. He could not fully understand what was happening. After a few more seconds, he realized that his body had aged several decades, and this aging effect continued to gain speed. Finally, he realized that she simply decided to suck out all his life energy and make him die of old age. This is a rather cunning decision. He was definitely surprised by this decision, and he liked her fighting style so much. But in any case, it seemed to him that this was still too little to defeat him. Qinfeng decided to use his regeneration skill to the fullest, but due to the fact that these purple fumes were still circulating in his body, his regeneration skill simply could not remove them completely. He began to realize that wood element monsters were susceptible to flames, so he decided that trying to burn it all down with hellfire was a good enough idea. But his body was at the same time very weak, and on the other hand very strong, and his abilities were torn apart right inside him. In his smallest vessels, there was a war between his flames, which he sent throughout his body in order to destroy this virus. The guy's body was torn from pain, and he could only hope for the best, or that his idea would work and he could still survive. Every second he felt worse and worse, so at one point he began to spit blood, which was an incredibly bad sign. But it seemed so only at first glance, because the fight between his hellfire and the woman's virus was over, and it was the guy who could emerge victorious, so he was easily able to get out and dispel this technique. She looked at this guy from whom fire literally came out, and she only thought that he was incredibly strong. Qinfeng stood for a while and started attacking again, but he admitted that this was a pretty good skill, and he almost fell for her trick, but still, everything has its time. But at some point he was able to stop his attack and stopped himself, because what he saw surprised him quite a bit. The queen suddenly fell to her knees and began to say that she was incredibly ignorant and dared to offend him, so she began to ask him for forgiveness, because she is just an unfortunate tree. She spent all her 180 years alone and did not offend anyone, so begged to forgive her. She also added that everyone who came to her before wanted to get the kingdom core, but she didn't give it to anyone, but she was ready to give it to him without any problems. The guy at that moment didn't quite understand what was happening, Are all the demons of trees and flowers really like that? She understood that he used 3 techniques, and he should not have so much energy left. This is her best moment to launch a sneak attack, so she added that he could easily come up and take the core. The queen hoped that she could lull his vigilance in order to gain time and resurrect her children in order to continue the attack, after which she decided to extend her hand to him and tell him that she also had a rank 5 fire phoenix egg and would like to give it to him as an apology gift. She told him that this is a descendant of the legendary sacred beast, the patron spirit of the south. He has incredible strength, and as soon as he grows up, he will immediately become an indispensable assistant. Qin Feng was silent for a while, and then suddenly decided to ask the queen, does she really take him for some kind of fool who doesn't understand anything? After all, he understood everything as soon as he heard the sounds that were behind him. Qin added that he didn't even have a chance to pretend that he didn't hear them. He thought that at level 16 she would have more special skills than other king-rank monsters, but it seems that he had significantly overestimated her. The queen tried to explain everything to him again, but before she could finish speaking, Qin Feng cut off her head. He was actually just tired of listening to her, after which he immediately received a message that he had successfully destroyed the level 16 Witch of the Withered Tree, for which he received 1,000 points of energy units, some increase in characteristics, and most importantly, a silver treasure chest. In connection with the development of the talent, the synergy of the 6 senses, the shadow clone skill was also improved, and the guy can now create 2 clones. He was also able to improve the talent of managing pets, and all this really took the guy to the next level of development. The egg he picked up after dealing with the Flower Queen was a fiery battle pet egg that would hatch into a low-level pet, and that pet would be a phoenix. Legend says that this is a descendant of the sacred beast, the patron spirit of the south, and its potential is incredible and its powers go beyond understanding. Qin Feng decided not to delay this for too long, so he asked his new 5th-row pet to wake up right now, after which an incredibly cute and fluffy phoenix came into the world, which clearly did not look like a ferocious monster. Qin Feng was incredibly happy that he now had such a baby who would cheer him up and then be able to help him. But the guy knew that in such a state, the kid would hardly be able to destroy anyone, except maybe shut him up. So he decided to evolve him a little and pressed his finger on his forehead. And as soon as he did this, a huge phoenix was born from a small crumb, which was clearly stronger than most of the animals that the guy had the chance to meet. Qin Feng was happy to watch his new pet, who so far only had the 1st level and only 50 stars of combat power. But this is only the beginning, because with such loyalty, the guy will be able to teach this little one a lot. He knew that if he used the spiritualism skill, his combat power would increase by 60%, which is all 80 stars, and then he would be an excellent help in the battle with the Punisher. But still, this baby had one more feature. He was incredibly cute, and taking all this into account, he decided to name him Luan, and from now on, Luan is his battle pet, generated by his spirit and blood. First of all, the guy decided that they should establish family ties with him, and then everything would be fine. Most of all, the guy was certainly pleased with the devotion of Luan, who did not leave his side, and she essentially had no equal in this world. The skill of synergy of 6 senses allows him to understand what this baby is saying, so there will be no communication barrier between them, and this was actually incredibly convenient. And the first thing his new friend told him was that he was actually incredibly hungry and wouldn't mind eating something. This did not make the guy too happy because a hungry child is the first problem a new father faces, and Qin was not excluded. The guy hasn't decided anything about food yet, but while Luan is still too small, Qin Feng has to use another flying beast as a means of transportation. Luckily for the guy, the little phoenix doesn't eat people like some other animals, but he doesn't know what to feed it then. Little Luan asked him not to provoke, and added that he is not just a wild animal, he is still small, but already a sacred animal. He is very strong, so other animals are no match for him, which Qin Feng could not but agree with. Even from his face, it was impossible to tell. During their conversations, they were quickly able to arrive at the mountain of hellfire, where they had been flying for quite some time. The situation on this mountain was not very pleasant, because it was very difficult to watch small spirits floating in the lava. Qin Feng understood that these were definitely spirits who had been living here for more than one day, and his little friend only saw very tasty food in front of him. Therefore, he still could not restrain himself and jumped down to at least have a little snack, because he had not eaten for more than 100 years while he was in that egg. Qin Feng tried to catch him, but he failed, because this little holy animal was too fast, especially when it came to food. At one point, he began to absorb one spirit after another, simultaneously destroying them and receiving an incredibly large amount of experience for him. Qinfeng understood that Luan was destroying monsters, and at the same time he was gaining energy. It even sounded good, and fortunately he turned out to be stronger than these spirits, so it was also a good training. Unexpectedly, while Luan was dealing with all the spirits that were below, the guy received a spirit voucher, and this was new to him. Before that, he had not held such cards in his hands. It was a second-rank item that could be used to get 1 prestige point. One person can use up to 10 cards inclusive, and this is a very useful thing. Qin realized that upon reaching a certain number of prestige points, you can receive a title bestowed by heaven, which can be exchanged for points, and this is a great way to upgrade your strength. For example, Liu Xuan receives 10 points and becomes the chosen one among the newcomers. He will also be able to receive additional points as a bonus. The guy immediately checked all the information and found that there were about 300 spirits here, which after clearing them, he would have at least 100 vouchers. It was also obvious that he could place the rest in the exchange channel to help the people from the village improve and quickly reach the 10th level. While Qinfeng was sorting out the vouchers, suddenly his pet returned to him again, but not empty-handed, but with the 2nd level, and now he is finally full, and his mood is now even better. But this little animal caused a huge evil beast to awaken, the king of magma fire spirits, who did not tolerate such an attitude towards his spirits. It seemed that it was time for Qinfeng to enter the battle. But Luan did not think so, and as soon as he saw this big man, he immediately flew at full speed straight towards him. The monster slightly did not understand what this insect wanted from him, but still followed his example and also struck. Qin decided to check, and found out that the king of fire spirits with a combat power of 52 stars was not at all a rival to Luan, who had just moved to the 2nd level, and he realized that there was really nothing to worry about. He became more interested in how the situation was in the dragon pool. The first thing he saw was that several guys had already reached the 10th level, and it turned out that currently in the village, 9 people managed to move to level 10. Now there are 95 huts of the 1st level in the village. Very good. And very soon they will all be able to move to new level. Suddenly his thoughts were distracted by some exchange that seemed suspicious to the guy, and he decided to check who else was making unequal deals. Some person was incredibly eager to exchange 3 level 3 items for his level 3 machete. While the guy was trying to figure out what kind of exchange this was and who needed it so much, the little phoenix continued the battle with the Spirit King, who really couldn't even keep track of little Luan. A girl suddenly got in touch with him and said that these items had actually been downgraded due to contamination, so only the 2nd level could be assigned, but she would still like to exchange them for a 3rd-rank machete. At first, the guy didn't really understand why she was asking him for such an unfavorable exchange for him, but as soon as he reconsidered the things she was offering, he changed his mind and agreed to the exchange. As soon as he received the items from the exchange, he immediately used his talent of endless extraction, after which he received 2 bracelets for both hands, which, although they were affected by corrosion, still added a good amount of characteristics to him. Also in this set, there were anonymous handcuffs, which gave plus 60 points to defense and 100% to resistance to dark force, which was incredibly good for such a thing. He knew that these were the lost things of the Messenger of Light, and did not understand whether any information about the mission could be hidden there. But as soon as he started reading, a notification came in which said that the newcomer had reached level 10. The 10th newcomer who passed the test received a bronze treasure chest. Also, 100 huts in the village received the 1st level. And this could mean that all the conditions were met and the level villages can be upgraded. Either way, it was pretty great news, so they needed to continue their journey, and he asked his little friend to hurry up and finish with this Spirit King. Luan himself didn't mind ending this annoying fight, so he picked up incredible speed and flew straight towards the Spirit King. When he was finally able to deliver this blow, even such a huge spirit could not resist and still fell. This battle was indeed won without a chance, and Qinfeng was absolutely right that even in this form the phoenix is capable of destroying the kings of some races. But this was not the end yet, and as soon as Luan decided to get out of this mountain, a hand literally immediately followed him to grab him. Qinfeng understood that even though his pet was strong, he still needed help in such battles. Therefore, as soon as Luan was next to him, he decided to use his ice storm again, which was supposed to extinguish the ardor of this huge spirit. The effect of the blow was not quite what Qinfeng wanted it to be, because all the ice blows simply dissolved into the lava and essentially did not cause any damage. The monster himself was already quite interested in the fact that a newcomer could receive the title of Emperor of Beginners. Although he was from the small Chiliocosm, and quite a small amount of time had passed, he had never seen such a rapid process. In any case, Qin Feng decided not to risk either himself or his new pet, so he decided to use the teleporter, which took them back to the village. Once he was safe, he decided that the first thing to do was improve the village while he had a pretty good chance of doing so. As soon as he pressed the right button, some kind of process began around him, but Qin understood that apparently this was how it should be, and there was no need to worry. The promotion of the village from level 0 to level 1 was successful, and not only did the buildings receive improvements, but the residents were not left out, and each of them received the blessings of heaven and 50 points. Well, after this process, no one forgot about the headman of this village, who was Qin Feng himself, who received blessings in the same way, and instead of 50 points, he managed to take as many as 100 points. Also, now he is allowed to improve the residents' huts to the second level, and when the level of the hut is raised to the second level, he can get 100 points. So each of the residents quickly wanted to know what they needed to do in order to improve the level of the hut. Dracula was finally able to get these ice stones, and all he had to do was improve the village chief's hut to the second level, and then it would be possible to raise the level of the village to the first level. His courtier was 100% sure that they were the best village and was sure to be able to take first place. The man was so happy, first of all, that he was able to get these crystals, and secondly, he was haunted by the thought that his village would finally be known throughout the world. After Qin Feng improved the village, it became available to him to upgrade the village chief's hut to the third level, and for this he needed wood, stone, moss, iron ore, which was quite a bit, and getting all this was quite easy. It was especially easy for Qin himself, because everything he needed was in his inventory, and he could already try to improve his hut. That's what he did, and the first thing that incredibly surprised him was that now he had a kitchen. In addition to the kitchen, he decided to test his new bed, which was huge and could fit 3 people like him. But most of all, of course, he wanted to take a hot bath. He had only been gone for 3 days, and it wasn't that he was very tired, but that was exactly what he had been missing all this time. Qin decided to restore his strength a little, and understood that he could not stay here for long, because there were only 4 days left, and if he failed to reach the third level, then he could not even think about defeating the Punisher. As soon as the guy mentioned that it would actually be nice to have even more ways to get points, suddenly, a small animal appeared in front of him, introduced himself as a support service, and told him that you can actually double your rewards. Qin Feng did not expect this, so he was incredibly curious to know how he could do this. The support service began to tell me that everything is quite simple, because you just need to double the difficulty of the test, and then you can get a double reward for victory, because in this case the headman will receive as many as 2,000 points, and the villagers will receive 1,000, after which this little creature turned on the timer and said that he had 10 minutes to make a decision. The guy was in no hurry and tried to think everything through carefully, because at this stage it was very important for him to make the right decision. He understood that he had no information about what materials he needed to build the Guardian's altar, and if it took a day or two, then there wouldn't be much time left to improve the village to the third level. But at the same moment, there was a realization that such an opportunity was not lying on the road, and if they managed it, then there was no need to worry about any punishment. He decided to clarify this with his residents, who all relied on their headman, that what he said, they would do, because they believed that if it were not for him, they would have died long ago. So they believed in him with all their hearts. After speaking like that, Qin Feng had no more reason to doubt, so he immediately accepted this challenge. From now on, upon reaching each level of the Dragon Pool Village, the rewards received will be doubled, and if the Dragon Pool Village wins the village competition, the reward will also be doubled. But that was all good news, because now the population should be more than 1,000 people. The village chief's hut should be upgraded to the third level. The number of first-level huts should exceed 40, and there should be 40 newcomers in the village with level 10. And as soon as they are able to fulfill all these conditions, only then will they be able to build the Guardian's altar. And after that, some of them began to panic, because it seemed to them that these conditions were simply impossible to fulfill. They understood that even if they fulfilled all the conditions, the level of the village would still not rise, and then it would be unclear what they should do next. But their panic was interrupted in time by Qin Feng, who assured them that they should not worry, because he was working on a C-rank task to open the map and upon completion of which, he would be able to go to the big world and attract more people. After which he also added that their little friend from the support service reminds them that upon completion of this task, they will be able to find the Temple of Thousand Apparitions, and then use the portal and go to the selected newcomer village and recruit residents for their village. He continued to assure them that he would make every effort to ensure that they were saved in this world. He understood that this time the tasks were not easy, and therefore they had to distribute the work among everyone, which would significantly speed up their overall success. Then he gave them the first instructions. Upgrading the huts to the first and second levels requires a lot of wood and stone, so from now on, everyone whose level is below 40 will be engaged in chopping wood and mining stones. After which he listed everyone who was in the top 10, and their mission will be to go to the western part of the Lilo pastures to the Ant Mountain, where they must extract as much iron ore as possible. He asked the rest to do everything to reach the 10th level as much as possible. They are prohibited from doing any manipulations with primary energy stones that other people did. Ice stones of the second level are necessary for improving the huts, so he placed them in the exchange channel so that anyone can exchange them. He believed that they must reach the second level within 2 days, and this must be done at any cost. He believed that this power should be enough to defeat the Fire King, but first he needed to improve his equipment, and he can do this with the help of cards and chests, of which he has already accumulated quite a large number. The transformation of the cards and all the chests was quite successful, and Qin Feng received a chest made of white gold, in which he was able to find the Blade of the Dead of Night, and it was a 5th rank artifact, which added an incredibly large number of new characteristics. As soon as the guy took it in his hands, he felt its strength, and understood that it would become a good assistant for him in further battles. With such a weapon, he was not afraid at all to return even to that same fiery king. Together with Luan, they used the teleport and stood near the familiar mountain of hellfire. But now, instead of monsters, the guy looked at an incredibly beautiful flower, which was called the Lotus of Raging Fire. When suddenly his attention was distracted by some unknown voice on another volcano, this voice asked to pay attention to him, although it seemed very strange. Qin Feng didn't quite understand who it could be, and didn't quite want to actually pay attention to him. With the help of his eye, he saw that this was a person of imperial rank, whose level was 18, whose combat power was almost 100, and his main characteristic was immortality. This seemingly small boy began to run along the edge of this volcano and talk about how the chick was too fragile, and as soon as you pinched him, he died immediately. What a pity, because the clan members continued to blame him for not being able to raise him, and they even wanted to execute him. This irritated him incredibly, so he decided it was time to execute them. Later, the heavens told him that it was no good to wander around like that and allowed him to stay here and gave him the name Fire King. Qin Feng had only questions in his head, because he did not understand how this guy could manage to get so close. The little boy added that he was a very interesting person from the small Chiliocosm. In such a short period of time, he was able to gain the power of the novice emperor. But as soon as Qin tried to attack him, the King of Fire immediately jumped away. This was the first time Qin had heard this about himself, and didn't know what a person from a small Chiliocosm could mean. But he remembered that that mummy was from the middle world. Is it possible that this universe is divided into large, middle, and small worlds? And it seems he understood that now a person from the middle world was standing in front of him, and they were much more powerful and stronger. The King of Fire didn't understand why he was asking him this, because in any case he shouldn't know. After which he suddenly started screaming again and saying that he no longer wanted to talk, but wanted to get down to business immediately. And as soon as he raised his hands up, all the lava and fire suddenly began to erupt, and it became clear why he was called the King of Fire. Many fire dragons suddenly flew out from the fire, which did not mind destroying the little boy's enemy. Qin Feng was even a little offended to see who he sent to destroy him, because 37 power stars is really very little for him. Immediately, he used his Ice Storm skill, which landed a precise hit directly on one of the dragons. As soon as he was able to destroy the first dragon, in addition to experience, he received some new resource, which was called Fire Glass. But he did not have time to think about it, because one of the dragons attacked him again. But not only was the guy able to dodge this blow, but he was also able to deal a crushing blow to this monster. The King of Fire looked at all this fun with a smile, and at some point he began to be impressed by what Qin Feng could do. But in any case, this was just a warm-up, and the little boy couldn't wait to see how strong he was. A level 15 rookie emperor, Qin Feng was slightly surprised by such strength, because in appearance he was just a small boy, but his strength was at an exorbitant level. The little boy decided to use one of his main trump cards and summoned a fire golem to this fight. Qin Feng understood that now the battle was moving to the next level, because this was apparently the same monster that extended his hand when his little animal was dealing with the magma spirits. He then used the ability of his eye and saw that the combat power was only 100 stars, so he decided that he had to cope. But while the guy was trying to think through tactics and find out how he could cope with these monsters, the golem was already striking the first blow to the guy. The King of Fire just wanted to destroy this newbie emperor and continue walking around his volcanoes himself. But even after several rather strong blows, Qin Feng still remained on his feet, and the boy decided to once again check how long he could hold out. The golem used all the power that was available to him, and Qin Feng understood that now he needed to come up with another plan, because he was unlikely to be able to win the battle with brute force. But not only did the golem continue to put pressure on him, but at some point lava began to erupt from all the cracks and threw the guy back. At the last moment he was able to gather himself and land on his feet, but it was not the end, and the lava projectiles continued to fly at him. Qin understood that this giant was under the control of the Fire King, so he needed to stop him, and then the problem in the face of this giant would disappear by itself. But first, he asked his beast to find a more modest place and hide there. First of all, he decided to take control of the Fire King, who incredibly interfered with his plan. But it was actually not so easy to do this because lava and fire were everywhere. Making one wrong move, the guy could end his fight. With his amazing speed, he was still able to catch up with the little boy and hit him on his arm so that he would use it as little as possible. But this was far from the end of his attack, because now he wanted to destroy the golem itself. Or so it seemed at first glance. Qin Feng was already quite close to striking, but again he did not have time to react, and the golem struck him ahead of the curve, which he could not have expected at all. The guy fell straight into the hot lava, and any other person or warrior would have simply died at that moment. But Qin Feng had several skills in reserve that allowed him, even after such a blow, to remain in the battle and continue the battle. His battle phoenix was too worried about his master and still had not flown away. So Qin Feng had to repeat to him that he was in fact completely fine, and that he was the opponent of this golem, and he should immediately fly to a safe place. Moreover, Qin noticed a very interesting fact, which was that if the Fire King is wounded, then the golem will automatically receive a similar wound, so it will be easy to deal with them. Therefore, he decided that it was time to use the skill that he calls the shadow bonds, with which he was going to envelop the King of Fire. And as soon as the little boy was trapped, this could be noticed by looking at the golem. But this was not enough for Qin, so he immediately pulled himself together and launched another attack to finish off this boy as quickly as possible. At some point, the little boy was able to get out of this trap, but in any case, he received a good dose of damage, and now he began to hate this guy. Qin couldn't believe that his body could withstand the blows of a rank 5 blade. What kind of terrifying durability was this? What was his body even made of? It was quite unusual for him to see that the difference in combat power was only a couple of stars, but for some reason he was incredibly difficult to deal with. Qin Feng understood that he must have missed something, and this detail right now is incredibly preventing him from winning this battle, and he needs to find this detail as soon as possible, otherwise it will not be sweet. And at one moment he realized this in full, because the little boy was able to stop his sword strike with only one hand. Then he added that Qin Feng had a wonderful weapon, and he would also like one for himself. The guy didn't like this attitude too much, and they bumped their heads against each other. Qin could not stand still after such a blow, and began to get very angry that this little guy was constantly talking about some kind of nonsense. The King of Fire was not going to listen to him and continued to talk, but in the end he said that he had already played enough and asked the guy to end it there. At one point the clouds began to thicken and the guy's weapon fell straight from the sky, and now apparently he was going to fight to the fullest. He was a rather well-mannered young man and happily welcomed Qin Feng to hell. Then he rushed at the guy and struck him with his weapon, which Qin clearly did not expect. No matter how he tried to block these blows and deliver his own, the boy seemed to get a second wind and blocked absolutely all the blows. Therefore, at one fine moment, the guy got incredibly tired of this, and he decided to release a huge amount of energy, and thereby deal an incredibly strong blow to the King of Fire. Even such a blow was not a hindrance for the little King of Fire, who immediately stood up and ran into battle again. Qin Feng began to feel the weakness of this guy and continued to attack, backing it all up with words that the combat power of 100 stars was too much for this kid. The King of Fire could only look at him with a smile, and nothing else could be said. He only thought about the need to continue to attack. The boys began to attack again, and at the same time talk about how 100 stars are only earthly power, if the combat power has reached 100 stars, but the tested martial arts have not been passed, then this can only be considered as the peak of human level. Qin Feng had never heard anything like this. He wanted to know more about the earthly path and what is the peak of the human body. The guy understood that apparently the King of Fire misunderstood him, but in any case, this was a great chance for him to learn more about the earthly level. And the Fire King was not at all opposed to telling more about how a true earth-level master could crush him with one hand, even if his combat power was only 100 stars. Qin realized that this means that the boy is not a master of the earthly level, and there is a huge gap between him and the Punisher. The boy answered him that he reads the guy like an open book and asked the guy not to even think about telling him any information. He also added that here, based on the current situation of the Dragon Pool village, it was clear that even if he built a guardian altar and became an earth-level master, he still would not be able to save anyone. He thought so only because they were all just an ordinary bunch of garbage, and in order not to get his hands dirty, the boy was going to destroy the guy right now and put him out of his misery. Qin has never seen such arrogant people. He understands that the difficulty for the task where you need to defeat the Punisher will double, so he needed to figure it out here as soon as possible and move on to the next stage. The boy did not stop and continued to talk about how the master goes through a serious transformation when moving to the earthly level. But this does not mean that a human-level master cannot defeat an earthly master, because when the combat power approaches 130 stars, a human-level master can win. And mentally the boy understood that this guy's combat power had definitely not reached 130 stars yet, but still he had to admit that his attack was comparable to that of a master of the half-earthly kingdom. In any case, he believed that it was time to stop this performance. He decided that he needed to put all his strength into one blow and destroy the guy. Qin Feng realized that now the boy would want to deliver one of his strongest blows because he again saw the huge golem that hung over his opponent's head. The boy calmly and of course with his smile ordered the golem to destroy this upstart. The golem unquestioningly launched his incredibly powerful blow, but Qin was able to easily dodge because he had already actually seen such blows. But the little boy didn't think so, and at that very second he climbed out of the fireball and asked Qin to think again. Qin really didn't expect such a strong blow, and was quite surprised when he saw the boy. But now because of his underestimation, he is seriously injured. The King of Fire immediately decided to upset him, and told him that the giant did not have to repeat all his movements, and he could act alone. The golem simply has no brains. He can only swing his arms and destroy everything here, so it is quite difficult to control him. Fortunately for him, after their long coexistence, the golem learned to understand him and therefore can sometimes hit the enemy without his direct order, and you need to be quite careful with this. Qin understood that his carelessness was to blame for everything, and he needed to be as careful as possible, because this world was too dangerous and there were no surprises to come from the ports. But he did not lose hope and thought that he still had a chance. As soon as he pulled out his sword, then he decided that he needed to act. He would also activate the regeneration skill and heal the wound. This has already begun to make the Fire King incredibly angry, because the guy essentially doesn't listen to him at all and continues to try to do something. As soon as Qin decided to answer his opponent, his little pet rushed into the battle. The phoenix was flying at great speed and wanted to save its owner. The Fire King was not going to tolerate such behavior from this beast, and so he was going to catch him and punish him. At his command, the golem immediately went to carry out his instructions and tried to catch the little phoenix with his huge hand. Considering its enormous size and low speed, he was still able to catch it. But now the chick was not feeling well. At this time, the guy was lying on the floor unconscious, and in his head there were only thoughts that he could not just die, but the wound was too serious, and the regeneration skill could not restore his body so quickly. He understood that he could not in such a situation to teleport to the village, because if he cannot defeat the King of Fire, then how is he going to protect the village? Little by little, Qin began to rise only with the thought that he was obliged to protect more than 900 people who were counting on him. He was able to get back to his feet, and an incredibly strong energy began to emerge around him, and it became completely clear that he was going to continue the fight. Even the King of Fire was incredibly shocked by such willpower, because the guy was essentially able to get up, given the blow he received and that the energy literally absorbed him from the inside. But the king made a mistake much more serious than he thought. And he made it when he dared to mock the little phoenix in front of his owner. And for this, Chin was going to punish the small and ill-mannered boy who had acted so badly. The boy understood that the guy was using a shadow clone, and now it was he who was attacking him. It was so easy for him to figure it out. But suddenly Chin made the guy doubt his thoughts when suddenly he felt that someone put his hand on his shoulder. And it was a clone of the guy. And the guy didn't stop there, because then the boy began to be engulfed by shadow paths that held him so tightly that it was difficult for the guy to move. Chin answered him that this little boy was not listening to him, because he had told him a long time ago that these were his shadow paths, and his shadow clone was standing next to him. But he didn't want to say more, so he decided that the best option would be to punch through this little boy and finally end this fight. As soon as the guy dealt this blow, the system immediately notified him that he was still able to destroy the Fire King of level 19, for which he received 3,000 energy points, some increase in characteristics, as well as the Emperor's core, which allows him to control fire. Also, after he managed to deal with this opponent, he was able to achieve more than 100 reputation points and 100 combat power points. His characteristics were able to improve several times, and it was incredibly easier for the guy, because they were still able to defeat this guy. Of course, the huge golem was still alive, but the guy understood that without the little boy, he was unlikely to pose any danger. Therefore, he decided that it was time to finish with this monster, concentrated a large amount of energy, and was going to deal the final blow to the monster. As expected, he managed to destroy this monster with one blow, and now he does not pose any danger, because at least he was destroyed by the guy. Phoenix was incredibly happy that his master was still able to win, but still he noticed that something was wrong with his master. The thing was that a little friend from the support service informed him that since he was able to reach 100 points of combat power, he could now pass a special combat test that would allow him to increase his strength. Chin didn't quite understand what he could get out of this, because the Fire King didn't really want to tell him about it. He was not too sure, but still he decided to ask his little friend how to take part in this test. The robot told him that he needed to go to the temple of thousands of phenomena in the big world. During the test subject's body would be transformed by the power of the heavenly path, and he would be able to receive the title of earthly level master. They would also give grades, and the guy understood that, in other words, he should get the best possible assessments during testing. But in this case, he believed that first it was necessary to improve the village to the second level and get as many points as possible. Just as he was thinking about how he could get even more points, he received a message that the villager Liu Xuan had upgraded his hut to the second level, for which he received 100 points, and the villager's combat power increased to 30 stars. At first he was happy for the guy, but then Chin realized that he himself was gaining experience for this, and for him it was quite unexpected. He began to understand that when the villagers moved to the next level and received their reward, then Chin also received some part of this reward, and with each improved level, Chin received more and more. Now he quite liked being the village chief. Chin knew that there were 937 residents in the village, and if everyone's strength increased to 30 stars, then he would receive a total of more than 9,000 points. And suddenly the thought appeared in his head about what he would have had if his village had hundreds or even millions of inhabitants, how much experience and points he would then have received. Then he could become the god who rules this world. But his thoughts and ideas were suddenly interrupted by a little friend from the support service, who asked him not to get his hopes up about what he could do and how much experience would be available to him. Chin could no longer stop the train of his thoughts, and he only thought that he must contribute to the development of his residents, if, of course, he wants to get a return as soon as possible. And that's why he donated as many as 500 spirit vouchers, which he managed to get. Using this voucher, you can get prestige points and raise your level. He was also able to donate a huge amount of ice stones, with the help of which residents can now improve their huts. And for this, they can also gain experience and prestige points, some of which will also go to Qin Feng. And now he was able to obtain the Fire King core, and can now upgrade the talent to B rank, so that the Hellfire becomes a 4th level dazzling flame. Well, that fiery lotus that they found in this fiery kingdom will allow them to eat Luana with the hope that this will make the phoenix much stronger. But now the guy has already begun to doubt that he needed a pet so much, because he thinks so much about it. He understood that now that almost all the animals had been dealt with, even if they announced the collection of mutated animals, it would still not be enough, and endless extraction was his main support. If this could not be done, then he would have problems. Now there was a realization that he needed to open the map as soon as possible in order to extract new animals. The man dealt a strong blow to his opponent, and after this he would have to retreat for quite some time. The guy was sure that they were all worthless people, and he would be able to neutralize them all in one moment. But one of them was against such an attitude towards them, and as soon as he lifted the huge stone up, he let him know that he still had the strength to fight. After he was able to crush his next opponent, he added that no one would ever be able to stop the warriors of the state of the Northern Bear. Chin hurried to one place and simultaneously thought about the fact that Turgenev accepted the task of the elders. The guy knew that he was quite strong, but the spirit of resentment and the demon of hatred was not so easy to cope with. So he thought that for now transactions with energy stones could not be suspended. Suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by some sudden attack from which he was able to dodge, but it was quite close. Qin Feng stopped and advised his opponent not to do this again, because at least it was quite rude. The guy understood that in such a fog it would be quite difficult for him to find his enemy, so he immediately activated his Eye of Truth. Among the fog, I found the Guardian of the Forbidden Lands, whose level was 20th, combat power was about 50, and most importantly, he was resurrected by the forces of heaven after he died in the last great battle of 10,000 worlds. While Qin was reading information about this guy, he had no intention of stopping and continued to attack. Qin Feng became quite curious about the last great battle of the 10,000 worlds. Is it possible that something similar could break out on the Blue Star? The guy who was shooting from his bow simply couldn't believe that a person from the small Chiliocosm was actually able to block his light arrow with his bare hands. Qin thought that the more people he meets, the more questions arise, and if you want to find out the answers to them, you will have to constantly improve and move forward. Therefore, this Guardian of the Forbidden Lands was simply unlucky that he stood in the way of Qin Feng, who was able to reverse the movement of the guy's arrow and launch it straight at him. As soon as the guy dealt with his next opponent, he continued his own, during which he managed to observe some statues that most likely were people at one time. But he was never able to take a closer look, because at one moment he was overwhelmed by the incredible smell of blood, and most likely this smell came from the place where some man was performing a ritual, and around him there were far from living people. Qin decided that the right decision would be to observe what was happening here for some time. This man was called the Guardian of the Forbidden Lands. The assessment of combat power gave a result of 109 stars, which was quite a lot. He also died in one of the battles, but he was lucky and was revived. But most of all, the guy was surprised by the fact that this man greeted him. They didn't know each other. Then how did he know him? In any case, he understood that if they attacked all together, he would not be able to finish this battle quickly, and besides, the strength of the main enemy exceeded 100 stars. The man continued to talk and at one point added that he had actually been watching the guy for quite a long time, after which he told the guy that from the very beginning, when he managed to stealthily attack a giant rat, kill that mummy that was several times stronger, the strength and abilities that the guy shows every time he gets into trouble are really impressive guy. Undoubtedly, he believed that he was the strongest warrior in the last 1,000 years, and therefore he decided to destroy him. Listening to all these stories and words of the man, he did not expect that in the end he would want to destroy him. But there was no more time to think, because the man had already gathered all his will into a fist and launched an attack on Qin. The guy understood that there was no time to come up with anything, so he just had to accept this fight and try to defeat this old man. Therefore, he decided that a pretty good option would be to use his hellfire, which he had recently used. But from the understanding that perhaps the man's blow would be much stronger, at some point he still decided to dodge this attack. The old man understood that his blows were like fire, but it was not him. The cold penetrated him to the very bones. It was capable of burning everything in its path. It seemed like a blinding hellish flame. But while he was trying to think about his actions and how the guy was attacking, Qin continued to attack and dealt a rather serious blow from which the old man had to dodge. At this moment, he was impressed that the guy was not only able to dodge his attacks, but was also able to sneak up unnoticed. But he couldn't even guess how fast this guy was. But it was already incredibly late because Qin divided the man into two halves. The guy believed that his main mistake was that the man talks too much and this ruined him. Moreover, it was too easy for him. But still, he understood that since there was no message from the system, it means the battle was not over yet. And he was absolutely right, because as soon as he thought about it, the man began to get up again and talk about how, with age, he had lost more than half of his fighting skills. And that's the only reason he couldn't notice the guy's blade. The man understood that he was not really his opponent, and if he had been alive, he would have shown Qinfeng what a real battle was. But the guy was far from satisfied with this, and what irritated him most was that the man continued to talk even in such a situation, so he was quite willing to destroy him again, and then a dozen times if necessary. The man understood that he was unlikely to be able to destroy such a warrior, so he began to release some rather strange things from his hands and asked the guy for a peace treaty. He would like to be friends with him if he doesn't mind. Having taken a closer look at the things that the man was releasing from his hand, the guy realized that these were a couple of dragon blood fruits. And did he really want to buy him with this? Still, the guy succumbed to the assumption, because he understood that the fruits of the dragon's blood can awaken the blood talent, and the greater the blood talent, the more you eat, the higher the concentration of true dragon blood in the body will be. And when it reaches 3%, then people are likely to be able to awaken new skills. The man also added to him that young people need to eat quite a lot, and if he has any questions, he can calmly ask them to him. Qin did not lose this opportunity, and asked him what he knew about martial arts tests, to which the man answered him that this was a gift from the heavenly path, and those who take part in this test could receive the highest blessing and be transformed. When evaluating, the results are divided into 5 levels: low, medium, high, special, and divine levels. After which he added that although there are 5 of these levels, 99% of people belong to the low level, and only 0.1% belongs to the middle class. Well, as for the high level, there are really only a few who were able to reach such high levels. He said that once 1 billion people came with him from the middle Chiliocosm, but only a few managed to reach a high level. Not even all the geniuses who received the title of novice emperor, even at the novice evaluation stage, managed to reach a high level. Qinfeng understood that if a person with a high level is an incredible rarity, then there is no point in even mentioning a special level. All that the man could answer him about this was that young people are now quite ambitious. A special level. This is 1 in 100 billion. Even in a large Chiliocosm, it is incredibly difficult to meet such a person, and no one has ever met a legendary master of the divine level. The man still knew one high-level person who had level 20 over 200 units of combat power, but unfortunately he died, so he thinks that you need at least level 20 and a combat power of 300 stars to get a special level rating. Qin understood that he was still far from reaching 300 stars, but fortunately he still had time to work on it. The concentration had reached 3%, 1 or 2 more fruits, and perhaps he could awaken the skill. In any case, now he was curious to know what was the great battle of 10,000 worlds that everyone was talking about. The man began to tell him that the great battle of 10,000 worlds is a battle that takes place every 1,000 years, in a world in which everyone lives, and everyone comes here with the goal of destroying the large, medium, or small Chiliocosm. Monsters, ghosts, evil spirits, or even people, all living things will be forced to fight, and if you win, then you can become a deity, and if you lose, then you will be destroyed and no one will even know who this warrior was. This is all that the man knew, so at the end he added that if he managed to break the seal and go to the great Chiliocosm, then perhaps he would be able to meet the defeated races. While the man was talking about this, the guy did not stop and continued to eat the fruits, from which he achieved the concentration he needed, and now his blood talent was raised to D rank. The man was quite pleasantly surprised that the guy was still able to achieve the concentration he needed so quickly, so he already began to think that he would still be able to destroy him. He also thought about the fact that 1,000 years had already passed, and he had no strength left to suppress him. And if the guy didn't do this, then this would be the end of the newcomer village. He immediately warned him that he would have to go through absolute hell, which frightened the man most of all. But no matter how hard the guy tried, he could not awaken the talent of his blood. The system constantly asked him to try again. Qin simply could not understand what was wrong, what he was doing wrong, and why he couldn't awaken this talent. The man tried to tell him that if he couldn't eat, then he could simply save it for the future. Gradually accumulating in the body, it would naturally stimulate the power of the dragon's soul and the inherited blood talent. But the guy didn't really believe that he would do all this for free, so he asked him to tell him what he really needed from him. The man showed him a golden spirit that could enhance the power of weapons, and he hoped that he could free him. Well, after that, he hoped that the guy would be able to defeat the water dragon. As soon as he uttered these words, the earth suddenly began to tremble, and it was obvious to each of them that the process had actually been started, and most likely the spirit did not intend to wait any longer. The man once again repeated to him that if he did not free him now, It would be too late and he would no longer be able to restrain him. Qin Feng realized that he essentially had no other choice. So he used his main talent. With the help of endless extraction, he planned to free the man, or rather his talents. For this, he received an incredibly large number of different talents, one of which allowed him to control all 5 elements. Now a phrase sounded in his head, the meaning of which was that earth gives birth to metal, which in turn gives birth to water, and she is a tree from which fire can be made, and that gives birth to earth. And all this is connected by a chain. The integration of the 5 talents is successful completed, and the guy received the A-rank talent, the hidden sacrament of the 5 elements. Qin Feng was incredibly happy that he was able to obtain an A-rank combat talent, so his strength would continue to grow, and this was finally the result he needed. But suddenly his gaze froze, and his happy face changed to a rather sad one, because he saw what happened to the man. He turned into stone, exactly the same as other people who were nearby, and this made him feel uneasy. But the man immediately calmed him down and asked him not to worry, and just do everything to fulfill his purpose. Qin listened to him, and realized that he would do this for himself, all the villagers, and for him, who had suppressed the dragon's soul for 1,000 years. While the guy was walking towards the very portal through which the watery dragon could emerge, he remembered all his enemies whom he had already defeated, and he understood that they were all several times weaker than his future enemy. But he needed to gather all his strength in order to still try to defeat him. And it seems that this battle will begin soon, because the first blow has already been fired, from which the guy was able to successfully evade, and now the real battle will begin. But still, he didn't expect that everything would be so terrible. This monster was really huge and terrible, and they called it the Water Dragon Puppet, whose combat power was equal to 143 stars. As soon as this monster saw what happened to the man who had been holding him back for hundreds of years, he began to scream incredibly loudly, and this scream made it very difficult to be around. He started talking about how they imprisoned him for 1,000 years, and he wouldn't just leave it like that. At least he would take everything possible with him. At this time, the guy received another notification, which was the last task in which Qin was asked to destroy the puppet of the water dragon and sacrifice it to the heavens. But it seems that this will be incredibly difficult to do. This flying creature only repeated that he wanted incredibly badly to destroy them all and tear them into pieces. After he saw Qin, he realized that this guy was the main character who influenced his liberation. So he began to destroy him, and already struck the first blow with his flame. The little phoenix immediately got scared, and he felt very scared to be here, because he understood that he couldn't do this fight and he couldn't do anything about it. Not only was Qin able to parry his blow, but he also did everything possible to strike back at this dragon. This blow turned out to be really very strong, and the monster began to scream even more. But he did it out of anger, because some ordinary person dared to break his nail. So he decided to give him his strongest move for testing, because that's all he needs. All spirits of fire and wind in this world are subject to light. Literally, he gathered around himself a whole sun of fire, which he was going to direct directly at the guy, and it seemed that after this no one could survive. But Qin was not some ordinary person, and he had a chance to come up with something. But even the guy couldn't believe his eyes, because this dragon doesn't just control fire, he is fire. This opponent will be the most difficult of all he had. Looking at this monster, he understood that all the energy seemed to flow down his body, and from minute to minute he could simply destroy everything in his path, and only a true master could stop him. Suddenly, the guy's confidence began to drop sharply, because he noticed some incredible increase in his characteristics. His combat power suddenly began to grow. He had never seen anything like this before. How was this even possible? Now the combat power of this dragon began to approach 200 stars. He began to realize that this seemed to be what the Guardian of the Forbidden Zone was talking about. Earth-level masters were able to use the power of the earth and heaven for their own purposes, and his combat power still continued to grow. Now his combat power was at its peak, and now the guy was almost sure that with the help of this power, he could destroy the entire world, and he began to understand that he was unlikely to be able to defeat this creature. But Qin continued to do everything to prevent the dragon from reaching him and tried to evade all his attacks, and this was noticed by the dragon, who did not understand how such an ordinary person could be so fast that he could evade all his attacks. The guy continued to gain speed and only thought that the true essence of C-rank speed is that he has these boots with which he can gain incredibly high speed and dodge many blows. But is this enough to fight such a brute? He understood that in the case of other opponents, these boots did everything he ordered them and in fact was an invincible enemy for them. But now this is a completely different level, because the enemy deals 1,000 blows per second, and it will soon be impossible to evade such a number. The dragon himself thought exactly the same thing, who began to prove to the little man that he was just an arrogant child whom he would soon crush. But Chin tried not to listen to him and carried out his plan that was in his head, and now he switched from defense to attack, which was quite unexpected for this dragon. Chin tried to deliver strong blows, although he understood that it was just a puppet, essentially a living corpse, and such injuries were simply not scary for him, so he did not count too much on such attacks. But now the question was spinning in his head about how he could destroy a corpse that had already died. Was there a method that would help him in this matter? The dragon did not wait for the guy to come up with a plan with which he would destroy the dragon. He simply went on the attack and used his rather well-known technique, which was called devouring the sky. From such a blow, an explosion thundered throughout the entire area, and everyone who heard this explosion understood that the battle there was quite serious. Chin knew that at such moments he should not experiment, so he decided to let go for a while, so as to at least not get seriously injured, which would later prevent him from continuing the fight. But no matter how hard he tried, the dragon managed to douse him with fire, and he believed that at this stage he was able to essentially bake the guy. The temperature was prohibitive, and the guy even thought that in hell itself, everything was not so bad. Chin was not going to just give up, because during all this time that he spent in this world, he realized that for every measure there is a countermeasure, and he just needs to find an approach to this big guy. Therefore, he firmly decided that the time had come to use his new ability, which was called the Hidden Sacrament of the 5 Elements, and thus he decided to cool his body a little. He concentrated the energy in himself so much that his entire body was covered in ice, and he did this only to use a 5-fold ice storm on this monster, which he was still able to successfully release from himself, and such a strong blow and so much energy he had not yet released from himself. But such is the monster, such is the approach to business. The dragon was not going to let go or somehow block such a powerful counterattack from the guy, because he didn't care how strong the guy was, and so he just decided to face this storm head on. And as it turned out a little later, he absolutely didn't care even about such an attack from the guy. But Chin understood that giving up at such a moment was the worst decision, so he decided that he would do everything possible to still defeat this monster. The dragon also did not sit idly by and continued to spew out a lot of fire, which could destroy several villages with one such blow. So Chin had a rather hard time while he fought with it. The guy realized that he couldn't destroy this monster with ordinary blows, so he resorted to a completely unusual solution. Namely, he jumped into the dragon's huge mouth. Even the monster himself did not expect this. Did he really just swallow the little man with whom he had just fought? Chin, surprisingly, was in the mouth of a dragon for the first time in his life, so he was a little confused and was not sure how to behave correctly in such a case. But after some time, he was able to get a little used to where he was at the moment and began to understand that he now needed to do something unexpected and strong in order to destroy this monster from the inside. So the idea came to his mind that if the ice storm couldn't do enough damage to the dragon when they collided head-on, then perhaps it could do enough damage to his stomach and entrails. And to some extent it worked quite successfully, because the monster began to scream incredibly loudly in pain, and he understood that there was now a war going on in his stomach. Chin tried to use all his energy to cause as much damage as possible, and not only did he use an ice storm, he also tried to enlarge these ice needles and pierce right through the monster's body. A few seconds later, incredibly huge holes began to appear on the dragon's body, which could only mean one thing, that the guy was really succeeding. But he was so carried away by his attack that he forgot about his own safety. So at one moment he began to slide down right into the heart of the dragon. The dragon felt something inside himself and understood that the guy was starting to fall straight into his stomach. So he decided that he needed to get him out of there somehow, and the only solution was to start spewing out as much fire as possible. At the last moment, Chin managed to grab one of the holes that he made with the help of an ice storm. Chin was incredibly angry about what he had to endure, so he began to crawl out of this dragon and literally tore its skin. The guy jumped to the ground and couldn't believe that he would survive after this, because his body was literally torn to pieces. What needed to be proven was that at some point the huge dragon stopped speaking and spewing fire, and simply switched off. He fell to the ground, and Chin understood that with this he was definitely able to put an end to this battle, and it was a truly difficult victory. He immediately received a message that he had destroyed a level 20 water dragon puppet, for which he received 100,000 units of primary energy, and the system also began to congratulate him on the fact that he was still able to complete a difficult task of rank C, and received a double reward for it. The guy just now realized that he was still able to win this battle, and for this he was able to get 2 whole chests made of dark gold, which were incredibly rare. But suddenly his joy was interrupted by some huge wall that hung over him, and it was actually quite scary, really another battle. But a few seconds later, a little friend from the support service spoke, which informed him that the village chief was able to complete the mission of the Seal of the 5 Elements, and the limiting sadness of the village was removed. Now the village is directly connected with the world, and Chin understood that they have much more opportunities, and from now on they will be able to travel around the big world and receive more resources. But again, his thoughts and good mood were interrupted by some too bright light that came from the just defeated dragon. Chin was a little scared because he thought that now he would have to fight this huge monster again, because it looked as if he was coming to life. But his worries disappeared after he realized that this dragon had succumbed to a kind of decay, and gave the guy the opportunity to take the rest of the soul of the water dragon, which was a miracle of heaven and earth of the 4th order. Before Chin had time to react, this small ball simply flew into his head and seemed to begin to penetrate his nervous system. A second later, the system notified the guy that from that moment on, he had received the power of a dragon, and now he had absorbed enough power, and now the soul of the dragon had successfully awakened in his body, for which he received a good improvement in his characteristics. But the most important thing is that he received a new skill, which is incredibly different from the previous ones because its name speaks for itself, the greatness of the dragon. It was a skill that was capable of producing incorporeal spiritual force and capable of scaring away all living things, and also able to suppress the will. The owner was incredibly aggressive while using this skill. The guy was glad that he received 1,500 points, 2 chests of dark gold, and also the awakening of the dragon. And all this allowed him to develop his combat power to 155 stars, and now his body seemed to be reborn again. With the help of his usual extraction talent, he was able to obtain the true essence of wind skill, and with the help of this skill, he was able to awaken a new talent called Air Glider. The guy didn't quite understand what this talent gave him, but as soon as a pair of wings appeared on his back, which allowed the guy to fly at great heights, he understood everything, and even figured out how he could use it. He decided to immediately try to fly with the help of this device, and the first flight seemed to him quite good, because it was more efficient and practical than his boots. But he shouldn't forget that he still has 2 chests that he definitely needs to deal with. But suddenly, he was interrupted by Luan, who was even more glad that his owner could fly. Chin at this moment was thinking that he had absorbed that 4-order miracle of heaven and earth, and the dragon's soul immediately awakened, as did the inherited skill. But why did those fruits not have any effect on Luan? Does it really work differently for beasts? The little friend also joined in the congratulations, and added that he completed the task of opening a map for the village of the Dragon Pool, and now they have a connection with the Big Chiliocosm. As a reward, he receives a map of the Big Chiliocosm. Villages that did not complete the task of opening the map will not receive a map. This was again great news for the guy, and he really didn't expect that everything would be so great after he was able to defeat this dragon. In addition, he received a map on which the red color is the villages of newcomers, the blue is the Temple of Thousands of Phenomena, which is located next to each temple of the villages of newcomers and form an area. On this map there are at least 10,000 temples, and it turns out that in total there are more than 1 million people. He assumed that at the end of the test for newcomers, all the villages would join the large Chiliocosm. Then competition for resources would intensify, and for the village of the Dragon Pool, this was truly a unique opportunity. Because with such a map, he could quickly win the village competition and gather 1,000 inhabitants. But first he decided to open the chests, and then he would deal with the map. As expected from the chests, they contained quite rare and good items, one of which was the 5th rank armor, Dragon Armor. But in addition to this armor, he was able to obtain a 6th rank item, 3-dimensional space. All these things and talents gave the guy an increase in his characteristics to a good level, and the guy simply relaxed so that all these things could calmly begin to take effect. As soon as he put on his new armor, his combat power increased to 158 stars, and he did not expect anything less from level 5 armor. The little phoenix completely agreed with him. and he also added that now he had become so courageous. He understood that cultivating spiritual plants for living beings or storing items could actually be quite useful. As soon as he dropped his drop of blood onto this new object, his body began to emit an incredible light. He was a little scared, but then he heard alerts from the system, which said that the accessory had been successfully installed and he could move himself with the help of his thoughts. Chin couldn't believe it, so he decided to try to use it, and as soon as he tried, he immediately disappeared and left the little phoenix alone. The guy moved to some new place for him, where he immediately saw an incredibly huge capacity. He began to look around and almost immediately saw dragon bones, a rank 5 material that could drop from monsters above the Emperor rank. Chin himself had originally planned to place it in the exchange channel and then exchange it when a lucrative offer arrived. Now he realized that 3-dimensional space is an excellent solution to the problem of lack of space. So he noticed that in order to get to the nearest temple, he needed to overcome the Forest of Sorrow, the Chess Valley, and the Sky Lake. And all this needed to be done in 3 days, because that's how much time remained before the end of the competition. As soon as he disappeared, he appeared again near his pet and immediately began to tell him that this is the point of connection of 3-dimensional space with the real world. But the baby was only worried about where his owner had just disappeared. They are connected and he must follow always behind him. He was so worried. Chin reassured him and told his little friend that right now they were leaving for the big world. But the phoenix answered him that he had completely stopped feeling his presence at that moment. But Chin was glad that he didn't need to do anything, after which he took him in his arms and they flew with him. And very quickly, these new wings very pleased the guy with their effectiveness. They flew to a certain place where there were trees of the first rank everywhere, which meant that there was a lot more material in this place than in their area. And first he decided that he needed to check the situation in the Chess Valley and then deal with the residents. After half an hour, he met only 6 monsters which were not so strong, although there are not many monsters, but individuals of level 20 and above can be destroyed twice, for each of which you can get 3 points, and this is an excellent discovery. The guy began to analyze the state of his village and realized that he needed 9 more huts of the 2nd level and 8 newcomers of the 10th level, although its inhabitants already work incredibly quickly in this regard, so he allowed the residents of the 8th level to go to the Chess Valley and mine wood there. But suddenly his thoughts and conversation were interrupted by a strong explosion that happened behind Chin Feng. The guy was a little scared because this explosion was quite strong, and he also began to hear some people screaming. He immediately ran in that direction because he understood that the Dragon Pool is the nearest village, which has a connection with the outside world, and there should not be people from other villages here. He was worried that this could be the race that lost in the great battle of 10,000 worlds, and if this, so he urgently needs to find out everything. The girl froze with fear and had already begun to say goodbye to her life because she understood that she would never be able to cope with such a strong monster. She looked straight into the mouth of this monster and at the same time cried and asked him to come to her aid because she really didn't want to die. The monster didn't care about his snot and whining. He simply attacked her, and at one moment he realized that he had failed to capture his victim. And this was not surprising because at the last moment the girl was saved, and this was done by Chin Feng, who happened to be at this place on time. But now he will have to fight this monster. In any case, it may be additional experience, so it is not that he is against it. But there was one thing. The little phoenix immediately entered the battle, and Chin did not interfere with him because he understood that Luan could cope with him, and besides, he needed to raise his level and gain experience. Luan was able to deal with the electric ferret quite quickly and received more than 2,000 points and a large amount of experience for this. Because this monster was already level 23, Chin had to stop and put the girl on the floor because a huge cloud of fire appeared in the sky and it seemed like a phoenix was playing around. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by some guy who was not in a very good mood because he recognized the same master who came to this place 3 days ago. Chin did not quite understand what he was talking about, so he added that 4 days ago, the heavenly path told him that a contender of thousands of worlds would soon descend, who would speak their language. But after that, it did not become clearer. But suddenly the same girl spoke up and began to ask him for forgiveness and say that he was the first applicant who had come down to them in the last 1,000 years. So they were a little puzzled. And then she approached her brother and together they bowed before him and asked the great savior to spare them. Chin didn't understand what was happening and why these guys had so little combat power. But in any case, he tried to explain to them that he was no savior, and he didn't know at all that they were in danger. It was just a coincidence. But the girl did not give up and continued to insist on her own, after which she asked him to pay attention to where she was pointing her finger. She asked him to look at the pile of dead electric ferrets that only his pet managed to cope with, and if he was so strong, then they could not even imagine how strong the owner could be. But then the guy remembered the words of the robot from the support service, who said that he had activated a D-rank mission called Saving the Fallen Clan, and the reward for the mission was the absolute loyalty of the Chi clan. Chin realized that he had no other choice and would have to come to terms with this, but now the question arose in his head about what he should do with these carcasses. The king of electric ferrets smelled the human scent and realized that it was people who destroyed his subordinates, for whom he would definitely take revenge on them. He began to howl and call for his warriors, because he incredibly wanted people to pay for what they had done with their lives. A bunch of people like him came running to his call. Now they were ready to begin destroying all people within a radius of several kilometers. In the eyes of each of them, one could observe only anger and hatred, as well as an incredibly great desire to take revenge on these animals. As soon as the guys returned to their village, one of the residents of their village ran out to meet them. This guy simply couldn't believe that only the two of them returned, because a lot more people went on the mission, so he became incredibly interested in finding out where the rest went. The girl, with tears in her eyes, began to say that on the way they were attacked by electrical caresses, so except for her and Chi Yun, no one could survive. Chin Feng understood the grief of the people, so he still took all the bodies that they could find. Chi Yue and Chi Yun come from one of the clans of the Middle Chiliacosm, which was defeated in the Great Battle of 10,000 Worlds. Millions of surviving people were scattered throughout the world as punishment, without the opportunity to awaken talents and skills to open treasure chests. The elder of this clan first approached Chin Feng and thanked him for returning the bodies of their family members to them. The sudden death of loved ones always takes them by surprise, so he asked him for forgiveness for their emotions. Chi Yue intervened in their dialogue, who told the clan elder that Chin was the new contender of 1,000 worlds. The guy believed that he was their savior, whom they had finally waited for, so he asked his grandfather to ask Chin Feng to do this for them. The old man sighed heavily and asked Chin Feng to go with him to another place where they could talk in a calm environment. They moved a little further from the village, and the old man began with the fact that their clan could be saved after the appearance of a new contender. This is all a blatant lie. This startled Chin Feng slightly. He did not quite understand what the old man meant. The old man continued to talk about how the newly appointed elder, upon taking office, receives a special scripture, which says that not every applicant is capable of this, because the savior must become the village elder, who has the status of the emperor of newcomers. The man understood that it was simply impossible to fulfill these two conditions in just 7 days, so he wanted to apologize for disturbing the guy, but Chin interrupted him and told him that he fits these criteria quite well. As soon as the man heard this, he realized that their clan had waited for that billion-dollar chance, and now he changed his face and began to beg him to help them. Their conversation was interrupted by human cries that electric foxes were approaching, and they asked for help. The sister and brother stood until the last. They were not going to run away because they had already done this once, and as a result lost all their loved ones. So today they were going to fight to the end. But this time the army of these wolves was too huge. Their number was gradually approaching 100, which even sounded quite scary. The headman of this clan immediately decided to take control of the situation and began shouting that they should not panic, but that it would be best to take weapons and line up for protection. But he was again interrupted by Chin Feng, who was pleased that he saw a small army of wolves in front of him. He just wanted to warm up a little. As soon as he flew high enough, he saw on the horizon a huge electric wolf, which he thought was a king. Chin understood that with his combat power, all of them, even taken together, are not his rivals, but as training for his pet, it will be suitable. So he asked Luan to prepare for battle. The guy decided that he needed to finish this as soon as possible, because he really didn't have much time. So the first thing he decided to do was use his ice storm to remove excess debris from the road. A second later, the wolves had already suffered their first victims, and it became clearly clear to them that the battle would definitely not be easy for them. Luan, on top of everything else, decided not to waste time and not hide behind his master's back, but he himself went into battle and was already ready to deal with several dogs. The guy also incredibly wanted to quickly test how his new skills worked, so he began to use them on these wolves. But that same main electric wolf decided that the guy could not expect an easy fight, so gathering all his energy, he concentrated and struck at him. Qin Feng was too strong for this guy, so he was not only able to block the blow, but he was also able to pass through it. With the help of his hand, he grabbed the horn of this wolf and was ready to finish him off at this stage. And so it happened. He took it by the horn and using brute force lifted it above him and threw it on the floor, after which he took out his sword with which he was going to deliver the final blow, which would put an end to this attack. He was able to strike this monster, and once again received a message that he had destroyed the king of electric weasels, for which he received 24,000 experience. After he dealt with this king, he thought about what he could extract from only 3 individuals whose level exceeded 20, and he had already done everything he could, and therefore these corpses had no use for him. When suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by the same elder of this clan, who presented the guy with some kind of scroll. But as soon as he raised his head, he realized that behind the headman stood the entire people of this clan, and they were all extremely grateful to Qin Feng, because they could not wait for him for so long. But finally this day came. The old man explained to him that this is a heaven-given contract between the master and his subordinates. All it takes is a drop of his blood, and then the clan will be his obedient servants, absolutely devoted to him and ready to follow him to the ends of the earth and fight any rivals. At that moment, Qin thought that with the Heavenly Path contract, they would be even more loyal to him than the residents of his village, and this would only be a plus for him in the future. He decided that he needed to agree, and at that moment a small robot from the support service entered the dialogue, who reported that the contract had been successfully concluded, and now 327 people from the clan had become his devoted followers and automatically received the status of residents of the Dragon Pool village. In addition, he said that the 1,000-year punishment of the Qi clan was cancelled, and the level limit was lifted. And this could only mean one thing. They can all use their talents again, and now they have access to the functions of players. All of Qin's joy was suddenly interrupted by his beloved pet, who suddenly flew up to him and said that it seemed to him that he was moving to the next level, and he incredibly wanted to sleep. The guy didn't fully know what to do with this baby, so he started shaking him in the hope that he would wake up. Suddenly a robot flew up to him and told him that his pet was currently in the process of leveling up, so he asked him to provide safe conditions for him. Qin was able to handle this task with ease, and 3-dimensional space best fits this description, after which the robot informed him that his subordinates had received the status of village residents and he needed to find the location of their new huts. So the guy decided that the Qi clan had been living in this place for many years. So he thought that changing the location was inappropriate, so I decided to build here. A few minutes later, several huts were already standing on an empty field where there was nothing, and the clan members were incredibly happy. The robot did not stop notifying the guy that he was completing task after task. And this time, Qin managed to complete the task of saving the fallen clan, for which he received 300 points and the right to build a teleportation array. He also added that the village of the Dragon Pool had fulfilled all the requirements for the village to move to the 2nd level, and the possibility of building a guardian altar had also been unlocked, and the guy began to understand that the dragon bones of the 5th level obtained earlier could be useful. As soon as this construction became available to him, he immediately installed a teleportation array, but even then he did not stop and installed a guardian altar in addition. The robot again came to the guy's aid and informed him that the guardian's altar had been successfully built, and now all the conditions had been met, and the village could move to the 2nd level with just one click. This little friend of their support team couldn't stop and continued to tell everything he could, and at one point Qin got angry and took this iron thing in his hands and asked him to stop. But he was not going to stop and continued to say that in total, the guy was able to get as many as 4,000 points. No matter how hard the guy tried, he couldn't even run away. The robot just endlessly chased him and talked about how many useful characteristics he was able to earn. Qin decided to first see what had changed after the village moved to the 2nd level. In addition to the teleport, now permission had been received to master the profession of a blacksmith, pharmacist, and tailor, and Qin thought that he could control all 5 elements, which means he could master all 3 professions. He realized that he actually had a lot to do now, so he decided to call the head of the clan and tell him that he would be moving forward. But at one point I realized that no one really heard him. Everyone was busy with their own business and no one was paying attention to him, and it wasn't that the guy didn't like it. He understood that now he needed to familiarize himself with the system and understand how it really works. And so he flew off to do his other things, and all this time, the little robot from the support service was telling him that His level was still rising, and it was incredible. The guy was very tired. Today was the 4th day, and in the village, most of the residents had only reached the 4th or 5th level. At this rate, nothing good would come of it. Therefore, he wanted to get to other villages as soon as possible, because then the likelihood that he would be able to save them would only grow. No matter how rich his village was, he would not be able to save them when the allotted time ran out. In addition, he himself still needed to put in a lot of effort in order to reach 300 stars. If he doesn't get a perfect score in the martial arts test, then he most likely won't be able to win the great battle, and then they will all most likely die, which is something I really don't want to see. Suddenly, the guy's flight was interrupted by some guy, who inexplicably also ended up in the air and began striking him with a sword. Chin was able to block his next blow in time, but in any case, at first glance it was quite unclear who was attacking him. This guy continued to mock Chinya and said that although his reaction was not bad, it would not help him anyway. Then he decided to answer for his words and concentrated energy in his hands and released a mass that looked like sand. Chin didn't understand who this guy even was and why he even dared to provoke him, so he decided that he needed to be taught a lesson. He was easily able to cut through the huge block that his opponent threw at him and was ready to continue the fight. But this guy did not give up, and he believed that he was just lucky. But luck will not always be with him, so he began to form new sandballs to attack. Chin, of course, was glad that he was already famous, not only in his village, but unfortunately, he did not have time for these games, so he decided that he needed to end this as quickly as possible. At one moment he was in the sky, and now he found himself on the ground and had already taken his enemy by surprise, striking him blow after blow, and now his sand is unlikely to help him in any way. Chin was too busy for such things, so he was able to deal the final blow to this guy, and immediately received a notification that he was able to destroy the Earth-level guard, and received 1 million points for this. At first he thought it was some kind of mistake. Why did they give so much for this guy? Is he really something special? The robot told him that this is a guardian, a descendant of one of the clans that participated in the Great Battle. The Challenger and the Guardian are rivals who can receive excellent rewards for destroying each other, and the stronger the enemy, the greater the reward the winner will receive. Chin thought that if he destroyed a couple more of these, then he would not need to worry about testing martial arts, but the robot immediately warned him that they were very dangerous people. But this no longer worried the guy, because the only thought in his head was that he could get so many points for such easy opponents. So he used his speed and went to these. The Guardian couldn't believe his eyes that that guy was able to deal with his friend in just an instant, even though Kang Wu had already reached the underground level. Meanwhile, Chin met another Guardian who had already attacked him with the idea that he would quickly deal with him. But Chin didn't think so, and after he broke his weapon, he boldly added that luck is on his side today, and he doesn't even have to look for his points and experience. This Guardian was even angrier than the previous one and began to shout to him that he did not have any heavenly power. The maximum was the earthly level, so he believed that Chin overestimated himself too much, and therefore he would now show him real strength. He tried to use his strongest technique, which was called 1,000 chains, after which he immediately sent all these chains to the guy and wrapped him around his body. Now Chin realized that he would have to work a little to destroy this guy. He is really much stronger. 1833. As soon as Chin was distracted, stones suddenly fell on him, which almost crushed him, so he began to realize that his combat power had suddenly increased. Besides, his arms and legs were now occupied, and he essentially could not use Hellfire and Ice Storm. Chin tried to do everything to come up with at least some kind of plan, because in fact now he is quite in a stalemate. But after a few minutes of thought that his opponent gave him, the guy decided that it would be a good idea to use his shadow clone. Chin clearly understood that the shadow clones had only half of his strength, so they would not last long, so he decided that he needed to quickly figure out how to get rid of him. As expected, the shadow clone was unable to inflict much damage, and the Guardian easily repelled his attacks, after which he even managed to inflict his own. But his opponent decided not to stop there, and now his target was Chin himself, who was holding a huge stone with his last strength. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he heard the voice of his pet, who asked him to intervene in the battle. But when Chin saw the new form of the phoenix, he was a little shocked. While Chin was trying to understand what was going on and why his pet's voice was coming from some little girl, the phoenix was trying to repel all the attacks of their enemy, after which he still added to his master that it was better for him to grab his tail now so that he could help him. Chin did not understand what his friend was talking about, because unfortunately he did not see the tail. But after a few seconds, he realized that Luan was not talking about the tail, but in any case his hands were tied and he could not do it. So the phoenix asked him to do it with his teeth. Chin doubted this decision for a long time, so Luan asked him to do it as quickly as possible, because he would not last that long. Realizing that this was indeed his last chance, Chin nevertheless decided and grabbed his tail with his teeth, if you could call it that. And as soon as they did this, a small portal opened and transported them. But Luan immediately warned his master that the range of movement was too short, so he believed that it was better for them to immediately hide. Chin was able to grab his pet by the hair in time and planned to create another portal, only in order to move to a longer distance. The guardian could not believe the fact that at one moment he stopped feeling his presence. He moved from one part of the forest to another with the hope that he could still find the guy and his little girl. The guardian understood that this girl could not move them so far that he would stop feeling his aura. He must be using some kind of heavenly path artifact to hide. Chin began to want to find out what happened to his little pet. And does Luan really look like this? She or he, it was already difficult to determine. She replied that of course it was she, because who else in this world could have such beautiful eyes and shining feathers? But then Chin remembered the words of the robot, who told him that the flaming lotus could help the pet acquire the form of a human. But the guy could not even imagine that Luan was a girl. In any case, this was not the main thing now, because he needed to deal with the guardians, one of whom was underground, the second of the earthly level. Fortunately, these two came across Chin, because if these were other people, the consequences would have been much worse. Chin decided that it was quite dangerous to return now, so first he decided that he needed to increase his combat power. He started eating dragon beans, after which he significantly improved his characteristics. But not only did he increase his power, but his pet now had almost 200 stars, which was quite a lot considering his level. Chin clearly saw that he now had 2 shadow clones with a combat power of 150 units, and now he should be able to fight this guardian. Therefore, they gathered all their strength and all their motivation in order to go into battle again. As soon as they teleported back to the same place, Chin immediately realized that this guy had obviously stayed here and was just waiting for them. The keeper did not hide this, so he immediately went on the attack. But what a surprise Chin had when he saw that now this man was not alone, but apparently brought his entire clan here, which significantly worsened his situation. He also drew attention to the very man who attacked them, and thought only that such efforts on him were somehow too much. But this guy didn't give a damn what the guy thought about it, because he continued to collect energy in his hands, and at one moment he created a huge ball, and as it turned out, it was his inherited talent, which was also called destruction. Destruction was not just one person's talent. It was a special technique of the Kang clan that could only work when they came together. Several clan members must work together to ensure that the divine spirit of the earth fills their bodies. Passing through the bodies of the vessels, the divine energy of the earth is completely purified. Then the earthly level master collects the divine energy contained in the bodies and forms a spiritual ball in which the energy increases tenfold. The man at that moment was thinking that even though the resulting power is incredibly destructive, there is one drawback. Those using this technique lose all their strength and the ability to move for 10 seconds after using it. So if you don't defeat the enemy with one blow, then serious problems will begin. However, on the other hand, he understood that he should not worry, because the one who suffered such a blow is usually not able to survive. Chin could only guess how strong this ball of energy could be, so all he could do was go into battle and stop them. The guy was able to get quite close to all the guardians and dealt them quite a few strong blows, after which they died, for which he gained experience and other improvements. But this was far from the end of the battle. The guardian already understood that things were not going well for them, and it was really difficult for him to understand how this was even possible. There was only one question in his head. How could this guy survive after being destroyed? But in any case, looking at Chin, he understood that he urgently needed to escape. Otherwise, this guy would simply destroy him. Chin did not stop and delivered an incredibly strong blow that could destroy any enemy. But the keeper was lucky that 10 seconds came to an end, and he was again able to use his abilities with which he was able to dodge the blow. The guy was incredibly upset that this happened, because he put so much effort into this blow. In any case, he understood that there was still a chance to destroy this guy. He just needed to catch up with him, and asked Luana to check everyone he had already destroyed. In order to catch up with the last guardian, the guy decided to use his wings. But it was so surprising, in fact, because even with them, he could not keep up with the guardian. He was too fast. Chin flew after him until he realized that the guardian was moving in a certain direction, and it was the village of Taiyue. The guardian entered a circle and gradually began to disappear. But finally he told him that the Tsang army would soon crush the whole world and his village in particular. Chin did not listen to him and accelerated to maximum speed in order to launch an attack, but apparently even under such conditions he did not have time. The guy was a little upset that he didn't have time to strike, because a little more and a lot of points would have been in his pocket, when suddenly the robot interrupted him and asked if he wanted to use one transmission card to establish a connection. Chin understood that the portal that connects the two places is quite dangerous, because people from the Kang clan also use this port, and they could accidentally meet. And if this does happen, then they will simply slaughter every last one of them in the Dragonpool village. Chin decided to clarify what would happen if he used this card. Would people from the Kai clan be able to enter the Dragonpool through this portal? To which the little robot answered him that there was nothing to worry about, because anyone who is not a resident of the village cannot go into it through the portal. Now Chin did not think twice and accepted this proposal, after which each villager received a notification that there is a connection between the villages of Dragonpool and Taiyue. But the guy also asked to inform all residents that Taiyue is an unexplored village, to which he has not yet advised teleporting, unless of course they want problems. That keeper said that the temple was located above the heavenly lake, so he decided that the first thing he needed to do was go there. Those applicants who do not know how to fly must use a ladder to climb, but they must blow extremely carefully, because if they do not resist, they can only rely on their luck. And the first person the guy met was a huge flying kite, and he called himself the guardian of this place. So he wanted to find out what the guy was capable of before letting him into this temple. Chin realized that there was no point in wasting his energy, so he asked his little friend to help him a little, and Luana happily did so, releasing an incredibly large wave of fire towards the dragon. After such an attack, he received a notification that from now on he could move freely within the first palace. The guardian would not interfere, so Chin boldly entered the first palace of the 9, in which he could receive various missions. As soon as the doors were opened, the guy was blinded by an incredible flash, and at that moment a notification arrived that he had entered the Palace of the Secrets of Nature, in which murder is prohibited. The guy knew that the first one to enter the first palace would receive 5 reputation points, and it was obvious that there were enough applicants there. Chin noticed here 12 people from the large Chiliocosm, 4 from the middle and 1 from the small. He had the impression that people from the large Chiliocosm entered the temple of thousands of apparitions through a portal, because it was clear that as soon as you entered these doors, you instantly found yourself in the only real temple of thousands of phenomena. As Chin passed by all the applicants, he heard them say without hesitation that he looked quite young, and also that with the innate talents and potential of people from the small Chiliocosm, he must be incredibly lucky to be here. They were quite surprised that he was able to obtain the title of newcomer emperor, which was quite good, and considered him a rather interesting person. One of the contenders thought that even though he was from the small Heliocosm and was the weakest among them, he was still good-looking and quite to her taste. She even thought that when she became the empress of the great Chiliocosm, she would like to have him in her harem. The guy was incredibly embarrassed to listen to everything they were talking about, and it was good for him that they began to distribute missions to each of the applicants. The first deposit was made by the same old man, for which he received his B-rank mission, which was incredibly rare, because they are quite dangerous. But in any case, he was happy, and many in this room began to envy him, because as a reward for such a mission, you can get a purple chest, which can contain really worthwhile things. Chin did not react to this in any way, because in his head there were thoughts about something completely different. He was thinking that in order to receive a token he needed some kind of collateral, but he did not have anything suitable for this. Suddenly he was interrupted by another applicant, who got the mission completely differently than he wanted, so he left the hall in a rather bad mood. But the guy was more interested not in what mission the guy got, but in what kind of thing he had in his hands, because this thing looked quite familiar to him, but he didn't understand where he could see it. Again, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by some kind of joyful cry made by the girl, who also received a level B token, to which the same old man immediately approached, who became incredibly interested in finding out what the girl gave as collateral, to which she answered him that she had put the core of hatred there, which she received for destroying the demon of hatred. And then the old man was slightly surprised, because he also completed this mission, but he failed to obtain such a core. She immediately let him know that she was not just completing a mission, the reward was doubled. and therefore the demon was twice as strong as usual, and she believed that that was the only reason she was able to get this core. But even so, it was too easy for her, because the demon in the battle with her simply crumbled into pieces from the girl's strength. While they were discussing all this, it was Chin's turn directly, who was going to receive his task for the first time and was even a little nervous about it. As soon as he climbed the steps, the other applicants immediately began to discuss that such a weakling like him was unlikely to get anything worthy and it was just a waste of time. While Chin was putting his hand in order to receive his task token, he remembered what that man had in his hand. These were the bracers of light, which he once managed to exchange, but after removing their appearance changed, and therefore I didn't find out right away. Therefore, he decided that with the artifacts he received from the demon of hatred, luminous bracers and rings, he would have as many as 3 things as collateral. And as soon as he paid his deposit, some kind of madness began around him, which frightened even the most experienced warriors. And those applicants who said that the guy was unlikely to get anything could not believe what was happening right now. The guy received a notification that the deposit had been successfully paid, and he had the opportunity to complete a C-rank mission. But since he made 3 deposits, he also received a C-rank mission, as well as an S-rank mission. Chin was pleased that he managed to get 3 whole missions, which he will soon begin to carry out. After Chin got everything he wanted in this temple, he headed towards the exit while collecting the glances of all the other applicants. They all couldn't believe the fact that he was able to get 3 whole missions, among which there was even an S-rank mission. This is at least a mythical chest as a reward. How did he even manage to do this? One of the applicants asked them all not to overestimate this guy, because the S-rank mission is not so easy to complete, but he was immediately told that he was just jealous of this guy. As soon as Chin left the temple, he clearly understood that missions of rank C, rank and above, would be a series of quests, and if there was a time limit, it would be quite problematic. But given the fact that he has already come a long way, this should not become a hindrance for him. As soon as he decided to start completing these tasks, he began to take off and noticed that the temple had suddenly disappeared, and Chin did not quite understand what was happening, so he decided to contact support. The little robot explained to him that when the sun sets, the temple quietly moves away from worldly temptations, and with the first rays of the sun it will appear again, so tomorrow at dawn, everything will return to its place. In the clan meeting room, that same guardian proved to his brothers that that mysterious young man was one of the applicants, but they did not want to believe him too much, because the test of the newcomers was not over yet, so where could such a strong applicant come from? The assistant to the clan elders, whose name was Sun, tried to prove to them that he was telling the absolute truth. He was even ready to swear with his life that all this was the absolute truth. And besides, he had no reason to lie about this. Feng Yi, who also served as an assistant to the elders, added that even after their collective technique, he still had enough strength to fight. He believed that this person was at least an Earth-level master. The third assistant to the elders entered the dialogue, who literally shouted that he was so young and so strong, and even a native of the small Chiliacosm, there must be even greater strength hidden in his body, so he believed that they couldn't just leave it like that. Sun at this moment only thought that when they fought, he did not have the feeling that he was using the power of heaven and earth. But if he was not an earth-level master, then how else could he be so strong? The elder listened to everything that the advisors told him, and made his decision in which he decided that there were more and more new applicants, so they, as guards, must destroy as many as possible in order to receive generous rewards. This challenger is incredibly cunning and strong, so you need to be careful with him, because he appeared not far from Taiyue, so he decided that they would use this abandoned city as a starting point to start their search. He also added that no matter how powerful he is, he cannot stop the entire Kang clan, so perhaps they will be able to find out where he gets his powers from and deal with him in one fell swoop, after which he finally decided and ordered his charges to destroy all the contenders. Then the strength of their clan would rise to a new level, and they should be able to participate in the next great battle. 300 people from each department, and tomorrow morning an army of 3,000 people will be sent to Taiyue, which made all the advisors quite happy. After the meeting, Sang Song's son Sang Ming simply could not understand why they should wait for the morning if they could attack at night. But Sun, looking at the moon, answered him that in fact everything is far from so simple, because he was not there, so he doesn't know anything yet. A mysterious monster lives in the heavenly lake, and every time with the onset of night, It calls upon ghosts who have already died, not a natural death on these lands, but destroy all living things on their way. And the city of Taiyue is the closest city to this lake, which is why it turned into a ghost city. Even Earth-level masters do not dare to approach Taiyue at night. As soon as Qin wandered into one of the local villages, several girls immediately ran up to him and began to offer their services. But he tried to ignore everything they told him as much as possible, because he assumed that it could be quite dangerous. The girl tried to impose on him the opinion that he was a very dear guest in this village, and he probably wanted to have a good rest or at least have a snack. But the guy was not going to listen to her until he activated the Eye of Truth, after which he looked at the same girl and was now sure that he definitely should not have any contact with her and her proposals. He immediately shouted in her direction and asked her not to play with him, because he immediately realized that she was not really a person. But the girl did not want to listen to him and continued to go to meet him and say that the guest knew everything. But this was even better for her. At some point, she decided to fully show herself and released a huge animal from her mouth that could destroy anyone. But no matter how hard she tried, she most likely clearly underestimated the guy. And Qin at that time activated his hellish flames and was ready to punish the girl for her insolence. But first, he needed to repel this blow. The monsters apparently didn't care at all about what kind of power the guy had, and they clearly weren't going to stop with one attack. At some point, Qin had to simply dodge every blow, and it was quite problematic, actually. This was all until he grabbed all their tongues in one hand and tried to burn their body to the ground. But despite the fact that they did not stop a single step, it became clear that hellfire simply did not affect them, and on the one hand, this was useless. The guardians who were walking through the forest at that time said that these spirits that live in Taiyue are between life and death and do not have their own essence, and in reality there are only grains of their souls that detain them here. So in fact, physical attacks will have no effect. Qin began to understand little by little that attacking them in the usual way was the same as cutting clouds. There was no point. One spirit, of course, was not a threat, but when they gather in groups, it is a completely different matter. Their army can be of incredible proportions, and then they are dangerous even for earthly level masters. All the guy's guesses and thoughts were interrupted again by these spirits, who used a ghostly howl that can cause damage to the soul and split consciousness. And when the soul of an attacked person is separated from the body, they flock in an attempt to absorb it, which is why no one dares to touch them, even though these spirits are only level 30, and their combat power reaches hundreds of stars. But they are still incredibly dangerous creatures. Qin was very lucky this time that he managed to react quite quickly, and used one of his most powerful skills, namely acoustic protection. But he was not going to stop there either, and therefore added furious thunder to everything, who erased all these spirits from the face of the earth one by one, and it seems he still succeeds in destroying them. The end of the spirits is quite pitiful, as in principle their whole life is, because they do not have the opportunity to be reborn. In fact, I even felt sorry for some of them. But in any case, they usually cause too much damage, so the guy did not stop and continued to attack them in order to destroy them all forever. He tried to think that in this way he was only helping them, and said that the cleansing power of thunder and lightning would free them. But at one moment he was enveloped by some green waves that captured not only his body, but also his entire consciousness. No matter how he tried to get out, this curse continued to haunt him, and it seemed to the guy that he had already tried absolutely everything. But at one point his efforts turned out to be quite empty, and he returned his consciousness to normal. But he expected a completely different result because he was standing in the middle of some office in a suit and did not understand what was happening. Qin tried to understand what he was doing here and how he got here in the first place, because it seemed to him that he had just fought with the spirits, and now his colleague came up to him and said that the director was looking for the guy. The guy himself didn't fully understand how he ended up in the director's spacious office and was already listening to what the woman was telling him. She told him that he had been doing a great job lately, and therefore they decided to promote him to administrator, which meant that his salary would be twice as high, many more days of paid vacation, and bonuses. The woman was clearly waiting for an answer from him, and Qin did not know what to answer. So he simply said that these conditions suited him, and he agreed to work. A moment later, he was already at the party in honor of his promotion, but he felt incredibly strange. What was happening to him? Not only did he not understand what he was doing here, but there was also a feeling that he was clearly missing something. The guy decided to close his eyes a little and saw Luana in front of him, who was shouting something to him, but he did not hear what she was saying to him and could not say anything in response. Phoenix shouted to the guy that he needed to wake up immediately, because this is how the monsters influence him, which along the way drag him to the bottom. His consciousness, along with his body, again moved to some other place where he stood in the middle of the roadway. It was an ordinary city, streets where many people walked, and it was not completely clear what had happened and how he ended up here. It all seemed incredibly unreal to him, and there were some strange thoughts in his head that his friends weren't really his friends. The family also seems not to be his. He feels only a boundless emptiness. He had implied before that he had some problems with his head, but not to such an extent. And the main problem was that he didn't even know who he could tell this to. Suddenly, the people who were around started screaming and pointing their fingers at the sky. So the guy also had to pay attention to this. He couldn't believe his eyes. Could these really be dragons? But what are they doing here? Chin looked at the sky and realized that he had some kind of déjà vu. Such familiar people. And meanwhile, one of the guardians shouted to all the people from the blue star that this planet no longer belonged to them, so they would destroy them all once and for all. Immediately after these words, they began to bomb all the inhabitants of the city, and Chin was no exception. A strange voice spoke in his head, which ordered him to destroy everyone who attacked his city. But the guy didn't even understand how he could do this, because they weren't even people. How could he win? But the guy understood that to some extent the voice in his head was absolutely right, because if he didn't try to destroy them, they would wipe him off the face of the earth. At one point, he had already come to terms with the fact that his life would end forever, and all he could do was cover his face with his hands and wait. Chin realized that he was still alive, and when he opened his eyes again, he realized that in the sky he saw a huge image of a little girl who was shouting something to him. The guy didn't understand at all who this girl was and what was happening to her, but it was obvious that she clearly needed help. Chin was not quite able to fully control his body, and at one moment began to be drawn to this girl. But the girl disappeared, and in his hand, instead of everything, a sword appeared, which he had already seen somewhere. The picture before his eyes changed again, and the guy began to understand that all this was just another ordinary illusion from which he managed to get out. But immediately after it, a second one appeared. He realized that whoever controls it can make people or things from his memory attack him. Then, of course, his goal is his end. There was a thought in his head that if all his conclusions were true, then the next attempt should be very soon, and he needed to figure out how to avoid it. A bullet from a sniper rifle fired, and the next thing the guy heard was how several people burst into his office where he was. This was a Special Forces detachment, which, after entering a given point, informed its command that the target had been destroyed and they were awaiting the next order. Chin didn't think so, and after the smoke spread around the room a little, they saw a guy who didn't understand what they were talking about and who they had already destroyed. He didn't understand what was happening. Had they really abandoned the heavenly powers and were now trying to destroy him with modern weapons? But again, the Special Forces did not expect this and immediately asked for ground support. They understood that not only was the target not destroyed, but something had begun to happen to it, and apparently they would have to immediately run away, unless, of course, they wanted to end their lives right here and now. It so happened that Chin planned to test the effectiveness of his forces against modern weapons, but apparently they are quite useless against him. After all, the Special Forces fired quite a lot of bullets at him, which simply stopped in his body and could not cause any damage. One of the mercenaries decided to throw a grenade directly towards the guy, with the hope that at least this would help destroy him. After the explosion occurred and the smoke cleared a little, it became clear that even the grenade could not cause any damage to the guy, and he stood still and continues to stand. Chin began to hear the voices of other people who assured him that they surrounded him and he had nowhere to really run. They pointed a bunch of sights at the guy and were ready to shoot him at any moment. Chin understood that he must have some kind of protection from these bullets, and most likely it lies in spreading his wings again. They were already tired of repeating the same thing that he had better give up, but apparently Chin understood that these were all the tricks of the one who created this illusion, so he continued to destroy everything in his path, and this time he destroyed one of the tanks. They immediately opened fire on him from all the weapons that were available, and it seemed that this would be his end. But even here the defense worked quite in time, which was capable of blocking absolutely every blow. Chin remembered one important detail, namely, that he had never in his life understood the armored vehicles that existed on the Blue Star, and therefore he was sure that this illusion could not be detailed. And this gave him the opportunity to use his ability, which helped him out quite often, so he used the ice storm, which was able to destroy absolutely everything that was around the guy, tanks, armored vehicles, people? Chin guessed that this illusion was already unstable, and he had very little time left and he would be free again. Therefore, he decided to continue in the same spirit, and this time he had to face aviation. The pilots did not think about their decision and decided that it would be best for them to start attacking the target to kill. But Chin didn't think so. He wanted to get rid of this illusion so much that he began to destroy these planes one by one to make this illusion even weaker. Looking at all this, the guy thought that before he was a fairly ordinary person. But now even the armor of a vehicle does not pose a threat to him. The combat power of 300 stars is more than enough to conquer the small chiliocosm. But still, he was quite interested in whether it was really possible to ignore the established order, relying only on the strength and aspirations of one person. It seemed to Chin that now was not the best time for such thoughts, because whoever supported this illusion had already weakened quite a bit and would all disappear very soon. The only thing he regretted was that he could not wait for the nuclear bomb, which in all likelihood was just around the corner. Of course, he was not entirely sure that in such a state he could survive a collision with something so powerful, but in any case he was grateful to his pet for the work, and then he could handle it himself. After which Chin collected all the energy that was available to him and decided to deliver the final blow to the one who decided to joke with him like that. The girl who arranged all this called herself a dark caster, added that she did not expect anything less from the one who was able to get out of her illusion, after which she asked for forgiveness, just in case, of course, if he was angry with her because of her performance. Previously, she was a dark envoy to the Lord of Justice, and she feels the aura of the Arbiter of Justice emanating from him. But Chin was not going to listen to all this nonsense, so he didn't let her finish and interrupted her, which made her a little angry because she doesn't like such impatient people. But it would be extremely difficult for her to stop the guy, because he had already begun to concentrate too much energy in his hands, and it looked too terrifying. She was still able to dodge the first blow, but it was only the first blow, and it was not entirely clear whether she would be so lucky next time. She tried to tell him that he had mixed things up a little, that even if he didn't like other people's homes, there was no need to create chaos, because when you come to visit and do something like that, you immediately get on the host's nerves. After which it seemed to her that she was able to deal an incredibly strong blow to him. But again, this all seemed only at first glance, because the next moment she was already bound by the chains of one of his talents. This was followed by a blow right in the face, which made the girl incredibly angry, and she was ready to simply destroy him for this. So she immediately went into battle to teach this crazy man a lesson. But it all ended before it began, because the guy fired several swords at her, which he managed to clone, and that was the end of the girl. After the fight, Chin noticed that her illusions were quite an interesting phenomenon, but he didn't need any of it. A few seconds later, he received a notification that he had received 5,000 justice points and a special item called a dark seal for being able to deal with the dark caster. Chin thought that she must have felt the power of the Arbiter of Justice circulating in his body and decided to get it. Therefore, using the abilities of the spirits, she imprisoned him in an illusion and tried to wear him down and would ultimately absorb him. This illusion helped him understand what he really wanted. He was the simplest person who lives every day according to the same scenario. But the appearance of this world changed everything. Now he has the power to protect those who are dear to him. In addition, he has the opportunity to gain even greater power. So from that moment on, he knew for sure that he wanted to become a truly outstanding being. As soon as he decided this for himself, a new view opened up before him. It seemed to him that he saw a huge palace in the distance. He entered this house without hesitation and immediately noticed that it had the same aura as that spellcaster. This must have been her abode. But what amazed him more was that he discovered a 5th-level furnace, and this spellcaster, it turns out, is also a rich alchemist. A minute later, he realized that all the jars there were empty and he wouldn't actually get anything. He was even a little upset that none of this was good, because there were only unusable pills around which contained an unsuccessful alchemical product. Chin couldn't believe that more than 1,000 pills were not recommended for use. This spellcaster had never managed to turn her hobby into something more, yet 1,000 contribution points were not lying around. He decided to try endless extraction, which was successful, and he was able to extract the toxins from the unusable pill, which was eventually converted into a level 1 pill. Therefore, he decided not to think for a long time and simply ate it and waited to see what the effect would be. And it was quite successful because he was able to get a plus to all his characteristics, and this pill is even better than 2nd-level spiritual grass. Chin was incredibly pleased that his endless extraction turns waste into treasure. After consumption reaches the upper limit, He can distribute it to the villagers according to their strength and contribution to the development of the village. So he will not only increase his reputation but also stimulate the villagers try even harder. There was still a little time before dawn, so he decided that he could deal with the tasks for now. But as soon as he took the token in his hands, it suddenly fell into small pieces, which was quite unexpected. As it turned out, he accidentally activated an S-rank mission, which was divided into 5 stages, the first and second of which were concentrated in Ta Yue, which he had already successfully completed, and the reward was in the process of being transferred. In fact, the guy was able to accidentally complete the first 2 stages, which couldn't help but make him happy. He had 3 more left and the mission would be completed. But that was not the end, because he got acquainted with the reward that he received, and these were quite generous rewards for so many simple tasks. Initially, he was worried that these robbers might attack the dragon pool, but now, with his new cards, he will be able to break their connection with the portal in the city, and if they are already coming to visit Ta Yue, then they will definitely have to walk with their feet. And when they arrive in the city, he uses a protective dome to protect the villagers. In the end, they will come such a long way and leave with nothing. The little support robot couldn't help himself and decided to congratulate Qin Feng for completing the second stage of the mission, and as a reward, he receives ability fusion control. The ability fusion power made it possible to determine the target's ability and randomly select 2 skills with a certain compatibility, but Qin didn't quite understand how he could use it. But the robot added to him that this was a rather valuable artifact with special effects, so he advised him to understand it as best as possible. And in order to make it easier for the guy, he decided to provide him with an example in which he showed a miniature in which he fights with a dinosaur. The little robot used the effect of baked pig intestines and aimed directly at the center of the dinosaur, which made him incredibly sick and tired. And with this example, the robot wanted to show that no matter what skills or artifacts were used, they would hit the target, depending on its level or skills. Qin, of course, now understood everything, but he wanted this example forget actually. Just as Qin decided that he needed to immediately look at the rest of the cards, one of the village residents suddenly contacted him. She told him that her awakened skill-rank temporary position could cover an area with a radius of 5 meters in a non-combat state, and she was a little worried that 2 days had already passed inside while only 1 had passed outside. In addition, her grandfather told her that she had a rather rare talent that could be useful to Qin Feng, so she decided to get in touch with him. The guy confirmed this information and asked her to wait a little. To begin with, he decided that he needed to check all the information on this matter, and then decide who he needed and who he didn't. Qin Feng thought about everything carefully, and thought that the people from the Kang clan and the Punisher would obviously attack the village. He also needs to pass the martial arts test, and if he wants to get the divine level, then he needs more time, and this girl can undoubtedly help him with this. At that moment, the girl recalled how her grandfather called her to him and began to say that although they followed Mr. Qin, they were too different from the inhabitants of the dragon pool. Then he added that she was quite smart and beautiful, so he offered her to become the master's concubine, and then he would always remember them. She tried to the end to convince him of this and prove that he was really not that kind of person. He understood perfectly well that he, as an elder, had to think about the future of his clan. Mr. Feng is a talented young man with a great future, and if he has feelings for her, it will be a real blessing. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Qin, who was trying to reach the girl because he wanted to ask her to use the teleport to get to the heavenly lake where he would be waiting for her. She unquestioningly followed Mr. Feng's order and was already there in a few minutes. Chiua was so happy to see him that she immediately ran to him, and he didn't mind at all that she came to him. But as soon as she took his hand, Qin immediately used a teleport with which they moved to another space. The girl couldn't believe that she was in this place. It looked like some kind of warehouse where there was everything you could want. Even some little girl was sleeping peacefully. Qin added to her that they didn't have much time, so he decided to bring her here because it was quite safe here and she could easily activate her ability. She was 100% ready for this, so after the guy's order, she began to carry it out. After she was able to complete her part of the task, Qin received a notification that the initial countdown and temporary position had been established. And as soon as Qin realized that she had done her job, he threw her a small bottle containing those same pills and told her that he was going to start practicing, and she could take it, and then she would become a little stronger. She was very grateful to him, although she did not expect such generosity, and at that time he was thinking that for successful extraction he needed at least an hour. but with the force field, now half an hour might be enough for him. The guy began to use his infinite absorption, and did it with everything, with all the plants that he had, which slightly increased his characteristics. But in any case, the amount was incredible, so after a while, he would become much stronger. The girl watched him carefully and thought that she incredibly wanted to stay with the master. But on the other hand, the girl herself did not really want to pursue any specific goal. Half an hour later, Chin used his talent several hundred times and extracted everything he could. But his combat power increased to 380, which did not suit him at all. He understood that there is a limit to the absorption of spiritual herbs. If they cannot be exchanged for something else, then this type of gaining points is further useless. He also received a notification that he could become an alchemist, but he understood that one skill point at a time, and if we assume that it takes 20 minutes to make one pill, then it would take him 33 hours to reach the average level, and with Shi Yue's skill, it's 17 o'clock. At this stage, he really thought about all this, because remembering the words of that guardian, he realized that he needed to be much stronger so that he could protect the village. Therefore, he decided that he needed to take a chance. Maybe it would work, and then there would be one less problem, after which he used permission to merge abilities. A slot machine appeared in front of him, which usually stands in a casino, but this time it will determine the guy's future new skill, and the fusion of Shadow Spray and Shadow Clone was randomly selected. The merger was completed, and the guy received a new talent, which was called the Master of the Shadow Stream, with the help of which he can create 2 clones that will lure all the combat power of the owner, and musical masterpieces will be played as background accompaniment. He walked away a bit from what had just happened and decided that it would be a good idea to actually try it all over again. First of all, he decided that he needed an alchemical furnace, after which he used the skill to create clones, because the 3 of them would be much easier to figure out. As soon as he used this skill, the girl who was calmly minding her own business could not believe what she was seeing, because she really had no understanding of why she was seeing 3 gentlemen. Meanwhile, they began the process itself, in which they needed to concentrate as best as possible. But unfortunately, the guy began to receive not entirely positive notifications in which he was informed that he could not clear the first level pill, and so on several times. In any case, he was not upset, because he understood that now, with the help of clones, the process goes 3 times faster. He decided that they would continue like this, and in 5.5 hours they could finish. And in a sense, he was still right, because finally a notification came that the endless extraction had passed all the attacks successfully, and he was finally able to extract the toxins again, and this once again proved that in the future he would not have problems leveling up as an alchemist. At that time, the Kang clan was forming its army in order to attack Qin Feng's strength, and one of the assistants was a little doubtful whether they should gather so many people for one applicant from the small Chiliocosm, because he could crush him himself with one finger. He was immediately told that 2 elders had already fought with this guy and were very badly injured, so they believed that they needed to be as careful as possible, because these elders are quite strong masters. Masters who have reached the combat power of 100 stars, but have not passed the martial arts test, are called semi-earthly level masters, and this in turn is divided into 3 stages, which are awarded upon defeating the spiritual beasts guarded by the first 3 temples. Only those who have reached the 4th temple and passed the test of martial arts can be called an earthly level master, which is also divided into stages. Kang, too, is an earthly level master of the 4th stage, and the elder of the clan occupied an even higher position, so it is he who leads this clan, which right now will set out on its next journey. At one point, his advisor ran up to the elder, who reported that all 9 districts had sent people and gathered only 3,000 people. The clan elder accepted this information and added that he could not go in this direction, so he entrusted this mission to the elder Fei, who stood behind him and was ready to carry out any mission that the head of the clan ordered. In addition, he had long wanted to prove that they were not weaklings and wanted to give back to the clan, but the head of the clan stopped him and added that they were short-sighted and only knew how to wait for the right moment for their affairs. Now their priority was the challenger. As soon as everything was ready, the elder ordered everyone to gather their thoughts, and from that moment, they moved forward. Several guardians were very heatedly discussing the fact that they had heard that the reward for destroying the challenger was incredibly generous, so each of them wanted to catch him first. But as soon as they decided to use the portal, which was supposed to transport them to the village of Tu Yue, they encountered an unknown problem in which the portal simply did not work. While the Guardians were figuring out why they were disconnected from the portal, Chin was trying to cope with another problem in the form of a new enemy, whom he decided to spare this time. After all, after a night of working on pills, he could no longer improve his characteristics, which was quite unpleasant. Although the skill obtained is quite strange, but it can be useful, Chiua truly has exceptional talent, so he hoped that he would perform even better in the future. In addition to helping with clones and 3D alchemy, she also dealt with other issues that arose, allowing him to concentrate on his work. Meanwhile, in the temple of the second level, a small robot informed all applicants that their number had reached the maximum and they could begin universal fights. But none of those present understood what we were talking about and what kind of fights they were, so they wanted details. The robot did not draw intrigue and began with the fact that under their feet there is a large portal that will take them to any corner of the world, but each use of it must be accompanied by the use of one universal stone. Therefore, he foreshadowed questions about how it was possible to get this precious stone, which he was holding in his hands right now. But his answer was incredibly unexpected, because he said that there is only a way, and that is to take away the stones from their opponents who stand with them below. The robot did not stop there and continued to say that each of the applicants will receive 3 stones, and if the applicant wins the duel, then accordingly he receives his opponent's stone. The applicant who receives the most stones will be declared the winner and will receive a secret prize from the organizers. Chin listened carefully to all these conditions and understood that he needed at least 16 universal stones. If each opponent had 3 stones, then he would have to fight with 3. Suddenly, his calculations were interrupted by one of the contenders, who said that he would like not to participate in the competition, so he did not mind giving these stones and just leaving. At first, the robot responded quite kindly and told the guy that he certainly could do this, but then he would pay for it with his life. The guy suddenly changed his mind, because in an instant his body seemed to be hit by countless sharp swords, so he didn't even have time to react. Now he understood perfectly well that this robot, who is always friendly with everyone, is actually a demon who can destroy you at any second. As soon as all the questions were over, the robot again very politely asked everyone to confirm their intention to participate in the competition. Chin understood that he had not yet fought with other contenders, and this was a great opportunity to look at their level, and this was a mysterious prize. He believed that it was worth fighting for. After a while, when all the participants agreed to participate in the competition, the robot happily announced that the first battle was about to begin. In the right corner stood a man from the small Heliocosm who called himself Chin Feng, and he himself was from the Blue Star. His opponent was in the left corner, Harry from the middle Chiliocosm Vocalus. Chin was surprised that everything was so organized. Besides the fact that there was a special arena, they also invited spectators here. The robot added that, to be fair, of all their personal information, only their level is displayed, so the enemy does not know about the abilities, skills, and even the combat power of their opponent. They all have 10 seconds before the start of the match to place bets, and spectators who do not place a bet now will automatically lose the right to be a spectator of the next match. Also, the robot incredibly wanted to remind them all that gambling involves certain risks, so you need to invest wisely, and Chin perceived it as a children's game, in which there is even a leader. All these people, the spectators, the arena, it was all somehow very strange and unjustified. The bets were officially accepted, and the robot was ready to announce the start of the battle. However, he did not forget to warn that in this battle there are no rules and restrictions. In battle, all means are good, so the winner takes all. As soon as he finished this, he announced that the battle had officially begun, and Chin's opponent immediately went into battle, delivering his blow. The guy did not expect that his opponent would go into battle so quickly, but still managed to block his blow, although it was quite difficult. And this was precisely the beginning of his counterattack, which followed immediately after, from which his opponent flew away. The guy immediately realized that he had hit with a force of 30 tons, but this was only enough to momentarily deform his arm. After this, the understanding came that his opponent was quite difficult, and he would have to be fully concentrated. The enemy himself was thinking about the same thing, even if his rival was their small Heliocosm. But he felt some tension, and all this did not matter to him, because he could suppress it with the power of his fire, and he was confident that victory would be his. And he decided to act almost immediately after he thought about it, and fired several missiles that flew straight at Chin. But no matter how confident the guy was in his missiles, Chin still managed to cut them with his sword, and the missile crumbled into small pieces. Later, I realized that this is exactly what Harry was counting on, because as soon as Chin cut the rocket, it immediately exploded. Still, Chin managed to dodge the explosion, but the calm was short-lived because as soon as Harry noticed his opponent, he went on the attack again. Chin was incredibly tired of dodging and blocking blows, so with a few movements he was able to repel the enemy's attack and take him by surprise. And he wasn't really going to stop there and decided that tearing his arm off would be quite normal. This angered Harry even more, so now he was going to use his entire arsenal just to take revenge. But apparently he underestimated his capabilities, because as soon as he got closer to Chin, he was easily able to dodge the blow and deliver his own rather strong counterattack. Chin himself also believed in himself too much, because Harry was a truly strong opponent who was not going to just lose. After the successful attack, he added that his speed and defense are impressive. However, if he were truly invulnerable, then he would not have the need to dodge, and this is exactly what Harry takes advantage of. Chin decided that he simply did not have time to listen to these stupid conversations, so he answered him quite briefly that even with such characteristics and skills, he would have enough strength to defeat someone like Harry. But everything was really not as simple as it seemed to Chin at first glance. It is much more difficult to fight with a person, and besides, he does not even know what his combat power is and where to look for a weak point. That is why Harry was able to grab him in one moment. Chin found himself in the trap that Harry had set. Fortunately for Chin, he was still able to use the talent of manipulating the earth and his bonds, which helped him secure his legs to the floor. But this could not last long, because in one moment, it would simply break his legs. But he was still in a great mood, because the opponent was actually really worthy, and he could have a lot of fun. In any case, he decided that he needed to fight back. But first, he was quite interested to know how his fire affected Harry's steel. Harry didn't understand what the guy was talking about until a whole wave of fire hit him, from which his steel clearly could have easily melted, and the guy himself clearly received his share of damage. Now Harry had doubts in his head again about his incredible strength, because from the moment he was able to awaken an S-rank talent, he had no equal. Where did this guy even come from? But there was really no time to think about who he was and how he did it, because Chin had already continued to attack, and he needed to think about how to evade such an attack. Apparently, Harry didn't have time to come up with an idea, and so Win was able to lift him to a fairly large height from which he was going to throw him and end the fight there. The guy's condition worsened every second, and it became clear that he most likely lost the battle despite his great strength. Chin thought the same thing, who at one moment flew up to the guy in order to deliver the final blow, which was supposed to force the guy to surrender. But Harry was not one to give up in such a case, so he decided to continue the fight, which is why he received an incredibly strong blow to the head immediately after he decided to do so. Chin understood that a few more such blows and he could simply destroy this guy, so he decided to tell the robot that his opponent was not able to continue the fight, so he would like to end it there. But the robot wanted to know what Harry himself thought about it. The assistant immediately asked Harry if he could continue the battle, and the guy at that moment only thought that he was incredibly unlucky, that in the first battle he encountered such a strong opponent who did not even give the guy a chance to win. He understood that even if the universal stone allowed him to go to different villages and receive rewards from the inhabitants, but if he died now, then all his efforts would go to waste. While Harry was trying to squeeze out at least one word, Chin noticed that the atmosphere in the arena had changed significantly, and now the spectators were behaving differently. Meanwhile, Harry still found the strength to say that he admitted defeat and surrendered, and thus Chin became the winner of the first battle. Then the robot announced that the restriction had been lifted, and now the winner could receive his reward. Chin did not quite understand what he was talking about. Immediately after this, monsters appeared in the arena, who were apparently going to eat the guy who, unfortunately for him, lost this fight. Harry couldn't fully understand what they were doing. Were they really going to eat him because he lost the fight? His fears were justified, and they really began to devour him, and it was very difficult for him to envy him. Everything could be heard in the arena. These were Harry's screams. Chin realized that the robot deliberately kept silent about what would happen to the loser for the sake of greater entertainment. The robot answered him that their world is not a toy but a constant battle in which the reward is life. So he kindly asked Chin Feng not to slander the support service. It became clear that all these spectators were actually the same people who lost their battle, and Harry would become one of them. But this was not the end. Now the guy could take his 3 stones, and he also gave him the choice to continue fighting or not. Chin understood that at the moment he had 6 stones, but this was still not enough to achieve his goal. His people were still waiting for him, so he could not retreat just like that. Therefore, He had to answer the robot that he was continuing the battle, and the robot notified all the spectators about this. He also added that those viewers who had their bet played, they can continue to take part in bets, as well as continue watching. The robot decided to choose its next opponent quite randomly, and it turned out that it was Sar from the Danjiang clan. The guy was incredibly happy about this, because in fact he had been waiting for this opportunity for 1,000 years, and he was finally given the opportunity to take part in this battle. But first he had to choose his appearance. This guy was from the Danjiang clan, from which the heavens turned away. His family did not live, but survived in the misty forest, waiting for the new emperor. However, everything that was dear to him was destroyed 8 days after the arrival of that contender. All that the one who did this to the guy's village could leave was a small cloth. So from that moment he decided that, despite everything, he would take revenge. Ending the heavens' hatred towards their clan and rushing to the Temple of 1,000 Apparitions, he felt much better with the thought that he would take revenge very soon. But no matter how great his desire was, he still lost. And until that moment he was only a spectator, and he was defeated by a man who had previously heard a lot about the Danjiang clan, but did not fully understand where he got such information from. The guy at that moment began to understand everything perfectly, because as soon as he looked carefully at his opponent, he saw the very symbol that was on the small cloth that the killer left. Sar could not stand this and began to scream at him at the top of his lungs, because all he needed in this life was to achieve revenge, and finally he found the very person who did such a terrible thing to his family. But unfortunately it was too late, because he lost the battle and now several thousand monsters came after him, pulling him towards them. The guy's opponent understood that Sar could no longer do anything to him, so he decided to add that a bunch of scum was his clan. Now he remembered. Sar wanted to continue this fight too much, but it was already too late. All he could do was promise himself that he would take revenge on the guy at no cost to him. Therefore, the guy decided that it would be better for him to become a strong monster and be able to take revenge than to live his whole life in the body of a person with a sense of guilt. Sar incredibly wanted to start this fight because his revenge had never been so close. Usually he had to watch the battles of newcomers and had no luck getting to them himself. Without waiting for the battle to begin, the monster decided that he would attack right now. So he attacked Chin without any doubt. But Chin was not going to lose to such a monster who only wants revenge. So he struck him with his fire to wake him up a little and let him know that he was facing a difficult opponent. True, Chin himself did not expect that this huge monster would be so fast and tenacious that after such a powerful blow, he would be able to recover so quickly and strike back. Chin was lucky that he was still able to block this blow, while the robot was telling his viewers why they weren't betting on this fight. The whole point was that he did not want to rush, but asked only to allow him to present to him the appearance chosen by their lucky one. This is a clone of a mysterious beast taken out of a cosmic crack. This monster had comparable speed to a B-rank talent and strength to an A-rank, which was quite high, and his sharp claws and teeth easily tear apart metal and stones, so it will be quite interesting to see how Chin deals with him. It only remains to add that his skin only looks smooth and soft, but in fact his body is invulnerable. But still, he has another terrifying ability that will win everyone's heart. And his ability was that his blood, like a flammable liquid, would immediately explode upon contact with a target, and defensive abilities below the 4th rank would have no effect against this phenomenon. This creature was very fast, strong, and invulnerable. In a word, it was an ideal machine for destroying someone. Chin will have quite a hard time, because as soon as their contestant chose this body, his combat power suddenly increased to 400 stars. Well, after all this information, the robot only had to ask the audience if they would like to place a small bet on his victory, or would Chin remain their favorite. In any case, he advised each of them to place their bets as quickly as possible, because at this rate they could destroy each other before they managed to bet on them. And he was really right, because while he was telling all this, the monster inflicted another attack on the guy, which sent an incredible vibration throughout the entire arena, and it seemed that there was simply nothing left of Chin. At the last moment, he was able to use his talent for strength and stop this monster's blow, but in any case he continued to put pressure on the guy, and it was difficult to restrain such power. Chin had no other choice, and decided that he would use the blade of the ancient knight, which he wanted to shove right into the monster's head. But the skin of this monster was incredibly strong, just as the robot said about it. But Chin can't even think that it would be so strong that it could not only repel the blade, but also break it. In any case, it was too unpleasant for the guy, and he began to get incredibly angry because it was his best weapon, which was broken, and now he was ready to break this monster in half. The guy squeezed out an incredible amount of energy in order to free himself from his grip. But at what point did he realize that he was standing on his own 2 feet, but his consciousness was in a different space, and it was incredibly difficult to understand what was happening. All he heard around him was the word, "I will take revenge," which was repeated countless times. Chin realized that this is the story of this monster, and right now he is trying to feel the guy in this way so that he gives up. Looking at this whole picture, Chin felt incredibly sorry for the guy, and he would not advise anyone to go through this. But unfortunately, he cannot give him such a chance because he has too many people whom he must save. When he regained consciousness, a beaten monster sat in front of him, who understood that he most likely lost this battle, and Chin wished him only one thing, so that he could finally rest. And to make it easier for the guy to die, Chin decided to promise him that he would find every enemy of his and destroy him in memory of him, so he could rest. As soon as the fortitude was exhausted, the robot announced that Saar would no longer continue the fight, and this was his last chance for resurrection. The robot happily announced that Chin Feng was again becoming the winner, and as a reward for his next victory, he would receive not 3 stones, but 6. But the little friend from the support service did not want to stop there, because he was actually incredibly interested in finding out how Chin's ordinary lightning was able to penetrate such a powerful monster's armor. Chin told him that he simply used a little trick. During physical contact, he allowed the power of lightning to pass through his veins, which got there with the blood. And when thunder and lightning reach a certain level, you just need to release a small discharge so that it covers the entire area. Besides, his blood is too flammable. It was only necessary to use lightning to make him explode from the inside. The more blood, the larger the explosion area. The robot began to understand that this man was too strong, and began to doubt that he was really from the small Chiliocosm. But his thoughts were interrupted by Chin, who was eager to continue fighting, because he still lacked a few stones in order to reach his main goal. The host of the evening happily announced that Chin Feng from District 1 wants to continue the competition. So the spectators whose bet was played in the last round, as well as those who collected enough soul shards, will have the opportunity to take part in the upcoming battle. The spectators who understood at least something from everyone else knew that this guy was too strong, and it was unlikely that anyone else would dare to fight him. They all decided that it would be better to wait, because there were actually a lot of applicants, which means there were plenty of opportunities. None of them wanted to be on the losing side. No matter how much the little robot wanted to, he still had to inform the guy that if there was no one willing to become his rival, then they could not continue. After which some incomprehensible glitch followed, which blurred the small robot into small parts. Suddenly a hole appeared in front of him, as if their space was being divided. The girl, looking at all this, decided that she had received permission, so she followed into one of the rooms, in which there were 2 girls who were resting after a hard day at work. But strange as it was, at one point they were interrupted by the lady, who was clearly not in the best mood today. As soon as she entered the room, she immediately added that Madam Punisher had called her, and she would like to find out what happened. The Punisher got up from her bed and said that the reason was actually simple. She just wanted to relieve the boredom of her humble subordinate. The woman did not quite understand what she was talking about, and asked her to explain to her in more detail what she meant. The Punisher continued to say that she knows very well that the woman simply cannot continue the battle, but she actually has an excellent proposal, after which she showed him a live broadcast from the arena, where Chin had just defeated 2 opponents in a row and wanted to continue fighting, but the woman immediately noticed the fact that the Punisher has no right to interfere during the evaluation of newcomers. The Punisher had no intention of doing this, and besides, she incredibly wanted to add that the woman was really so beautiful that it was even difficult for her to restrain herself today. But in any case, this was not the main thing now, after which she added that in the world of murders, risk and opportunity are synonymous. And as soon as she said this, she decided that it was time to send her on a new mission through the portal. She said to herself that it was best to take her word for it, because she was sure that he would make the right choice. But she was a little worried, because she doubted whether he would be able to destroy that alien body that they returned from the Great Void, because it seemed that she had already seen it somewhere. The girl who listened carefully to the Punisher all this time and noticed the fact that she had never seen her interfere in the affairs of the big world. So she was incredibly interested in finding out what happened this time. Without further thought, she confidently looked again at the screen where Chin was and told her that this time the main reason was this guy who reminded her of an old friend. Chin could not understand in any way what the robot wanted from him and what other hunter games he was offering him. The robot once again tried to explain to the guy that all spectators would receive the same appearance, and Chin Feng entered the sacred ruins for 1 hour. And it turns out that all the spectators are hunters, and Chin Feng is the prey. The hunters must catch the prey, and as a reward they will receive resurrection. The prey must avoid attack and capture. If after an hour the prey is safe and sound, then it wins. But if the prey destroys all the hunters, then he can get 500 points for changing roles. The robot once again warned that this would only happen at Chin's request, and if he didn't want to, he could refuse. But to be honest, the guy admitted that the robot interested him too much, so he replied that he would like to start the game already. The robot did not need much persuasion, and he instantly transferred them to a special arena, where hunters had already begun to attack the guy. But all this was too easy for the guy, because he managed to use only one skill, namely the release of energy, in order to repel the attack of these hunters. The first 6 hunters were neutralized, but he understood perfectly well that he shouldn't stop there. And what's more, it would most likely be much more difficult. The combat power of 200 stars was too small for the guy, so it was not surprising that he was able to defeat them so easily. However, he noticed that after they died, their bodies immediately disappeared without even time to retrieve them. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a shot that could have caused quite a lot of damage if Chin had not activated his defense before, after which he saw a warrior in front of him. Apparently it was another hunter, but even by his appearance one could say that he was much more interesting than all the previous ones. But as soon as Chin realized that he would have to fight again, an unexpected situation happened before his eyes. In his eyes, one could see the disappointment that he would not destroy this guy. But thanks to the fact that this hunter managed to fire a small number of fireworks from his weapon, other hunters immediately realized that their main target was located there. Therefore, they decided that it was time to gather all their strength and go for their resurrection. They decided that it would be quite reasonable to split into 3 teams, 2 of which would go around. They needed to move quickly, and the most important thing was not to let him escape. Their main task was to use an attack in waves, because this way they would have more chances. Besides, there are many hunters, while there is only one prey. The chance of victory for the hunters is much higher. Heavenly law should not allow such dishonest games at all. But as soon as they saw him again, they realized that in this case he would do everything to demonstrate even greater power than in those battles. And they were absolutely right, because Chin began to accumulate incredible energy around himself, which he hoped would help him cope with each of them. As soon as Chin saw each of them, he couldn't help but notice the fact that he had already been waiting for them for too long. How could they be so slow? This bunch of hunters standing below could not believe that this guy was actually so strong, because they believed that their numbers would help them defeat him. But Chin didn't want to just destroy them, so he decided to play with them a little and started running away from them. He created a copy of himself and sent it running in the other direction. But the hunters saw this almost immediately, so they also ran in that direction. One of them immediately realized that the guy had simply created a copy of himself, so he decided that it would be a good idea to use his eye of truth, which would determine whether it was a clone or not. No matter how fast the guy moved, all he could get was that the guy had a combat power of 400, which was quite unexpected for him, because he believed that the situation in which the eye of truth sees nothing but combat power is quite suspicious. So he decided that it was real loot and not a copy. At one moment, they found a moment to attack, which they considered quite good. But it seemed so only the first time, because when they finally decided to attack, it disappeared at the last moment. They couldn't believe that this guy had just been here, and it seemed to them that they had already launched an attack on him. But he suddenly disappeared, after which they began to quarrel among themselves, that each of the teams violated their agreement regarding searches in their zone, and a little more, and they would have quarreled among themselves. Suddenly, one of them heard some rather loud sound, which slightly frightened the hunter. The other guys didn't understand what he was talking about, so they asked him to explain in more detail, and he said that when they were chasing him, he heard some strange sounds, as if someone was singing, but he believed that he was not the only one who heard it. He also added that they sang something about love, tearful parting, and the bitterness of loss, and this further confused his friends. Meanwhile, Chin continued to count everyone who was in that place, and he stopped at the number 54. As soon as he counted to the end, he was ready to begin destroying these hunters, because the reward for destroying each one was quite huge. Chin used 2 of his clones at once to simultaneously use 3 skills, and thus destroy all the hunters in one fell swoop and finally take his prize. While the other hunters were trying to come up with a new plan for how they would look for the guy, the one who heard the song noticed that an earthquake was starting, and he felt uneasy at the thought that they might fall underground. But before they had time to come to their senses, the ground began to disappear from under their feet, and each of them simply began to fall down. Some of them tried to delay using their weapons, but they had little success. What a pity that the idea that this was a trap only now occurred to them. Other guys tried to save their lives at the expense of others and sacrifice their comrades. But in the end, they still fell down without a chance of survival. Everything they tried to do was simply useless. And those who still managed to stay alive at least a little thought that moving in space, controlling the earth, metal, his thunder, which he demonstrated during the duel, all these were the talents of this guy. They could not believe that he has so much. Who is he then? In any case, their thoughts did not last long because Chin wanted to finish with these hunters as quickly as possible. So he used his lightning again. Some guys had a defensive talent that helped neutralize this attack, so they kept thinking that this challenger was really unusual. First he gathered us all in one heap and only then attacked. One of them nevertheless managed to get closer to the edge of the pit at one fine moment, and a little more, and he would have been able to get out. But apparently he would not be destined to do this, because as soon as he decided that he had a chance of salvation, Chin immediately dropped a metal cage from above, which destroyed all chances of salvation. Chin understood that there were too many hunters, and he was only one. If he destroyed them one by one, he would definitely not be able to complete the task of destroying them. But on the other hand, if they attacked in a large group, then he would definitely have a hard time. He decided to use the earth control talent to create a huge pit, place metal pins there using the metal control talent, and then create the appearance of an untouched earth, and when they go hunting, then activate the skill, and thus all that remains is to lure them into a trap. This way he will be able to cope with several or maybe more hunters at once. So he decided to proceed to the next step. He put his clone to work, and he leads the hunters to a place where there is not much activity, and all that remains is to wait until they all fall into a trap. Chin then decided that he needed to attack immediately, so he formed a wall of fire around the hunters to delay them. Next, he decided to use the art of manipulating the gold of the talent of the 5 elements and weaken the frame of the building, causing it to simply collapse. And along the way, ice arrows will be waiting for this territory in the air, which will be shared with those who still manage to get out from under the rubble. Thus, he believed that the hunters would die instantly, and to be sure, he used fire to heat the area to extreme temperatures, thus melting the soil and turning it into lava. With the rest of the hunters, he decided to act even wiser. Chin was going to lure them to hell, and this fate would concern everyone who until that time had been holed up in the dark corners. All you need to do is demonstrate your weakness when necessary, and they will come out on their own. This is how it happened. At some point, Chin settled on the fact that he had already destroyed more than 200 hunters, and apparently this figure would be far from final. But still, Chin's plan worked perfectly, and thus their battle began to come to its logical end. At least it seemed so to the guy at first glance, until he heard someone flapping their hands behind him. As soon as he turned around, he saw the Punisher in front of him, who stood clapping and added along the way that the guy really impressed her. As soon as the robot saw this, it began to get incredibly angry, because she has no right to touch the applicant without permission. But she did not listen to the little robot, and simply turned off the communication channel, after which she greeted Chin Feng, and added that she was rather uncomfortable talking to him. Chin Feng, in turn, did not answer her with such courtesy, and first of all asked who she was and what she wanted from him. She answered him that her name is Ju Yu, and she plays the role of the Punisher of Heaven, and it was she who offered 500,000 points as a reward for winning this game. The guy continued to not understand what she wanted from him, but still answered in an angry voice that he probably should thank her for this, but she believed that it was not worth doing this because she did it of her own free will. Then she added that heaven has rules. The Punisher cannot interfere in the affairs of the applicant during the testing period for a newcomer. However, the taken ruins are an exception, especially since the guy entered here voluntarily, and this territory is not controlled by heaven. The guy began to understand that she organized this whole circus only to lure him here, and this reward in the form of points was just a fairy tale, to which the Punisher could not give an exact answer. Therefore, Chin told her that he did not particularly like talking to people who took him for a fool and were only looking for benefit for themselves. Ju Yu answered him quite unexpectedly, because she immediately began to attack him and say that she would not do this again if he did not like it. No matter how hard Chin tried to block her blow, he still could not do it, and then flew several meters back. But he was not going to give up and decided that he would have a much better chance in the air, so he immediately used his wings to take off. Unfortunately, he was wrong, because even there a surprise awaited him in the form of blows from the strongest opponent he had to fight. She hit him and at the same time said that he was so weak that it made her laugh. Juyu asked him to wake up and start fighting, because she was tired of showing him how to do it, and at this rate she would soon simply destroy him and wipe him off the face of the earth. Chin tried with all his might to hit her back, but she was too fast for him to inflict any damage on her. At one point, she even managed to grab his leg and once again remind him that he was too weak for her. She believed that he had only flaws, and of course she didn't leave him a chance and again struck him right on the head. She could not restrain herself and added that before he was so handsome and powerful, but now she sees only a useless and helpless guy. Chin felt incredible pain, and on the one hand could not understand how she did everything so quickly, because it was simply impossible to concentrate and do anything. While he was thinking, she threw him into the air again, because she still thought that he would wake up and start attacking her. But apparently she was wrong, and now her main goal was to destroy the guy forever, so she was sure that she would do it today. After so many blows, even Chin himself could believe it, because he missed blow after blow, and it was quite problematic to endure such strong attacks. At what point did he decide that it was time to wake up? Because he was tired of this beating. So he realized that since everything he tried did not work on her, then he should try to use the power of the 5 elements. He launched into her all the cores of the elements that he knew. Now he could only watch how she was going to repel these blows. The explosion was incredibly huge, as expected from using 5 elements at once. After all, the guy extracted 5 elements from the sacred ruins to create a sphere whose destructive power is not inferior to a nuclear bomb. He decided to fly up as high as possible to see if this blow worked and did any damage. But apparently it didn't do anything to the guy. After all, the girl stood and smiled, simultaneously saying that if this was his best blow, then she was very sorry because he only stained her armor a little. Chin was a little upset that the power of the elements was also ineffective here, so he decided to invite his pet to this fight. The guy came up with a plan in which he wanted Luana to release the golden flames while he used the shadow bonds. Maybe this way they could do at least some damage. Chin was able to tie up the Punisher without any problems, and this confused him a little. But still the little phoenix went on the attack as her master ordered her. It created an incredibly strong flaming strike that could destroy even the strongest armor, so the guy relied on this strike quite heavily. But the Punisher was so strong that she was able to catch this small creature in one hand and thereby stop the blow. She held the poor phoenix and began to talk about how it was precisely because everyone always mocked and mocked her that she decided to become a Punisher, because she knew that he could not die, and therefore endured these humiliations for thousands of years and watched every new applicant waiting for Chin to appear. And all this was only to destroy him again. Chin couldn't watch how this crazy woman was torturing his pet, so he immediately used his thunder to somehow rectify the situation. After this attack, Luana was able to get out of the Punisher's hand and was again with Chin. And this surprised the guy most of all, because he could not believe that this thunder attack still worked. He began to think that perhaps elementary talents did not hurt her, but had a certain influence. Chin understood that these were all just guesses, so he decided that he needed to test this theory and use the talent of the 5 elements, but wanted to use ordinary earth. To begin with, he wanted to use quicksand, but then he realized that this would most likely not be enough, and he added one more element, namely the element of fire, which seemed to define the boundaries of where the Punisher could go. She was extremely disappointed with his work. Juyu believed that using the same technique on her as on these scum, whose strength is estimated at 200 stars, was an incredibly stupid decision. Chin was not going to listen to what she was saying, but simply continued to stick to his plan, which rather suddenly came to his mind, and this time he used an ice storm. This started to irritate Juyu even more, and she literally started screaming that this was all kindergarten, and with such blows, he definitely wouldn't defeat her, because she was at least invincible. Therefore, she was able to easily block his ice storm with just one swing of her hand. Then she started laughing and saying that his attempts were incredibly pathetic and he shouldn't keep trying. Chin at this moment continued to use his talent, and the ice storm did not stop. So Juyu realized that he was doing this for a reason, because her body was already half immersed in ice. After which, finally the guy himself spoke and answered her that it didn't matter to him whether it was effective or not, The important thing was that in this way, he could immobilize her for some time. After all, only thanks to this he can deal her a rather strong blow, which she cannot block in any way, which is what he did as a result. She was in a trap, and now the guy dealt her blow after blow, and added along the way that now it would also be incredibly interesting for him to see how she would get out of this trap. Chiua did not think so, and at one moment exposed her helmet to the blow, and Chin struck with all his might not on the head, but on the helmet. And this energy made it possible for her to strike, even considering the fact that her hands were tied. The guy couldn't even imagine that she would try to launch a counterattack in exactly this way, so he couldn't foresee it. Chiua, meanwhile, began to laugh incredibly hard again, and say that his magma and ice are just kindergarten, which still do not help him win in any way. Chin understood that now his affairs were quite bad, because he expected that he could defeat her while she was immobilized. But now he would have to come up with a new plan again. But he was wrong, because everything was even worse. Because Chiua was able to create a huge ball, which would probably be aimed specifically at the guy. Before launching such an attack, she added that she incredibly liked the look on the guy's face. But now she really wanted to show him what she was capable of. This huge ball was flying straight at the guy, and he realized that his regeneration rate was too low, and there was not enough energy to somehow evade it. Was this really the end of him? The situation was truly stalemate because of the understanding that if he did nothing, he would most likely simply die, which drove him even more into a state of panic. Chiua's blow reached its target, and it seemed that this was the end of Chin's story, because given his condition, he could not avoid the blow. She was about to leave when she suddenly realized that he was again using his pet, which, in addition to being able to control fire, is also capable of controlling space. Chiua was very angry that the guy was able to survive even after such a blow. How lucky is he? So she attacked him with a bunch of blows to the body because she wanted to finish him off incredibly hard. Chin was in an incredibly bad state, but his regeneration was aimed at Luana, who was able to save him at the last moment. At this time, Chiua did not even give the guy a chance to recover, and again launched another attack to finally finish him off. Along the way, she said that she always thought that their battle would be much more lively, but it turns out that she was wrong. She again gave him a chance to escape, because she understood that he would not be able to do this, and she incredibly enjoyed playing such games with him. A few seconds later, she again took a huge block, which she was going to throw at the guy and his bird, because she perfectly understood that he could not heal himself during the battle. And if she continues to fight in this style, then sooner or later he will run out of strength and she will be able to defeat him. Chin understood that Luana teleported him and thereby saved his life, but this block unfortunately damaged her heart and lungs. Therefore, while Chiua tried to catch up with him and attack again, he only thought that if he did not find a safe place where he could be treated, then most likely they would both die. Chin decided to use his lightning for this again. The plan in his head began with this. Chiua bullied him every time she had the opportunity, and this time was no exception. She again said that she was too bored because he was too weak. But these lightning bolts were not ordinary, because with the help of them, he was able to create a large dragon. But even this did not surprise her, so she advised him to just give up, because this way his end would be much easier. But how could Chiua still not care about all Chin's attempts to inflict at least some damage on her, because she dodged all the blows with incredible ease? But the guy himself felt too bad, because he missed absolutely all the blows and felt too bad to continue the fight. Chiua did not stop and continued to tell him that using a clone against her was an incredible stupidity that only he could allow, after which she warned him that now she will do everything so that he finally feels what it's like when all the anger falls on you. But she didn't even have time to think when Chin suddenly appeared in front of him and dealt her a pretty good blow right in the face. In any case, this was all to Chin's advantage, because at the moment he was using his regeneration skill to restore his strength, and the noise from the electromagnetic gunshot was intended to drown out the melody from the use of the shadow flow. While the clone confuses the Punisher and takes him away from him, the guy was able to grab Luana and used his earth control talent to be able to heal a little. But he was more worried about Luana, so he did everything to make her feel much better, even giving her something to eat that he could prepare using his alchemy skill. But after some time, he realized that all the clones that he sent into battle had already been destroyed, and it seemed that he would have to return again soon. Chin clearly accepted this and asked Luana to get ready, and as soon as she gathered her strength, she could immediately teleport them upstairs. But as soon as the guy was on top again, he immediately received several blows to the head and more. Chiua was now saying that it still wouldn't help him that he was able to recover so quickly, But he still tried to make these pathetic attempts. She was quite surprised that he still thought he could defeat her. But she was talking too much and didn't notice how the guy came up from behind and was ready to deliver an incredibly strong blow, and it seemed he would succeed. The blow was not as powerful as Chin would have liked, but in any case he was able to knock off her mask, which she was so afraid to take off. But her reaction was not entirely surprising, because she began to laugh again and say that this was a pretty good try if he wants to find her weak spot. But unfortunately for him, this is not it. And at one moment it seemed that the guy only worsened his situation. After all, her eyes were incredibly scary, and no one knew what could be hidden behind them. Chin froze in place from what he saw. It wasn't that he was overcome by fear, he just didn't fully understand what kind of creature she was. When suddenly his whole body was divided into parts and he watched it from the side, it was an unbearably vile feeling. But the guy, unfortunately, could not do anything about it. But she didn't stop there, because it only gave her even more motivation to strike him and throw him as far away as possible. After such a powerful blow, the guy didn't think about the fact that it hurt, but what he just saw, as if his body and soul were separated. It was not like the effect of the zombie attack from Tai Yue. This time it was separation seems much more real. Ju Yu was again near the guy and said that she was actually very excited by this action. The way her fist met his flesh, she truly reveled in the feeling of victory every time, and this little skill was more of a last resort. She began to explain to him, since he had already experienced this, her eyes have magical powers. Whatever was blocked by her gaze automatically stops all functioning. Therefore, if he tries to move, his body and soul will be torn apart in the blink of an eye. Simply put, it works like a camera. If you stand still, everything will go smoothly, but if you move, the pictures will turn out blurry. Now it became clear to the guy why they reminded him so much of a camera shutter. Chin simply didn't know what to do anymore. So he understood that the only way out was to try asking his pet to help him find the weak points of this monster. While he was trying to look at her eyes and understand where there could be blind spots with such eyes, she continued to beat the guy blow after blow. It was obvious that he couldn't hold out like this for long, so he had to urgently come up with something. Otherwise, he would really die here. He tried to measure the distance her ability worked, but it was difficult, because at that time she continued to beat him and said that several successive breaks in the soul and his endurance and ability to endure pain impressed her quite a lot. She watched him suffer in pain and she incredibly wanted to push him to the limit, so she thought about tearing his skin off slowly, millimeter by millimeter. Chin endured her blows and continued to count. He reached the number 20,000 when suddenly he realized that this feeling had finally disappeared, and apparently the range of the skill had finally reached its limit. He was convinced of this as soon as he flew a little further and saw how the Punisher used a teleport to move closer. But in any case, this did not stop her from using her magic eye shot skill. This time, after she used this skill, it did not have any effect on the guy, and finally he was right, because he found out that if you stay at a distance of 20,000 meters from her, then she will not be able to use this ability. Finally, the guy decided to launch his counterattack, and of course he asked for help from his pet, who was happily ready to help him. Ju Yu didn't seem to try to use her skill, but her picture didn't work out, and she couldn't keep track of the guy, which made her incredibly angry. And Chin, on the contrary, finally began to deliver good blows to her body, the first of which was to the very heart. The guy was not going to stop there and continued to deliver his blows in series. Ju Yu tried to fight back and strike back, but it was too hard for her and in Chin's case too slow, so he could easily dodge. But at some point, Luana informed Chin that they had reached the maximum and simply could not teleport further because they were near the border of the Holy Ruins, and Ju Yu decided that she should not waste such a wonderful moment in order to strike him. So she decided to increase her speed to the maximum and began to deliver an insane number of strikes. She decided that the most suitable option in this case would be to use the Royal Fist, with which she can deliver several dozen blows at a time. Chin understood that there was no point in dodging these blows, so he once again asked his pet to leave as soon as possible. But unfortunately for him, and in particular for his pet, the teleportation did not work, and Chin took all the blows upon himself. While so many blows were thrown at the guy, all he could think about was that when using a skill, Luana concentrates on a certain point in space in order to move exactly there. However, this kind of punishment distorted space, and Luana was unable to concentrate on a certain point. He understood that in a few seconds, the Heavenly Dragon's armor would be completely destroyed, and then he would definitely die. But still, the guy still had one idea, which he asked to listen to carefully. Chin asked her to concentrate as much as possible now and not be afraid of anything. She just needs to concentrate and trust him. After which he threw Luana straight into the hands of the Punisher, who did not understand why the guy was constantly repeating himself because she had already seen this, and it didn't work then. Why does he think that it will be different now? But she didn't expect that now it could really be different, because she created an incredibly huge fireball that literally covered the Punisher's head. In any case, she was able to complete her task, namely inflict damage on the eyes of the Punisher. Now she began to get even angrier and wanted more than anything to destroy this guy and his little animal, which was constantly getting under her feet. Even blind, she continued to strike, but they were not as accurate as she would like. So now Chin has a chance to get closer to the Punisher if he dodges all her strikes. Chin's plan was to first reduce the killing power of the golden flames while increasing the speed of her attacks, and then blind the Punisher before she used her ability, after which she would not be able to fully control her attack with her fists. But even in this state, she continued to threaten him and say that any minute now he would meet his end. As soon as her eyes began to return to normal, the first thing she saw in front of her was the fist of a guy who was ready to deal a rather nasty blow to her face. But she was still able to block him at the last moment and as a result, tear his armor into small pieces. All this was in order to divert her attention and again use his skill of binding with bonds. But the girl did not fully understand why he was using it, because it was still incredibly funny for her. Because again, she was easily able to escape from this trap and attack him again. She couldn't just believe that he was such a huge fool, that he decided that he could defeat her with such childish techniques, after which she decided that it was time to finish with him, and dropped her armor to become even faster. She was able to catch up with the guy in an instant, and told him that each part of her armor weighs about 10 tons, and she exists only to restrain her true destructive power, which she wanted to demonstrate to the guy right now. Before Chin even had time to think about what he could do, he immediately received another blow to the face, which was quite unpleasant. But again, the guy understood what he needed to do, so these blows did not cause as much damage as usual. He even managed to evade some, which gave him hope that he could still defeat this monster. He understood that after she took off her armor, her speed increased incredibly. Now she essentially moved almost at the speed of Luana's teleportation. Therefore, he decided that it was better to send his little friend into three-dimensional space. It would be much safer for her there, although she did not want it. And as soon as he did this, Ju appeared in front of him again, who incredibly missed the guy and was ready to deal him another blow to the head. Chin understood that he urgently needed to come up with something, because at one point he simply would not be able to withstand blows of this level. But this girl was too strong, and it would be incredibly difficult to defeat her just like that. She herself was incredibly interested in finding out how he was now going to play with her, without having the ability to teleport. Chin did not have time to do anything because she constantly struck and simply did not let him even think. But still, this was only at first glance. In fact, the guy had a clear plan, and every blow she dealt to his head brought him closer to the fact that he would still be able to carry out his plan. When he was already close to landing on the ground, he ordered his bonds to pick up a small object by the time he finally landed. He asked to do this as soon as possible, and they still managed to throw this item to him at the last moment. Now everything depends only on him. He needed all this so that he could block her blow, which he was able to predict. But she was able to deliver such a strong blow that even through part of this armor he felt its full force. He couldn't believe that even with her armor it was hard to resist her strength. So if he now hides in three-dimensional space, then she will find a way to find him anyway. And then not only will he suffer. Chin understood that he immediately needed to come up with another way out. But as soon as he thought about it, Chiua suddenly appeared in front of him, who, according to her, came to stop the Punisher. And her attempt looked pretty good because she used her skill, which was called static time, and this helped to stop everything that was happening for a while. But in any case, it was not for long, and Ju was still able to throw part of her armor at them, which weighed quite a lot. Chiua knew what she was doing when she took this step and was able to stop this blow. Although in the girl's eyes there was a misunderstanding that this was simply impossible, because she was definitely able to stop the flow of time, and now, no matter how hard she tried, she was unlikely to be able to dodge another similar blow. Her fears were actually justified, and the Punisher actually launched another piece of armor at them, after which there was a small explosion, after which one could forget about this girl. But the Punisher was still quite interested in watching her skill. The ability to manipulate time is really good. It's just a pity that the level is too low. The difference in their strength is huge, and then these abilities have no effect on her. She was able to survive, But now Qin was even more wounded. No matter how hard she tried, she could not protect her master. Qin again heard from the Punisher about some Long Zhu. She constantly talks about him. Apparently she confused him with him. Because of his blood talent, maybe he will be the key to defeating her. The guy asked Chiua to do something for him. He told her that he had a skill card, and it would allow her to use the wings of the wind, and then she needed to use her skill to interact with the clones. He asked her to do this as quickly as possible, because she needed to stop the Punisher as quickly as possible, until she herself did this to them. All he needed was for them to gain just a minute of time, but her safety was a priority, so he asked her to do everything carefully and not fall under her blows. They were interrupted by Ju Yu, who asked for forgiveness for interrupting their idol, but she wanted to end it all. So now she will send them to hell so that they can tell her how good she is. Qin ordered that his order be carried out, and he will distract her by causing a small explosion. The guy created a one-piece explosion, after which there was a large amount of smoke, which helped his clone and Chiu Yue pass unnoticed by the Punisher. And Qin himself disappeared at that moment. He needed to heal and regenerate at least a little, because his condition was terrible. While he was doing this, Chiu Yue tried with all her might to distract the Punisher, again using her ability but only this time at her best. Qin wasted no time in eating as many dragon fruits as he could, literally stuffing more and more into his mouth, while Ju Yu was trying to get a clone of the guy who was simply carrying out an installation to stall for time. Qin's strength continued to grow at this time because he ate an incredible amount of dragon fruit at once. Chiu Yue understood that she could not hold out any longer because she was getting closer and closer, and unfortunately for the girl, it was too fast than she expected, because literally a moment later, the Punisher held the girl by the head and said that she had finally caught the mouse. Ju Yu understood that this girl was just an ordinary person who was unlikely to do anything to her, but she still struck her several times. All he wanted to hear was for Chiu Yue to simply say the place where Qin was hiding. Only she needed him, and she was ready to spare her. But she couldn't even expect that he would appear so quickly. And what's more, he was able to deliver a powerful blow thanks to the fact that she was distracted. Qin understood that his wings were broken, and now he would not be able to fly normally, so he decided that the best option in this situation would be to transform these wings. Ju Yu almost didn't feel the blow, but she was still interested to know what this guy came up with this time. Qin at this moment only thought that his wind wings were an extremely powerful thing, but this power was not released in the first form. Therefore, he decided that he needed to use a second form, the power of which could be fully released, and it could be used to strike with a force that was not inferior to the Punisher, which is exactly what he did. He was so fast that she couldn't even notice how quickly he approached her, and still delivered that same blow. Such a blow caused a wave of force that could even destroy the wall behind. Qin understood that he would not last long like this, because the strength of the wings was actually weakening, and soon it would be difficult for him to continue to deliver such attacks. Even the Punisher admitted that this was a completely different matter, and the attack was quite strong. But there was one thing, which was that it still wasn't enough to win, so she dodged another blow and struck again. This time the blow was even stronger, and the guy realized that his ribs were broken, and his energy was only half restored. No matter how many dragon blood fruits he ate, he still couldn't defeat her. She walked away a short distance and added that out of respect for him and his strength, although weak, she would give him a quick end. But Chiu Yue intervened in the battle again, and she jumped out right before this blow. Everyone understood perfectly well that this was the end for the girl, who at that moment was crying and saying that it was because of her that he received even more damage, so if he could forgive her, then she would be very grateful. Without any doubt, she was ready to give her life so that only Qin could continue to live. Qin couldn't believe it and started screaming because it was incredibly painful for him to lose her. The guy was so angry that because of his scream, a hurricane began to be created, the power of which was prohibitive. And Ju Yu at that moment finally began to smile, because she understood that she had achieved this. Finally, this guy had released the dragon spirit from himself. Qin at this time began to go crazy, and it seemed that he would simply explode from the power that he had to control right now. But still, he was able to cope with this, and now there were several dragons around him that he could control. The Punisher at that moment was thinking about how terrifying the aura of greatness was, almost like Long Zhu had then, but all this was a bluff, because the real Lu Zhu had not yet awakened, at least she thought so. Therefore, she believed that she needed to continue the fight and wait for it, because most of all she wanted to return to the abode of the immortals. But just as they were about to clash again in battle, a woman suddenly appeared in front of them through the portal, who immediately began to say that personally contacting the applicant in an attempt to destroy him by creating sacred ruins that are isolated from the eyes of heaven is simply impermissible, so she will report this to the heavenly path. But Ju Yu didn't care what she wanted to do because she had actually already done everything she wanted. Therefore, she began to teleport little by little with the thought that she knew for sure that he was Long Zhu, and as soon as the novice period was over, she would certainly return for him and then destroy him completely. The guy held Chiua in his arms and listened as they told him that the village chief Qin Feng had graduated from the hunter game, and for this he would receive 500,000 points, and as compensation, he would be given the opportunity to receive an unlimited purchase of universal stones. Well, as a bonus for the fight with the Punisher, he will receive a 7th rank artifact, namely a divine weapon instead of his broken sword. Instead of his armor, which was destroyed, he will receive level 6 armor, namely the Zhuantian dragon armor. But all this was rather uninteresting to him, because first of all he wanted to find out who it was. The assistant told him that the Punisher constantly talked about the demigod, who came from the abode of the immortals, demoted in rank, but she could not say anything more about Long Zhu. Looking at Chiu, the guy knew that he would definitely have to return the favor for such a beating. Of course, he had an incredible desire to make her pay for everything she did. The woman told him that people from abandoned clans belonged to the world of murder, so there was still a chance to make an extraction before she died. But Qin was not going to do this, because he respected Chiu too much. And he was not going to use his talent on the dead, that was his law. After that, he collected his thoughts and used his teleport, and entered area number 618, where he sent out offers to all residents of village number 618 to become residents of the Dragon Pool village. And so the guy did this with several more villages where people were not against joining the Dragon Pool, because there they could do ordinary work and get a new level for it. After some time, the guy was able to achieve good results, and now he controlled 16 villages and branches, so he was able to save all his former compatriots. He also asked to divide his points between them and gave 10,000 points for each of the 4 characteristics for all this. As a result, he became even stronger after the battle with the Punisher. In addition, he received incredibly strong weapons and armor, and his strength was at the level of more than 1,000 stars. When Qin came to Taiyue village, he saw how everyone around him was madly happy, but he was not in the best mood. After all, he at least needed to inform the elder of this village that his daughter Chiu was no longer with them. But on the way to him, he was interrupted by some guy who said that things were very bad, because the city walls had not yet been built, and the army of the Sang clan was about to break through, after which he added that only Qi Yiyun and a few others went to confront the entire army, and this made Qin go into a state of shock. He understood that this was Qi Yue's younger brother, and he wanted to do everything possible to prevent him from dying in this battle. The leader of this campaign was surprised that the elder came here, but he told him that he had just learned that a meeting of the defense forces was held in the Yuan clan, and the clan was not notified about it. He believed that their clan was weak, so everyone looked down on them. If this time they managed to destroy the challenger, the clan's strength and prestige would increase significantly. That's why he came here to do this and lead the clan to victory. Qi Yiyun and several warriors tried their best to stop this madness and fearlessly went into battle. At some point, everything worked out great for them, and Chiu Yun was glad that they still had a minimal chance of winning. But all this did not last long, because at some point they were caught by surprise by shifting sands, which neutralized almost the entire team. This was all arranged by one of the guardians, who closely watched these warriors and yet could not resist and also go into battle. The battle was quite unfair, but everyone tried their best, because they understood that for each such guardian, they could get a pretty good amount of points. But they were too strong, until some of them noticed that a little further on, something incomprehensible was happening, and the guardians began to be thrown in different directions. It was their beloved headman Qin, who with the help of his talent helped everyone get out of these sands. First of all, he thought only about how to save his people, so he did everything possible for this. But while he was fighting, Qin was trying to find out where Qi Yiyun was, whom he actually wanted to save the most. They began to tell him that he immediately rushed into the thick of it, so they were not sure that he was alive. Against the background of this, Qin ordered everyone to immediately stop and get out of here. He himself could finish. They tried to tell him that the enemy army numbered more than 3,000 people. They doubted that he himself would be able to resist them. Qin did not care at all about these words because he perfectly understood that he could do this alone. He was more worried that he could not find his friend, So he again turned to his little pet. The guy asked Luana to fly up and find Chi Yun's fire for him while he dealt with all the guardians. Some of them were quite strong, and they even managed to land some blows on Chin, but in any case he managed to block absolutely everything. Luana tried to find Chi Yun for a long time. She even lost hope until she saw a huge mammoth, and near him there were several people who looked like the Kang clan. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, she immediately flew back to her owner and notified him that she had managed to find the guy, and Chin immediately asked her to take him to him. Meanwhile, Chi Yun and the other warriors tried to resist the power of the guardians, who were crushing them more and more every second. As soon as one of the guards struck another blow, which most likely would have been the final blow for the guy, Chin intervened in the battle and managed to block it. Chi Yun was incredibly happy to see the master, because he always knew that he would come to their aid. Looking at this guy, Chin saw only his sister, who was crying and saying that she would give her life if only Chin would live on, and it was quite difficult for him to even talk to him. All Chin could say was to ask the guy to send all the people back to Taiyue, then he could handle it himself, after which Qin Feng will have to fight with an entire army of guardians one-on-one, and this battle should be even more difficult than with the Punisher. The clan elder interrupted all his thoughts after shouting to all his warriors that this was the village chief, and he was also Qin Feng's challenger. It was quite predictable that after such words this entire army would immediately attack him, in which everyone would try to destroy him. But Qin knew one very important thing, that this time everything would be completely different. He was confident in his abilities, and as soon as all his people left, he was ready to deal with everyone who was here. Without any problems, he was able to release the power of the yellow dragon, whose power was prohibitive. The elder and the other guardians could not believe their eyes that they were really seeing this. The man understood that this was a terrible, oppressive aura that made it difficult for him to even move. Even their main trump card, a beast with a combat power of 600 stars, trembles with fear, and it was clear why without further explanation. But this was only the beginning, because as soon as Qin concentrated all the energy around himself, he was ready to release the power of the dragon. None of the guardians could have imagined that they would face such a powerful force, but now even escape will not save them. The elder tried to shout to each of them to use combined defense skills, but apparently it was quite useless. After all, at one fine moment he himself began to understand that most likely his life would end there. At the same moment, Qin received a new notification in which it was said that he had destroyed the ruler of the Kang clan, for which he received a land token of the Kang clan. Also, in addition to the elder, he destroyed more than 3,000 guardians, for which he gained so much experience that he had enough to increase his level to 20, and he believed that in the future, it would be possible to establish a portal between Taiyue and the Sang clan so that all residents could collect war trophies. At this point, he finished the battle with the guardians, so he decided that it was time for him to return back to his village, where he was greeted with smiles and joy, because they considered him their savior and brought him an incredible number of different gifts. Qin was slightly embarrassed to accept all these gifts, so he did not know how to react to all of this. But suddenly all his attention was focused on the man who stood modestly behind everyone. The guy began to understand that this was an elder who most likely had already guessed what happened to Chiua. One of the Kang clan, who managed to survive the attack from Qin, immediately ran to the advisors to tell him what happened. He shouted and proved to them that this was the absolute truth. He believed that this challenger named Qin Feng used some kind of skill to destroy all the people from the clan with just one blow. Challengers and guardians always oppose each other, so he believed that he needed to be dealt with before he reached the peak of his power, and now the guardian believed that all his friends and colleagues had been destroyed. The head of the Ihan clan intervened in the dialogue and said that if this is true, then he thinks that the strength of that person is already comparable to the strength of a first-stage heavenly level master. The head of the Fei clan, Lian, answered him that this simply cannot be. Only 5 days have passed. Even a person from the large Chiliocosm cannot do this. But the head woman of the Xiao clan, Yun, believed that nothing is impossible. One should not underestimate applicants, and she has guesses that this person is even stronger than they think. She also added that the first stage of the heavenly level and the 9th stage of the earthly level, and to win it would be worth putting in quite a lot of effort. And besides, there were about 3,000 of them. Han understood that this was actually very bad, because if this was so, then this person was at least a master of the 3rd stage of the heavenly level. But it was very difficult to believe because the 3rd stage of the heavenly level is only Yuan. They believed that the strength of this challenger was beyond our imagination, and fighting him alone was rather unwise. so they believed that they needed to join forces. But the head of the Yuan Kun clan, who was the only one among them all who had the third step of the heavenly level, could only smile, after which he stood up and began to leave this room, saying that they were all just ordinary cowards who were afraid of some challenger. He also added that the Yuan clan never unites with weaker ones, so he will not participate in this. It was all right for him that the Yuan clan looked down on everyone, so he had no intention of uniting with anyone. Qin sat in the same hut with the elder and said that she wanted to protect him. That's why she died, to which the elder answered her that she, as a warrior of the Qi clan, had the honor to die for her master. The elder asked the guy not to blame himself for anything because he is incredibly proud of his daughter. Qin was thinking at this moment that not only Qi Yue but all members of the Qi clan were ready to die for him. Initially, he planned to take them to him only to increase the number of the village. But these are really incredibly loyal people who consider him master, and now responsibility for them lies with him. Then with the Punisher, he could only evade and constantly suffer damage. He reproached himself for being so weak. With such strength, he would not be able to protect his village and the people who live in it. When suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by a shocking question from the elder, who suddenly became interested in asking the guy what he knew about Long Zhu. He did not wait for the guy to answer and added that in the Qi clan, there is an ancient book that is passed down from generation to generation, and he remembered it when the gentleman told him about the Punisher. It recorded the deeds of the ancestral gods that existed many years ago, so Qin assumed that Zhu Yu might have been demoted to a Punisher due to the fall of the ancestor dragon. The fragments of the true spirit were scattered, but there was still the possibility of its revival. The old man added to him that the master has skills similar to the dragon ancestor, and therefore he mistook Qin for his reincarnation. She thirsts for revenge, and therefore uses the personality of the Punisher to control the whole world. And as soon as a strong newcomer appears, she immediately deals with him. Therefore the elder believed that it was not the guy's fault that his daughter died, because it was essentially impossible to foresee in reality. Qin knew that in the sacred ruins his combat power was about 1,000 stars, and Sha said that during the period of evaluating newcomers, the strength of the Punisher is reduced to 1/10. Therefore, if he turned his head a little, he was able to calculate that Qiong Yu's strength could be about 10,000 stars. Therefore, he understood that she was at least a master of the 4th stage of the heavenly level, and if he did not reach the same level in 2 days, then the Dragon Pool village would simply be destroyed. Sitting in silence in the company of the elder, he could not even imagine what he had to do to ensure that everyone survived this catastrophe. Suddenly, one of the townspeople burst into their hut and said in an excited voice that the enemy army was approaching the village. It was clear that this was an army of enormous proportions, in which, in addition to people, there were many different animals and beasts. This huge army was led by Yun, who was confident that today he would be able to show that very newcomer what real strength was. Suddenly his army stopped, and he himself came a little closer to find out if the headman of the Dragon Pool village named Qin Feng was here. Qin carefully watched those who came and first of all asked them what they forgot here. Yun answered him that he destroyed the elder of the Kang clan, and as his friend he came to take revenge. He also added that he was well aware of how strong he was, but they were no slouch, so he believed that he alone could not cope with his 10,000-strong army. Qin listened to this guy and understood that too many unnecessary words were coming out of his mouth, but Yun continued to talk and finally added that if they do start a war, then neither side will survive without losses, and therefore he has one proposal. Yun understood that the city walls had already been rebuilt, and therefore it was impractical to attack directly, so he believed that the best strategy would be to offer the guy a battle in which 3 of his people would take part, and if he won, then Yun promised to take the army and forget about revenge. First of all, he only thought that even if they lost these 3 battles, he would be able to learn his fighting style, which would then help him conduct a team battle more effectively. Qin did not want to waste his time, so he asked to send 3 warriors ahead. Yun was very glad that the guy took his bait, so he happily agreed to his proposal. Yun dispatched the first 3 warriors, Yi He, Fei Xing, and Xiao Gu, who were fully prepared for battle. Qin himself was absolutely not against such a battle, so he also went down to start the battle. Qin was able to easily dodge all of their strikes and launched a precise counterattack against the first opponent. His friend believed that he had the guy at gunpoint and could now destroy him, but even after such a rather unexpected shot, Qin was able to dodge the attack, after which he immediately used his bonds to attack the shooter. Each of the 3 warriors could not believe that the guy had so much strength, because not only was he able to repel all of their attacks, he was also able to deliver good counterattacks. A girl who considered her allies fools decided to join the battle because she understood that such attacks would be easily blocked, so she understood that she needed to use something special. The person from the E clan told everyone that Qin Feng had at least 3 skills: flying, elemental control, and dragon attack. Long before this battle, he chose 3 candidates who, in his opinion, were worthy to defeat him, so he has high hopes for them. Yiheng's skill, he believed, could limit his ability to fly, which is quite important in this battle. Fei Xing, he said that her skill is very similar to his skill of controlling elements that strengthen each other, so even if she cannot destroy him, she will definitely be able to detain him. And finally, Xiaogu, when Yiheng and Fei Xing restrict his movements, he must deliver one, but such a powerful blow to destroy this guy once and for all. He also added that the dragon attack is the most dangerous now, because they do not know what can be countered to it, because any strategies are useless in the face of absolute strength, so he believed that they should surpass him in strength, then any of his skills would be simply useless, after which he gave each of them pills that were supposed to double their strength, and he asked them to eat them before the battle. Then the clans will not forget your efforts, and as soon as everything is done, they will become the youngest elders. This news made each of them incredibly happy, and it was clear that their eyes were really burning with this news, and they were ready to do anything for it. Therefore, on the battlefield, they did everything in their power, and as soon as the pill began to work, they began to attack Qin much more often, and their attacks were correspondingly much stronger. But this did not stop the guy from inflicting attacks back on them, which in any case were many times stronger for their attempts to inflict damage. As soon as Yiheng tried to shoot at him and thus cause damage, the guy miraculously disappeared somewhere. But literally, in an instant, Yiheng himself received a rather serious blow. The girl began to shout to him that she would detain him and asked Xiaogu to attack as soon as possible, because she would not last long in this state. And she was a little wrong, because Qin was able to outplay them and was already behind the girl, after which he whispered to them that they were all too weak and he didn't even have time to warm up. She didn't even have time to ask him to spare her when Qin decided to use thunder. The girl froze with fear and tried to scream so that at least someone would hear her and help her. But no one came to the aid of this girl, and Qin simply destroyed her once and for all, after which he successfully extracted a talent from her that could increase his level of elemental control. Xiaogu already at this stage understood that he had no chance of winning, so he thought about simply running away as soon as possible. The guy began to run at his maximum speed, and at the same time begged the headman to help him. At that moment, Yun only thought that in just a couple of moments, the most talented people from his clan had lost, but he had the feeling that he had not even fought them at full strength. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he saw Qin release a huge amount of fire, which was literally chasing Xiaogong, and most likely it would catch up with him. And so it happened. The guy was simply crushed by this fire, and everyone who was there was simply shocked by such incredible power. But Yun was not upset, because he still managed to complete the most important part of his plan, and lured the guy out from behind the wall, so he believed that it was time to act. Qin understood that all of Yun's promises were just empty words, so he was ready to hear such words. But the guy wasn't going to hold a grudge against him, because Qin, to be honest, wasn't going to let them go like that. This elder's army could no longer be stopped, and they simply rushed into battle as soon as they could. Before this madness began, Qin decided to take a good breath and gain strength, after which he immediately proceeded to attack everyone who tried to inflict at least some blow on him. Yun watched this carefully, and could not believe that he was able to repel them right in the air. More than half of the warriors were instantly destroyed or seriously injured. But he was sure that these sacrifices would not be in vain. It was worth it to capture the village of the Dragon Pool. And besides, he still had one ace up his sleeve. This is a kind of divine skill that helps him stay on par with the strongest. Qin felt that some kind of attack was coming behind him, but did not quite understand what exactly it was. After which an explosion sounded, and Yun was incredibly pleased that his skill still worked. Qin didn't understand what was happening to him, because he could only move his head, and the rest of his body seemed to be paralyzed by these strange threads. If not for the protective function of his dragon armor, then now everything would be over. After some time, he began to understand perfectly well that these threads cling not to the flesh, but to the soul, and this was actually quite interesting for him. Yun shouted to them all that the guy was currently immobilized, so he asked them all not to miss this opportunity and attack. The villagers couldn't believe what was happening. Were they really being attacked again? How was this possible? But no matter how confident Yun was in his skill, Qin was not in his trap for long, and was quickly able to unravel the secret of these threads. So now Yun had to repel the guy's attack. Although Yun managed to block the blow, his surprise was impossible not to notice. And this is not surprising, because he simply did not understand how this was possible. How could he free himself? Qin laughed at him and answered him that it was as simple as that. No one would ever reveal their cards to him. I myself thought that a couple of such strings would never compare with that demonic eye of the Punisher. Besides, his soul was significantly hardened in that battle, and now it is significantly different from other souls of people. But his enemies, of course, do not need to know this. But Yun was still happy, because behind his enemy, his village, which he loved so much, was burning, so he was sure that victory was on his side in any case. He knew that their clans had already planned this for a long time, to send pawns to probe and detain the village chief of the dragon pool. While they distracted him, Han and Fei Liang used their stealth skill to unnoticeably destroy the city wall and enter the village. This way the soldiers would mingle with the locals, which would ensure that he would not summon the dragon, and according to the plan, it was Yun who had to face him, which was the most dangerous part of this plan. He was sure that only he would win from this battle, but no one expected that Qin would be so strong, and that his anger would go beyond all limits. But they took into account in the plan that he, as a responsible leader, would rush to the aid of his subordinates at the slightest threat. All that had to be done at this stage was to wait until he reached the village, and then both sides would be losers, and he would get all the rewards and glory of victory. But suddenly Qin stopped and turned to the guy with his sword, after which he added that the expression on his face gave him away, because it was clearly visible that he couldn't wait to celebrate. Qin calmed him down and said that his plan had failed, because there were 2 more creatures in the village who were equal in strength to him, so they could adequately entertain his friends. Yun couldn't believe it. 3 people with such power, this was not said in the report, and he began to understand that if he was telling the truth, then they should leave as quickly as possible. He realized that this was most likely the only way out, and decided that he would do just that. Qin did not stop him, because he thought that some threads were much stronger, and the one that was alone was the strongest. He was interested in knowing the peculiarity of his skill. However, on the other hand, it was still absolutely useless for him. So he decided that first he needed to destroy Yun, who had already run quite far away. A few seconds later, a notification came that he was able to destroy the ruler of the Zhao clan, for which he received the land token of the Xiao clan, and after he applied the extraction, he received the 8th level skill, which was called Releasing Divine Consciousness. Qin didn't fully understand whether this was the right skill. It had a very strange name, and the description also said that the skill depends on the goal. What does this all mean? Therefore, he decided that he needed to try using this skill to make sure how to use it. And when he did this, he was pleased with its action. Although his D-level talent also allows him to pick up objects, but the range of action is significantly different. This 8th level skill can not only grab things at a long distance, but also extract them. He realized that if he tried to change its shape, he could create threads that would pierce the soul. Even this incapable waste was able to briefly delay Qin, but if he acted, then perhaps he would be able to gain complete control over the enemy. Now he decided that he needed to check how far they could stretch. And to check this, he decided to run through the village and use this skill on those who were still alive after the attack. He was able to reach a distance of more than 30 kilometers. Does the ability of divine consciousness really have no limitations on the area it can cover? Suddenly people began to feel some kind of earthquake, which was felt throughout the entire village. Literally at that very moment, a huge wave appeared in which huge monsters were visible, which apparently created this earthquake. Yuan created all these waves and carefully watched everything that was happening. But as soon as the other elders saw him, they immediately began to shout at him that he did not want to unite with them. So if he was going to warm his hands on someone else's misfortune, then they would not allow him to do so. Yuan Kun quickly closed his mouth, which was giving out too much unnecessary information. After which he added to his subordinates that their enemy is not an ordinary person, because he managed to awaken the power of heaven and earth, and then strengthen his techniques, so he asked them to first destroy the wall he created. Qin immediately looked at this guy with his eye of truth, and saw that his combat power was equal to 1,800 stars, which was not much larger than him, but why did he feel the pressure then? In addition, the source of pressure is very strange, so he turned his attention to his pet, who looked quite strange. Perhaps it is he who creates such a strange aura. He couldn't understand what they were doing with this water and how it ended up in the air, but it was absolutely clear that it was moving straight towards the city, so something needed to be done. Chin understood that these three monsters were of the earth level, but even they were capable of attracting the power of heaven and earth for their own purposes, even if they were capable of something similar. But their combat power ranged from 100 to 200 stars. But heavenly level monsters, that was a completely different matter. They are capable of extracting the very essence of heaven and earth, so their power can reach 2,000 stars. Therefore, Chin could not finally decide what he should do and how to neutralize these monsters. But this had to be done as quickly as possible, because they had already begun to attack. He immediately decided to go on a counter-offensive, because he perfectly understood that if he could not cope with these three monsters, then there was no point in even thinking about any kind of revenge on Chiua. During Chin's attack, one of the monsters immediately shouted and called Xiao for help. The guy, in turn, was able to parry this blow from Chin with incredible ease. The guy couldn't believe that they could parry his blow with just one palm. Was he really that strong? Xiao immediately added that he was now observing a rather interesting face on the guy. He was interested to know what surprised Qin Feng so much. Perhaps his incredible strength. But this is no longer important, because he explained to him that from the very beginning he wanted to give Qin Feng a quick death. But since he destroyed 3 of his subordinates, he will not do this. Now he wanted more to send his opponent straight to hell, where he would experience all the variety of pain. Qin noticed that this guy's strength suddenly changed at one moment, and now his strength is comparable to Ju Yu's in the ancient ruins. But in fact, he is no longer the weakling he was, and he will regard this fight as training before his main fight. The rewards, points, abilities, and talents that he managed to get for killing the Kong and Xiao clans have already made him strong enough to resist her. Therefore, he decided to continue attacking, and if that attack did not bring him any results, then he did not mind trying something new. Qin began to feel powerful and superior to his opponent, so to some extent he even forced the guy to dance in front of him. Xiao at some point realized that he was simply not able to get out. This skill is very similar to the skill of that dead rogue from the clan, but this one is 1,000,000 times stronger. Qin controlled Xiao as if he were an ordinary doll for him, and it would be incredibly difficult for Xiao to get out of his trap. Now he essentially became his puppet. No matter how hard Xiao tried, Qin continued to pretend that this was just a theatrical performance in which he was the chief conductor. Xiao had already begun to go beyond all limits of anger, because what irritated him most was the moment that the guy thought that if he had mastered a couple of tricks, he could already control him. And at some point, he still couldn't stand it and decided to show the guy what he was really capable of. He was going to show him what a real heavenly level was, which he had clearly never seen or known before. While Qin was watching all this, he felt incredibly disgusted because he didn't understand. Is this his real body or is it a fusion skill? But in any case, after a few seconds, Xiao turned into a huge octopus that was ready to destroy the guy. This monster was sure that he and this man were not equal, because he could destroy him and his village with just one movement. But still, he was a kind monster who would allow the guy to say a few last words. Qin understood that this octopus uses even more pressure than Ju Yu, and this, on the one hand, scared the guy a little. But on the other hand, he absolutely didn't care about him. So he decided to ask who was talking instead of this crab stick, because it was clear that his mouth wasn't even moving. This made the monster very angry. So he answered him that if he wanted to achieve exactly this effect, then he did it perfectly. Now he will definitely make sure that he dies the most painful death. But all this was just a trick that Qin used in order to understand where his real body was, in order to know where to deliver his blows. So all he could do in response was to thank him for it. Han at that moment seemed to have gone crazy, because besides the fact that it was all over, he didn't say anything else. And this caused some fear among others, and they tried to ask him what he meant, after which he asked them to remember what the fox told them about. This is a terrible creature that is capable of turning a heavenly level master into a semi-deity in the blink of an eye. No matter how powerful Qin Feng is, he still will not be able to defeat. All living things will die out here like flies. But his entire monologue was suddenly interrupted by Luan, who was tired of listening to the fact that her master could lose, and then they would also turn the village into dust. She made it clear to them that her master never loses, and this time would be no exception. So she asked them to shut their mouths and never talk about such things again. In addition, she believed that the heavenly or semi-divine level, all this is not important. So she believes in the victory of the owner if only because her owner has done and will do incredible things. Chin understood that these tentacles were slippery and elastic, and as soon as he wanted to strike, the blade immediately bounced back, so he understood that the release of energy and shadow bonds would also be ineffective here. He also thought about the fact that where that little guy was sitting was his weak point, but it would be quite difficult to get close while his tentacles were everywhere. He began to go through all the options in his head, and he realized that an ice storm was also not an option. It would be difficult to freeze the seawater, and the appearance of a dragon would cause huge waves that would instantly flood the entire village. Then he decided to try something different, and he did it with the hope that it would work, and it was a thunderstorm. After a few seconds, he hoped that this method would work, and he would be able to defeat this monster. But in response, he only heard the words that the monster was tingling so pleasantly, and he was just a stupid little man who didn't understand anything. The monster believed that in the sea, he was on his territory, and there was no way to defeat him. No one had ever succeeded in this and never will. Chin understood that if they continued at the same pace, sooner or later he would die from exhaustion, so he needed to think about what kind of attack would be effective. Suddenly the realization came to him that he could do with this monster, but for this he needed the help of his pet, whom he immediately called. As soon as Luana rushed to him, she was ready to listen to everything he needed, but he couldn't help but notice her new image. In any case, it was not so important because he wants to try to use the fusion of souls to get her power. But before, due to the fact that her level was too low, he had never done such a thing, and now he does not know how it can affect on her. But she interrupted him and replied that he couldn't help but worry about this, because she believed him and wanted to follow him to the end, no matter what happened. And besides, she was without a doubt ready to die for him. As soon as Chin used his ability, namely the merging of souls, he immediately became much larger, because he believed that before that, they had not had a completely fair fight, and now that their sizes are more or less the same, he is ready to continue. After which he did not wait long and immediately struck the first blow, which the monster probably did not expect, and most likely he dealt a rather strong blow. But the monster did not give up. On the contrary, he became even more angry with the guy, and therefore wanted to strangle him even more. Chin was in a great mood, because he made it clear that the monster himself had given him such an opportunity to win, and he could not neglect it. After such a blow, the octopus was left without 2 tentacles, which was quite critical for him. And the most important question he had was, what kind of fire is this guy using? But in any case, it didn't matter, because he understood that as long as there was water around, he could grow new tentacles an infinite number of times. Chin became even happier, because his theory was confirmed, as he thought, as long as this monster is in the water, it can regenerate. And if this is so, then the guy decided to simply dry up this water in order to defeat this monster once and for all. The elder watched this carefully, and thought that the guy still has quite incredible strength. It really looks like a war of the gods. And besides, in this form, the gentleman is in no way inferior to Wen-kun, who was the leader for thousands of years. Moreover, he can even suppress it to some extent. The girl carefully watched how the battle was going on, and most of all, she was struck by the fact that so little time had passed, and the master's strength had reached a qualitatively new level, and fortunately, he was their friend, not their enemy. The monster began to miss blows so much that he even had the thought in his head that they might lose. So he decided that he needed to immediately concentrate and create water vortices. And this way, he will be able to attack this guy from a distance because he cannot lose to him. But Chin read it like an open book and saw that the monster was actually on its last legs. At first, it seemed to the octopus that he had finally managed to deliver a fairly strong blow, but then he realized that in fact he was mistaken. After all, Chin flew as high as possible into the air and delivered a blow that the octopus could not block, after which he received a notification that he had destroyed the guardian, who had the 3rd step of the heavenly level. Gradually the effect began to subside, and Chin realized that it was quite dangerous, and fortunately they managed to destroy it before the end of the soul unification process. The guy was very glad that this time everything went even more than just successfully, and this is primarily the merit of Luana. She was very pleased to hear such kind words, and she was pleased that she was able to help her owner, after which he sent her to rest in 3-dimensional space, and even allowed her to use elixirs to quickly restore her strength. Then he looked at this huge monster and thought that moving mountains and drying up seas, this is the true power of demigods, and it is actually really impressive. It's a pity that he can only have such power during the merger. In any case, he did not forget that he needed to extract from this octopus, for which he received a skill called the Shadow Octopus, the essence of which was that he hides in the darkness and stretches out his hands, which contain the power of a demi-deity. At the request of the owner, their number can increase. It was quite interesting. If everything that was written here is true, then he can essentially use the power of a demigod even without merging, which he immediately decided to check, and the first thing he noticed was how his shadow had increased significantly. Next, he was able to summon a huge hand, and it took him half of his strength, and this is only one part of his body. This gave him the idea that he could essentially only use this skill if he was retreating. As soon as Chin moved a little away from the dead monster, a small octopus crawled out from under him, who was only thinking about how to get to the king of beasts and ask him to wash this village with blood. But before he had time to walk even a few meters, an incredibly strong blow fell on him, which essentially destroyed him. Chin was quite funny because within 30 kilometers no one and nothing could hide from his divine sense. The guy thought that the people of the Yi and Fei clan were almost all here, which could not be said about the people from the Yuan clan, who had too much opinion of himself. He thought that he could cope with Chin alone. Chin returned to the village and asked the villagers who had a low level to destroy the prisoners, so they would quickly raise it. He also added that he would activate the full right of movement, and so the teleportation array from the Dragon Pool village would be able to connect with all the Guardian arrays. So he also asked to organize a detachment of the strongest, those with level 15 and above, so that his clone would lead them to capture trophies. After this battle and this victory, Qin Feng became the official owner of the territories of the Kang, Fei, Xiao, and Yuan clans, for which he received control over public buildings. But the guy understood perfectly well that the rating of 10,000 stars was still very far away. So first he needed to go to the lair of the Yuan clan, where he would destroy the Guardians and be able to improve his characteristics. Suddenly, several monsters who were standing next to the portal saw that it was activated, although no one teleported, so they thought that it was out of order. Although this was incredibly surprising, because it stood like that for 1,000 years and never broke. Suddenly, after a few seconds, their heads touched, and Qin, who appeared there as a spirit, helped them in this. The guy was so glad that the hiding skill he learned from the head of the Fang clan was actually incredibly useful. Now it was not at all surprising to him that the Yuan clan was the best among the Guardians. Almost 100,000 people, almost like 3 combined, because there were about 60,000 people of the Earth level and about 10,000 of the Heavenly level, which is quite a lot. But now all of them will be useful only to Qin, who was going to destroy them, and after that definitely move to a new level. Then the combat power will have to reach 4,000 stars. The guy just walked around this settlement and destroyed every citizen he saw, for which he received at least a little experience and improvement and abilities. But even this suited him. Suddenly, a proposal to activate a god-level mission suddenly popped up in front of him. But since he had already entered the ancestral temple, it turns out that he automatically activated this mission, for which he can receive the seal of the god of beasts. But the most important thing that bothered him was that the miracle that could resurrect Chiua was located right here, so he would do everything to get it. He understood that in order to complete this task, he needed to destroy about 100,000 ferocious monsters, which means that there are at least 100,000 of them here, so this would clearly not be an easy task. Plus, he had a 24-hour limit, which of course was enough. But in any case, the guy will have to try, and then he will definitely make it. The Temple of the Ancestors has been guarded for thousands of years by the strongest monsters, of which there are 10,000, whose combat power ranges from 1,000 to 2,000 stars. They can be roughly divided into 9 species, the first of which were called voracious frogs. The second species, which is several times more dangerous than the first, was called ape-like. The third species already had much more capabilities than the 2 previous species combined, and they were called large snakes. And this could continue for a long time. Then there were incredibly dangerous tigers, unicorns, spiders, crows, who were often underestimated, and Qin would have to destroy all this in order to get to his goal. But it sounded much worse than it actually was, because from each animal he could extract energy and, of course, a certain skill that could be useful to him when. The one whom Qin so wanted to get to suddenly woke up and stood up from his coffin and began to talk about how he no longer felt the aura of the 9 beast emperors. After which, with the help of his abilities, he saw an intruder who can be seen here very rarely. In any case, he began to understand that this particular guy was able to destroy 9 emperors, and then his strength was at least at the level of the 3rd stage of the heavenly level. This was quite a delicate situation for him, however. As long as he had the beast god seal, He could therefore create an infinite number of monsters. Finally, the guy managed to cope with everyone, which took him a lot of time, but he still managed to do it. So he decided to rest a little, and then he wanted to go to the so-called God of Beasts. In addition, he managed to extract one rather unusual talent. The talent was B rank, which was called combining arbitrary skills, the success rate of which was 20%, and the guy understood that this ability could give low-level skills a new life. He tried to immediately try to combine a couple of skills, but nothing worked out, and this was not at all surprising, because the chance of success was only 20%. After digging into his skills a little more, he discovered that he had another ability called Lucky, which greatly increases the user's luck, but only for 5 seconds. Chin immediately decided to try to use this skill and simultaneously use the fusion of 2 talents, and in the end, he succeeded in doing this, for which he received the 8th level Solar Arrow skill. His joy was suddenly interrupted by a monster who apparently had been waiting a long time to finally attack him. Looking straight into the mouth of this monster, the guy began to understand that it seemed that the god in the tower had long ago woken up. Chin decided not to play with this monster for a long time, so he immediately used a lightning disaster, and thus he dealt with the monster. At that same moment, the realization came to him that he could use divine consciousness and thus reach the god of beasts. But as soon as he used this ability, it immediately broke off and the guy realized that it was he who did it. Still, he managed to look at some details and saw a seal there, which apparently controls these monsters, in which case he does not need to deal with all of them. It will be enough just to get to that very god of beasts and destroy the seal, and he will no longer have to deal with monsters. The beast god was level 65, a heavenly level whose combat power reached 6,000 stars. Chin knew very well that the kingdom was divided into human level, earthly level, heavenly level, and divine level. Beings of the divine level could set fire to the heavens, boil the sea, replace yin and yang, and generally change the essence of things. And the opponent who was in front of the guy today was of this kind, who suddenly spoke up and said that he felt the energy of many laws from the guy, so he was not surprised that those 9 could not compete with him. But first, Chin will have to fight all the beasts that exist in this world. At this rather difficult moment, Chin decided that he could use the solar arrows, which he managed to knock out using his new talent. This skill involves creating an incredibly huge dome around the user, from which arrows begin to fly out, sparing no one in their path. After Chin managed to destroy his animals, he suddenly became incredibly interested in knowing if he felt sorry for them, to which he immediately replied that his opinion was that broken instruments are useless. Looking at this god, Chin thought that in order to simply return to the realm of the gods, this creature carries out continuous experiments on people and animals, which resulted in an octopus with the power of a demigod. But even in this case, this is still not enough for him, because the god of beasts only thought that if he wants to return, then he needs to get the body of the 9. Chin couldn't understand what this god was doing, so he decided that he would just watch him for a while. At this time, he began to fly higher and higher, and it seemed that he was beginning to perform some kind of ritual. But then it dawned on the guy that he was using the seal of the god of beasts to purify these spirits and thus increase his power. And if their fusion was successful, then he was worried that his power would increase to incredible proportions. Therefore, obviously the thought appeared in his head that he needed to stop him as soon as possible. But as soon as the guy went on the attack, he realized that everything would not be as easy as he thought, and he would really have to try to win. After all, not only did this god have incredibly enormous power, but he also used some kind of chains as a weapon, which made it quite difficult to get close to him. But this was not the main problem, because then he realized that these chains could transform into quite strong monsters. These 2 are clearly different from the ones before. They are people, not animals, and apparently the god of beasts has raised the dead to fight for him. He clearly understood that the probability that the beast god's seal could resurrect the dead was quite high. He gave it around 90%. Therefore, this is a great opportunity that he should take advantage of and resurrect Chiua, and that's the only reason he wanted to win this god incredibly badly. As soon as Chin Feng decided that he had already dealt with absolutely all the enemies, then at one moment he realized that there was another one behind him, who used rather unusual techniques that were clearly different from the previous ones. But Chin didn't care about him. In any case, he was much stronger and was able to deal with him quite quickly. The god of beasts spoke again, and he was surprised that the guy was able to deal with both white and black so quickly. And this excited him even more, because he considered Chin as his future body, which completely suited him. Therefore, as soon as he was ready, he gathered the maximum synergy of spirits and released all his powers towards Chin. The guy even got a little scared at some point, because he didn't expect that he would release so many strong beasts at him, so he decided that the best option in this situation would be to use an ice storm. But then he quickly came to his senses and decided that he needed to deal with him first. Suddenly he realized that he was in a hurry with this, because time seemed to slow down, and the speed of construction dropped significantly. Something was clearly wrong here. Looking at the monster that was flying straight at him, he began to realize that there was no way he would be able to build a wall in time to block the blow. No matter how hard he tried, he still failed, and this fiery bird simply swept him off his feet. While he was trying to deal with her, the tiger was already running into battle, which clearly had no intention of sparing the guy. At one point, he began to understand that such a strange feeling was only because of the unicorn that was soaring in the sky. While the guy was trying to understand what was going on, the god of animals continued to laugh at him and say that as long as he was alive, these monsters would be reborn endlessly. Chin himself understood this very well, so he decided that he needed to destroy all three of them in one fell swoop, and then it could work. As soon as he tried to do this, he again felt that the effect of the acceleration of the glider was practically invisible, but this was enough for him. And as soon as he flew closer to this unicorn, everything became extremely clear to the guy. In fact, this monster did not move from the very beginning. While the ability was activated, he could not do this. Therefore, as soon as he finally dealt with this monster, his speed returned again, and he believed that this was an excellent chance to attack the god of beasts. Chin tried to fly as fast as possible, and at that moment listened to the god of beasts tell him that, contrary to all expectations, the guy really impressed him, and frankly, now he expects much more from him. But Chin himself was not going to listen to everything this man told him. At this moment, he only decided to use the thunderstorm to paralyze him. And once he did this, he was incredibly close to grabbing the signet that would help fulfill his main goal. But the god of beasts tried with all his might to take this signet back into his hands and used his magical threads. Chin decided that it was time to use his clone to close the hole in this eye. And as soon as everything was ready, the guy was ready to deliver the decisive blow, which he called Heavenly. But all that happened as a result was to catch a blow that came straight from the center of God's body. Chin could not understand what happened and why he still failed to do what he had planned for so long. But then he finally saw the reason for his failure. A huge monster emerged from the smoke, who was not going to spare the guy and was going to destroy everything in his path. This god simply turned into a huge monster of incredible proportions, and in this body he was going to show Chin a truly ideal form. Chin, of course, knew that he would be very strong, but he could not even imagine that he would be so strong, because even his size was simply prohibitive. The monster began to cast a spell near him, and then suddenly added to the guy that he would now start attacking, so he gave the guy time to get ready. But Chin didn't quite understand why he was saying this. And as soon as the monster struck him with its attack, the guy at one moment lost the ability to move, and it looked quite strange. But this was far from the end, because a huge chain began to descend on Chin from above. While the guy was under the influence of his previous skill, he understood perfectly well that he would not be able to dodge. Therefore, without having time to come up with anything else, the guy had to take the blow, which he actually did. The god of beasts, or rather what was left of him, was incredibly glad that he still managed to hit the target, although he had no doubt that he could destroy the guy so quickly. But Chin was not as simple as it seemed to him at first glance, although the guy's appearance left much to be desired, and besides, now his glider is completely disabled and he can no longer fly. He understood that if he wanted to control the course of this battle, then he could no longer be in a passive position. He must immediately go on the offensive. The monster was not at all against the fact that the guy did not die after the first attack. On the contrary, he was even a little glad, because in this case he would be able to play with the guy a little more. Chin gathered all his strength and began to understand that he needed to stay on this side so that he could not strike with his left hand. Otherwise, it would be possible to end this fight. Therefore, the first thing he decided to use was his shadow tentacles. As for the first attack, he thought that this was a pretty good option, but this did not give anything. It did not even cause minimal damage to the monster, because it simply tore its tentacles in half. Chin had no intention of stopping, and continued to attack this monster with all his strength and skills, and this time he used Ice Storm once again. But as soon as he wanted to get closer with her help, he realized that he was starting to rise into the air. In any case, this did not bother the guy too much, given his skills, but as soon as he was about to attack again, such a huge monster simply disappeared. The next moment he was already being hit on the head with a huge fist. Chin simply did not understand how this was even possible. After such an attack, the guy began to delirium, and the only thought in his head was that this was most likely the end, which came quite unexpectedly to him. The monster was disappointed that he was able to destroy the guy so quickly, so he continued to shout at him not to give up and to continue fighting. And for motivation, I decided to carry out another attack and again began to lower that same huge chain, at the end of which there was a sharp end. Chin understood that he was unlikely to be able to survive this again, but he also didn't really have a plan in his head for how he could dodge such a blow. But he remembered that his hands were hooked by a black octopus, with the help of which he was able to pull himself out from under this blow. Chin closed his eyes, trying to concentrate as much as possible on regeneration, and at that moment thought only that he definitely still had a chance to win. He just needed to take advantage of it. The monster was already starting to get nervous that the guy continued to hide, so he tried to explain to him that simply by not wanting to not recognize the obvious outcome of this battle was stupid. The moment the monster discovered him and began to reach out to him with his huge hand, Chin decided that there would be no better moment to attack. The monster did not quite expect such an attack from the guy, but still apparently he will have to teach the kid a few more lessons. Chin tried not to think about who his opponent was and struck, which unfortunately did not bring anything because the monster disappeared again. After a moment, the guy realized that the monster had appeared behind him and was using this trick again to strike the guy. But unfortunately for the monster, the guy calculated this moment and actually thought everything through. Therefore, I planned this attack and finally delivered a fairly decent blow, which should cause good damage to the monster. But the monster was too strong and, unfortunately for the guy, he was able to easily repulse his blow, and moreover, he again decided to use the heavenly chains. Chin realized that the only way out in this situation would be to use the skill that summons the octopus tentacles again, which worked perfectly this time too, and he was still able to dodge this blow. The god of beasts began to get incredibly angry that the guy had the courage and strength to play such games with him. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, he struck directly with his hand, which did not give the guy the opportunity to dodge him. But still, the guy was able to dodge at the last moment and land quite normally, from which the monster began to boil with anger and shout at the guy so that he would not play with him. His nerves were on edge, so he decided that this battle needed to end right now. Therefore, he released an incredible number of chains which, if hit, would simply destroy the guy once and for all. Chin understood the attack method with these weapons and could already dodge them with ease, so he was able to do it this time too. But this was not enough for Chin, so he went up the chains in order to inflict a rather unexpected attack on the monster. The guy decided that the best weapon against this monster would be his own heavenly chains, which he tied for himself, and now they were aimed directly at the god of beasts. Plus, he was able to deal massive damage with his Emperor Dragon skill. Well, after that, all he had to do was complete this matter and cut the flesh of this monster, which was quite disgusting for him. But he was more interested not in defeating this monster, but in the seal of the god of beasts, and he hoped that it would work with Chiua. But everything won't be so simple, because as soon as the guy took it in his hands, an incredible light began to emanate from it, which literally transported the guy to another space, where all he heard was his name, which was repeated an infinite number of times. But after being there for some time, he discovered that some spirit which was surrounded by golden dragons was trying to talk to him. Chin guessed that this spirit was the same Long Zhu that the Punisher so wanted to find, with which he agreed, and his name was indeed Long Zhu. But then he added that Chin is also Long Zhu, because his blood flows in him, and the Punisher is just a pawn who does not even deserve his attention. The spirit told the guy that in the future he will have to face stronger opponents, and therefore he needs grow up and become stronger as soon as possible. He also believed that the stronger he became, the more of his powers he could use, so it wouldn't hurt to become stronger anyway. Chin wanted to ask him about stronger enemies, those who were able to destroy him, but Long Zhu immediately made him understand that the guy should not worry about it. At this point, he believed that it was time to end, because the flow of time here is different from what is usual in the outside world, so he needs to go before it is too late. Chin opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Luana screaming and asking him to wake up. The guy didn't understand what she was doing here, and what was going on with the remaining guardians, to which she told him that everything had already been settled. She tried to contact him, but to no avail, so she found him using a mental connection. He didn't understand why she was looking for him so furiously, but after she told him that the Punisher would soon be with them, The guy understood everything. But then Chin realized that tomorrow had already arrived, and this was confirmed by Luana, who said that he had not come to his senses for a whole day. No matter how much he wants it, the resurrection of Chiua should be postponed indefinitely, because the Dragon Pool village is on the verge of a disaster, so in order to avoid casualties, he needs to return as soon as possible. The elder tried to calm everyone down and said that in fact everything is fine. All the villagers have already reached the 10th level, and therefore they must withstand the force of the Punisher. And besides, they have an excellent defender, so they just need to wait. At this moment, a sign appeared in the sky which could only mean one thing, that the Punisher was already here. Looking at her, Chin realized that she actually didn't waste any time either, and also became much stronger. She completely left her portal, and was so glad that this day had finally come, and right now, she would deal with the bugs who could not complete the beginner's task. She did not wait and immediately began to show them what divine punishment was, and the guy received notifications every second that the number of victims was growing significantly. The Punisher happily destroyed villages that did not have time to develop during the evaluation period for newcomers. Each of the residents understood that without any shelter they were incredibly vulnerable. Now they had no safe place. And the last test for them, after which they will no longer be able to continue their lives, will be divine punishment, which was literally going to destroy everything in its path, all the settlements and people who were under it. Yin understood that he did not have any more time to wait, so he was ready to start the battle. This time everything was not so clear and the Punisher missed the blow in the same way. This battle will go down in history as the battle of the most powerful people in this world. She decided to immediately warn him that this was the first and last time he would see her in perfect form. This would be more than enough to suppress that immature dragon inside him. But her fiery speech was interrupted by a rather strong blow, which she did not expect to receive. She was well aware that this power was too great, and this ability was at least half divine level. How could he do it in such a short amount of time? Chin had no intention of answering her, and all he wanted at this stage was to get rid of her once and for all. So he trapped her in a prison he made himself from tentacles in the hope that it would work. But the Punisher was much stronger than this, although she was surprised by the fact that he was able to increase his strength so quickly. But in any case, this would not defeat her. Yu, on the contrary, became even angrier, and made it clear to him that if he believes that having received power he can defeat her, then this is a stupid mistake. Chin answered her that he did not intend to defeat her. He only wanted to destroy her and wipe her off the face of the earth, so he did not waste his time, and went on the attack again. She really did not expect such a quick counterattack, and therefore was unable to block it and flew several meters away. But in any case, she continued to smile because she knew that she still had a trump card that would help her win this battle. After which she opened her many eyes, which looked too frightening. But Chin didn't care at all about all her many eyes, so he continued to go on the attack no matter what. She didn't care that he wasn't listening to her, and continued to talk about how this is the second form of the demonic eye, and now she will have no restrictions on the radius of action, so she can block anything. After which she decided to show him what her eyes were really capable of and struck. It would seem that she threw a small pebble at him, but even such a small object could destroy him, because her power was extremely enormous. Well, at the end of her monologue, she again tried to omit all his achievements, and said that he again overestimated his strength, which led him to defeat. But when she looked at the guy, she realized that she had underestimated him a little, because he began to dissolve. She immediately realized that this was an ordinary clone, which was not surprising, but she could not understand when he managed to call it in the first place. But it seems she didn't have much time to think about where he got it from, because the guy's hands had already appeared from underground, and he was ready to pull her to the bottom. For this trick, the guy decided to use the release of divine consciousness, which worked quite well. Chin literally dug a tunnel in which he pulled his victim without giving her the opportunity to do anything. Yu began to realize that if this continued, she was unlikely to be able to use her demonic eyes technique. Her thoughts were interrupted again by Chin, who delivered another blow directly to her head and essentially knocked her into the ground, after which he added to her that where there is not a drop of sunlight, her abilities are absolutely useless. This is the arena that he chose specifically for their battle, which made her laugh incredibly, because she found it funny that he actually thought he could defeat her just by relying on that. But she again let him know that this was a stupid idea. Chin again did not answer her, but decided to use something much stronger than ordinary blows, and uttered a phrase with which he was able to activate the power of the God of Beasts. The Punisher couldn't believe that this guy had the seal of the God of Beasts on his hand, How is this even possible? Now she began to understand how he managed to achieve the power of a demigod, but all the guy wanted was to go into battle. The Punisher was not against such a proposal, so she also took off and went into battle. She was able to land a fairly strong blow to her opponent's body, but it was pretty obvious that the blow didn't do much damage. Chin looked at her and said that this time everything is completely different if she did not notice. Then now she is constantly on the defensive and constantly evading. Now he can understand how she felt then. Opponents who constantly run away and intend to hide are really very annoying, but he must thank her for the fact that then she did not fight at full strength and simply played with him like a cat with a mouse. So one could say that everything that happens now is only thanks to her. And now Chin is completely ready to continue this game, even if she is against it. Chin dealt blow after blow, using his new skills, which included various types of animal seals that attacked the Punisher without fear. At some point it became clear that now she was the very mouse with whom they began to play, and now she was the one who could not do anything about it. She tried a lot of times, but was never able to land a pretty good attack, and after a while she again fell into a trap in which she was held by several tentacles, after which she received a blow to the face and Chin shouted at her, saying that this blow was for Chiua, whose life she had ruined. She understood that she could do absolutely nothing, and most likely her end had come. She would not be able to defeat him. Chin held her face and he wanted so badly to take and tear off her personality along with her eyes, although later he realized that nothing was stopping him from doing this. So immediately after that, he tore the helmet off her. He wanted to see all her beauty, to see her true face, and not what she wears under the mask. But first he put another dinosaur stamp on it, which was supposed to be the final touch in this battle. And so it happened. The Punisher could no longer move, and her true face was incredibly terrible, although Chin guessed about it, after which he added that he would not have tormented her so much, but would have simply destroyed her. But she destroyed his comrade whom he trusted, and therefore now she will pay for all this. But before finally finishing her off, the guy decided to use the power of that same Longzhu on her. Immediately after this blow, a small assistant from the support service appeared, who reported that Headman Chin Feng personally resisted the punishment of heaven, and also destroyed the Guardian. But his fiery speech was interrupted by Chin, who didn't want to listen to all this now, and the little friend understood this from just one glance. Chin at this moment only thought that they had not seen each other for only a couple of days, and he thought that after he had acquired the power of the god of beasts, it would be much easier for him to defeat it. In any case, this is no longer important. He decided that he needed to first carry out an endless extraction, as a result of which he received the divine essence. Now the guy already had 2 items that allowed him to perform the resurrection ritual, and he was ready to do it. So he said the words Resurrect Chiua, a blob of energy with a golden square seal in the center against a dark blue sky. Droplets and spirals spread in all directions from the energy clot. The energy clot glows from within and shimmers with a pearlescent light. The not fully formed hand of a girl, to which the droplets are attracted to fill it, against the blue sky. The hand weighs in the air, palm wide open. The skin of the hand is very light and glows from within. A young girl weighs in the air, her eyes closed, blonde, long hair developing. The girl's body is not yet fully formed and drops are attracted to it. Around the girl is a magical circle with glowing letters. A young girl wearing a long white dress, the hem of which is developing around her legs. The girl's eyes are closed. Her light long hair is developing in the wind. Around the girl is a magic circle with glowing letters. The young girl, her eyes tightly closed, falls to the ground with her arms spread wide apart. On the ground, Chin Feng runs towards her with all his legs, intending to catch the girl and prevent her from falling to the ground and hitting her. In Chin Feng's wide-open blue eyes, there is intense worry for the falling girl. His mouth open, he loudly shouts the girl's name, Chiua, while continuing to quickly run towards the place where she fell, intending to catch her. Chin Feng runs up and Chiua falls right into his hands. He gently holds the girl with her eyes closed and her long blonde hair developing in the air currents. Chin Feng looks at the girl with eyes full of love. Chin Feng's eyes have a strong expression of worry in them. He looks anxiously at the girl he holds in his arms, not understanding what is happening to her and why she does not open her eyes. A drop of sweat runs down Chin Feng's cheek. He utters Chiyue's name. Continuing to hold Chiua in his arms, Chin Feng turns his head towards the green flying round robot he calls Sha and inquires from him what is happening to the girl and why she is not regaining consciousness. Chiyue's eyes are tightly closed. She does not react in any way to what is happening, The girl's body is entangled by golden chains. Shasha, hovering in the air above the girl's head, explains that the process of her return is not yet complete. Qinfeng listens carefully to what Shasha tells him about Chiyue's return. His eyes are very serious and lined. Shasha explains to him that he needs the Nirvana Divine Pearl to fully bring the girl back to life. Qinfeng holds Chiyue in his arms, finding out from Shasha, who is hovering in the air next to them, exactly where to find the pearl he is telling him about. Shasha tells him that the legend says that the pearl is the treasure of the fire spirit tribe. In the center of a bright room with high ceilings, there is a large rectangular table where people are seated, listening attentively to Qinfeng, who is handing out tasks aimed at clarifying the situation around the village. A young man, whose short red hair is slicked back, raises his hand high. He has a question, the answer to which he intends to find out from Qinfeng. The young man is concerned about the possibility of transferring the work of ore mining and forestry. The red-haired young man, arms wide apart, sitting at the table in a deep armchair, talks about how their village is the only one that survived the heavenly punishment. The people sitting nearby listen to him attentively. A determined red-haired young man, emotionally waving his arms in the air, explains his viewpoint that the homeless people can be offered housing in exchange for their labor. A young man in a white t-shirt with disheveled ash-colored hair happily turns toward the long-haired blonde sitting next to him. He likes the redhead's idea a lot. He thinks it will allow the residents to do other things. The red-haired young man likes Qinfeng's idea a lot. He smiles cheerfully and suggests that the red-haired man take on this project, to which the red-haired man happily agrees by raising his hand. Qinfeng's gaze becomes very serious and focused. He raises his hand, drawing the attention of the people sitting at the table, and informs them that he intends to investigate the surroundings around the village and check how safe it is. The people sitting at the table turn their heads and look at Qinfeng attentively, listening to his immediate plans and objectives. Their faces are very focused. They realize how important what Qinfeng is telling them is. Qinfeng, with his arms folded on his chest, sits at the head of the table next to a long-haired blonde girl who holds a pen in her raised hand, and a young man in a white shirt, whose gaze is very serious and focused. A bright blue flower with 5 petals, pressing on which Qinfeng, who intends to find the pearl he needs to recover Chiyue, recites the name of the Fire Spirit Tribe's Thousand Directions Temple. Qinfeng stands in the center of a circular, high-ceilinged room with a white sun with wriggling rays painted on its blue floor. At the edge of the sun is a bright blue flower with 5 petals. Qinfeng launches a search for the Fire Spirit Tribe. A somewhat surprised Qinfeng stands in front of the small blue screen hanging in the air in front of him and carefully reads the information on it, according to which he needs to get permission to search for the Fire Spirit Tribe. Pensively scratching the back of his head, Qinfeng ponders over the need for permission. There is surprise and some confusion in his eyes. At the same time, his body is already almost completely dissolving into the air. He moves to another place. Through a dense forest where giant mushrooms grow, there is a not wide path. At the edge of the path in the thick grass sits a fluffy white animal, next to which lies an orange fruit, which the animal intends to snack on. Hearing some sounds, the fluffy animal raises its head, distracting itself from its occupation and the orange fruit. The animal's eyes rounded fearfully, and it looked in the direction from which the sounds that frightened it were coming. The white fluffy animal, curled up in a ball, is approached by an aggressive animal that looks very much like a long and large lizard, its eyes glowing with a bright evil light and saliva dripping from its sharp fangs. A tall, muscular man with gray skin, wearing a loincloth and a necklace of skulls around his powerful neck, stops a giant lizard harnessed to a wagon, intending to snack on the furry beast. Muscular men, their short blonde hair tied back in ponytails, stare intently at the man approaching them along the path among the giant mushrooms. In the green night sky above the mushroom forest, a young moon shines brightly. Unkindly grinning muscular men in skull necklaces discuss the man approaching them, whom they refer to as a challenger from another neighborhood. The men's hands rest on large swords attached to their hip bands. Without removing his hand from the sword, the muscular man, with white fangs protruding from his closed mouth, recognizes that the man approaching them has incredible strength, and he barely feels his presence. Qinfeng, with his head lowered low, stands beside a wooden cage, in which, from behind his back, the blonde-haired head of a young girl can be seen. The muscular man believes that he can gain a lot of benefits if they manage to straighten out Qinfeng. Qinfeng stands next to the wooden cage, holding onto its bars with one hand and trying to break them off. He is clearly unhappy with what he sees and intends to help the caged girl and rescue her. The cape on Qin Feng's shoulders is developing in the wind. The muscular men standing behind the back of the completely unperturbed Qin Feng raise their swords above their heads. They smile ravenously, anticipating an easy victory and rich prey. On Qin Feng's open palm, a bright dot burns, his face completely calm. A sharp, glittering sword appears in Qin Feng's hand. He is very angry that the muscular men are involved in human trafficking and have kidnapped the girl in order to sell her, and he intends to deal with them and free the captive. Qin Feng, realizing that he cannot deal with the muscular men by force, swings his sword, intending to explain to them that kidnapping girls and selling them is a very bad idea. Swinging his sword, Qin Feng delivers precise blows to the muscular men, taking them out of the game. The men's faces reflect bewilderment and disappointment at the failed attack. Qin Feng's sword demolishes the wooden roof of the cage, causing the captive to shrink back. The terrified girl clutches her hands to her mouth, her long blonde hair tied in ponytails developing in the wind. The head of a defeated giant lizard, harnessed to a caged wagon, falls to the ground. The freed captive, kneeling in the destroyed cage, looks at her savior gratefully, clutching her handcuffed hands to her chest. Qin Feng intends to ask the girl, realizing that she might possess information of interest to him. Someone's hand, clad in a dark short glove with cropped fingers, is tightly clutching a thick rope. Someone is clearly rushing to help the captive girl with long blonde hair, not understanding Qin Feng's intentions. A determined girl whose short blonde hair is gathered into ponytails descends along the giant mushroom, clutching a crossbow in her other hand, and demanding that Qin Feng, who has a nonchalant expression on his face, let her sister go. A fiery arrow fired from the crossbow flies straight at Qin Feng's head, who abruptly turns around, trying to realize who is attacking him. The frightened captive he freed drops her hands, realizing that the irreparable could happen. The freed captive's eyes wide open with intense fear. She stretches forward her hand, trying to stop Qin Feng, realizing that if he attacked her sister, it would be very difficult for her sister to win. Qin Feng's freed captive, wanting to save her sister, jumps off the wagon, intending to knock him down and prevent him from attacking. The arrow released from the crossbow flies straight at Qin Feng, who, not expecting to be hit in the back, falls down. Smiling cheerfully and holding the caught arrow in his hand, Qin Feng looks at the freed captive who falls to her knees in front of him, begging him not to harm her sister. The girl's hair is developing in the wind, a beautiful bracelet glistening on her hand. In the dark green night sky above the mushroom forest, a young moon shines brightly and huge dark birds soar. Mountains with sharp peaks rise in the distance. The red hats of giant mushrooms hide everything below. Tipping his foot on his leg and crossing his arms over his chest, Qin Feng sits on a mushroom stump and looks intently at the sisters standing before him, who turn out to be Princesses Feng Shi and Feng Ying of the Phoenix clan, one of whom has been kidnapped by the Xingu tribe. The younger Princess Feng Ying raises her hands, clad in beautiful long gloves in front of her. Her eyes widened fearfully. She replies negatively to Qin Feng's question about whether their clan is the guardian of this place. Kneeling down and clasping one hand to her chest, Feng Ying tells Qin Feng that their Phoenix clan has long been abandoned by the heavens and are neither guardians nor claimants. The eldest princess stands by her side and looks at her sister attentively. Looking at the sisters carefully and listening to them, Qin Feng asks them a question that he is very interested in. If they know where he can find the fire spirit tribe that he badly needs to find the pearl needed to restore Qi Yue. The surprised sisters look at each other incomprehensibly. Qin Feng's question puts them on edge. They shrug their shoulders as they know nothing about where the fire spirit tribe might be located. The sisters resemble each other, having the same color hair and eyes. Reaching out her hands to Qin Feng sitting on the mushroom stump with her arms crossed on her chest and looking at her intently, Princess Feng Ying informs him that he is too late if he is looking for guardians in District 1257. Anxiety appears in Qin Feng's wide-open eyes. A drop of sweat beads down his cheek. He hears Princess Feng Ying's reply and realizes that his search might be fruitless as the keepers have been destroyed by the Xingu tribe. Muscular men with necklaces of skulls hanging from their necks stand against a wall of fire, their eyes burning aggressively as they destroy everything in their path. This is a representative of the Xingu clan, which has absorbed all the clans, subjugating the entire neighborhood. The representatives of the Xingu clan swing their swords to kill the locals who are unable to resist them. Using their power, the Xingu clan deals with all the challengers and completely occupies the entire neighborhood. Qinfeng has a very pensive look on his face as he ponders the princess's story, which raises a lot of questions for him. He is very curious about how the princesses of the Phoenix clan managed to hide and survive. Princess Feng Ying, kneeling down and clasping her hands to her chest, explains to Qinfeng that the Phoenix clan has been able to hide from the outside world for 1,000 years, thanks to the power and protection of magical laws. But she admits that they will not be able to do so now. A deep sadness appears in Qinfeng's eyes after the princess's words that she and her sister remain the only representatives of the Phoenix clan. He sadly looks at the girls pondering about the Xingu clan and how he should proceed now. Qinfeng has a very pensive look on his face. The princess's story leads him to think about where he should look for the Nirvana pearls now. He realizes that the Xingu clan most likely has it, just like the treasures of the other guardians. Qinfeng resolutely stands up in front of the princess sisters, one of whom continues to sit on the ground while the other stands beside him. He asks the girls to tell him everything they know about the Xingu clan, since that is where he has to look for the pearl. The princess sisters look around fearfully, seeing the Xingu clan warriors approaching them. Qinfeng, with tongues of magical energy appearing around him, calms them down, telling them that he will deal with the enemies himself. A large city, with low stone houses standing closely together in the streets. In the center of the city rise 4 round towers surrounded by a high stone wall with watchtowers. This is the capital of the Xingu clan, Xingtian Palace. 2 representatives of the Xingu clan, accompanied by a large brown lizard with small front legs and a cheerfully smiling face, are moving along the city street with red flags developing above them along the stone wall. The 2 members of the Xingu clan are walking through the city, looking around interestedly. They are wearing skull necklaces around their necks. Their short blonde hair is gathered in small ponytails on their heads, with protruding fangs protruding above their upper lips. A guard of the Xingu clan, holding a large spear and a giant octopus tentacle peeking out from behind his back, stops the travelers and demands that they show identification badges and asks what neighborhood they are from. The tentacles of the giant octopus-like creature knock the guards off their feet, who try their best to resist, but are not very good at it. One of the guards wraps his arms around the tentacle and tries to bite it. 2 members of the Xingu clan, one of whom looks back at the cheerfully smiling giant lizard following them, speculate on how the clan managed to deal with 12 Earth-level guardians. The representative of the Xingu clan, who is actually Qinfeng, raises his head thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. He is very curious as to how the clan managed to deal with all the guardians and challengers. Following Qinfeng, the princesses who had been transformed into the Xingu clan member and the giant lizard, extremely dissatisfied with their appearance, wondered when they would be able to return to their normal and ordinary appearance. One of the princesses looks up at the smiling giant lizard her sister has turned into. Qinfeng tells them that the revolving pills Shasha gave them came in handy, as it allows them to avoid arousing suspicion. One of the Xingu clan leaders, dressed in a red cloak, watches Qinfeng and the princesses carefully as they move through the city. He guesses that they are not who they claim to be. There is a very pensive expression on his face. The Xingu clan leader's foot, shod in a golden sandal, covered in thick dark fur, and with sharp claws instead of fingernails, steps on the wide stripes, purple in color, that form magic circles. Qinfeng and the princesses in the form of Xingu clan warriors and lizard men stand in the center of the purple circles modeled with magical symbols. Qinfeng looks around carefully. The sisters have a somewhat frightened look, not realizing what is happening. A powerful pillar of bright light, with wide purple rays of magical energy spiraling along it, bursts out from the ground, raising dust clouds and rushes into the sky, sweeping away everything in its path. The leader of the Xingu clan is very surprised to see what is happening. His eyes flash with interest, sharp fangs protruding above his upper lip. The long lobes of his ears show golden circles, emphasizing his high status. The thick tentacles of a giant octopus burst out of the ground, raising clouds of thick dust, the ground beneath them cracking and shaking. The tentacles curl up into a large knot with nothing visible inside. Princess Feng Ying gently hugs her badly frightened sister and thanks Qinfeng for another rescue. Sitting surrounded by puffs of smoke, beside them are the thick tentacles of a giant octopus. Qinfeng warily looks around. Qinfeng has a very determined expression on his face. He carefully looks forward, noting that this is the first time he's seen such a technique. Behind his back, in puffs of thick smoke, stand the princess sisters, whose gazes read sharp displeasure. Clan leader Xingu. Standing on the roof of the building, he watches the action carefully. He admires Qin Feng's actions, realizing that he is facing a very high-level opponent. Qin Feng's attitude is quite determined. The leader of the Xingu clan, furrowing his brows and frowning his forehead, looks at Qin Feng carefully. He offers him, appreciating his ability level, to join his clan in exchange for the Phoenix clan's Princess Feng Ying. Qin Feng suddenly finds himself behind the Xingu clan leader's back and presses his sword against his neck. Qin Feng doesn't like clan leader Xingu's proposal and intends to put up a counter-proposal. The clan leader has a complete calmness on his face. The Xingu clan leader raises his head, incomprehension in his eyes as to how Qin Feng was able to get behind his back so quickly. He raises his eyes. Qin Feng promises him swift retribution if he does not agree to his offer to submit. Phoenix clan. Princess Feng Ying embraces her sister, trying to protect her from the powerful gusts of wind caused by Qin Feng's very fast movement. The clouds of thick smoke that surround the sisters are blown away by the wind. The leader of the Xingu clan, ignoring Qin Feng's sword near his throat, turns to him and smirking calls out his name and status and urges him to take his time as he is willing to give Qin Feng a great deal. The elder sister princess of the Phoenix clan, very concerned about the promises of the Xingu clan leader, urges Qin Feng not to believe his words as he has provoked and massacred many guardians with his actions. Qin Feng stands behind the Xingu clan leader's back, clutching his sword to his chest. The Xingu clan leader is completely calm. He tries to piss Qin Feng off by asking him provocative questions. Qin Feng does not react. He is very calm. A thick chain comes out of the hand of the Xingu clan leader, with Qin Feng standing behind him, with his hand attached at the end of it. The hand is pointing towards the princesses. The clan leader intends to capture them using his body transformation. Princess Feng Ying covers her younger sister with her body, intending to protect her from clan leader Xingu's hand, reaching for them on the chain. The princess has a determined expression on her face. She intends to protect her sister at all costs. The hand with the chain holding it falls right in front of Princess Feng Ying, on whose face intense fright is replaced by relief. The girl closes her eyes and exhales, realizing that she and her sister are relatively safe. The head of the leader of the Xingu clan lies on the ground. His eyes are open, white fangs sticking out of his mouth. The face of the Xingu clan leader is completely devoid of any emotion. There is a large golden plaque in his long earlobe. Qin Feng and the Xingu clan leader are standing side by side on the roof of a house. In Qin Feng's hands, a sharp sword gleams, which he uses to knock the head off the Xingu clan leader's shoulders, with a thick chain dangling from his hand. Above their heads, the sky draped in thick clouds. Qin Feng turns his head and squints one eye slyly. He carries out his warning, with a demand for the Xing clan leader to obey, otherwise he will deal with him in the most drastic manner. Clan leader Xingu's head sneers, his eyes wide open, white fangs protruding from his mouth. Bright pink tentacles emerge from his neck and quickly grow to become a bundle of intertwined outgrowths. Qin Feng looks at the Xingu clan leader with some bewilderment as pink tentacles grow out of his body and reach for his head below. Qin Feng realizes that the Xingu clan leader is capable of revival. The Xingu clan leader's head returns to its vengeance and reattaches to his body. He smirks slyly without turning around. Standing behind him, Qin Feng asks him if he knows where the Nirvana Pearl is located. The Xingu clan leader, who has fully regained his original appearance, gives a sly chuckle and says that he now understands the reason for Qin Feng's appearance. He offers to follow him and intends to give Qin Feng a pearl. Qin Feng shakes the Xingu clan leader's hand extended to him, agreeing to his offer. The sister princesses standing below look on in horror at what is happening. Feng Ying clutches her hands to her chest. She clearly doesn't like it. The leader of the Xingu clan has an unkind expression on his face. He is clearly plotting something against Qin Feng. Behind his benevolence, there is a cunning plot. He wants something from Qin Feng, and he intends to use it. Qin Feng and the Xingu clan leader stand opposite each other. A lightning discharge bursts out from the clan leader's hand, and he uses a 9th order thunderflame spell. Qin Feng's clan leader's actions do not elicit any reaction from Qin Feng. Qin Feng is very disappointed by the actions of the Xingu clan leader. Huge giant octopus tentacles appear around him, which he intends to use to deal with the clan leader, realizing that he can't do it any other way. The tentacles of the giant octopus knock the clan leader Xingu off his feet, pinning him tightly to the ground and preventing him from moving and countering Qin Feng's attack. The Xingu clan leader's arm is sticking out from the tangle of thick tentacles. The Xingu clan leader lies on the ground, tightly pinned down by the thick tentacles of the octopus caused by Qin Feng's spell. His mouth is wide open, trying to scream and unsuccessfully escape from the unfriendly embrace. Qin Feng inclines his head towards clan leader Xing, who is lying on the ground, and defiantly puts his hand to his ear to interrupt him, making it clear with his entire appearance that he can't hear what he's saying. The clan leader tries to say something. Lying on the ground, the young clan leader of the Xingu clan desperately calls out to his father for help. A look of wariness appears on Qin Feng's face. The princesses behind his back urge him to leave as soon as possible without waiting for the main clan leader to arrive. The young clan leader is lying on the ground, he shouts loudly, happy that his father is heading to his aid. Qin Feng turns around to look at whoever is approaching them. The frightened sisters sit beside him. The young leader of the Xingu clan's face swells up from the powerful currents of air directed at him. He doesn't understand what is happening and tries to find out from his father, as much as possible in his position, what he intends to do. Powerful currents of air swirl in the sky above the city into a tight spiral that pulls the young leader of the Xingu clan into itself. Flags strung over the streets of the city develop in the currents of the strong wind. The face of the young leader of the Xingu clan changes beyond recognition. One eye swollen shut, protruding fangs chipped. He is very frightened and tries to beg his father for forgiveness and somehow make his situation easier. Qin Feng idly watches him. The young leader of the Xingu clan is pulled into the air vortex created by his father. He struggles to shout to his father, who is quite determined and has no intention of letting his negligent son go. The air vortex almost completely engulfs the young leader of the Xingu clan. His hand is reaching out from its center, still trying to somehow free himself, but his father is adamant. The main clan leader hovers over the city. Two of his arms are folded in front of his chest. In the center of the palm of the third hand, the mark of the air funnel in which his son disappeared is visible. The main clan leader absorbs his disobedient son. The main clan leader hovers in the air above Qin Feng standing on the ground. He says that he already knows everything about him and offers him a duel. If he wins, Qin Feng will get the clan leader's seat and all his possessions. Qin Feng raises his head and looks at the main clan leader Xingu, carefully and distrustfully. He doesn't believe the main clan leader's words, reminding him that his son just tried to deceive him. The members of the Xingu clan go outside. They stand on the ground and on the rooftops and look up carefully at the main leader hanging in the air, who swears on behalf of the entire clan and promises Qin Feng fair play. Phoenix Clan Princess Feng Ying is very scared. She turns to Qin Feng and warns him against dueling with the main clan leader Xingu, believing that the latter has already reached the level of a deity, and Qin Feng will not be able to defeat him. Qin Feng stands in the streams of air and fire, his head raised, his hands raised, and a stream of magical energy forming between them. He is very determined and accepts the challenge of the Xingu clan's main leader. The main leader of the Xingu clan smirks contentedly. The upper part of his face is hidden by a yellow hood pulled over his eyes, huge golden earrings hanging in his ears, indicating his high position in the clan. Qin Feng rises into the air. He holds his shining sword in his hand, the hair on his head turning into flames. Qin Feng's face is very focused and serious. He realizes that his opponent is very strong, but not invincible. The main leader of the Xingu clan smirks contentedly, his eyes glittering maliciously. Looking at Qin Feng, he thinks about the fact that combining 3 demigod-level abilities into 1 divine-level ability is a very risky move. The main leader of the Xingu clan, green wings fluttering behind him, hovers in the air above the round towers of his palace. The fire-clad tentacles of an octopus are reaching towards him. He intends to test Qin Feng's abilities in a duel. Between the palms of the Xingu clan's main leader's hands, which he holds at his chest level, a magical ball of bright green color is formed. Lowering his eyes, over which his hood is pulled, he stares intently at the orb. The magic ball, thrown by the main leader of the Xingu clan, leaves a trail of fire behind it and flies downward, sweeping and setting fire to everything in its path and colliding with the octopus tentacle engulfed in flames. The magic ball, fired by the main leader of the Xingu clan, spreads a strong fire in all directions, burning everything in its path. The buildings of the city are engulfed in intense flames. The octopus tentacles can't stop it. Qin Feng, dressed in a long white suit and a red cape, hovers in the air above the city, burning beneath his feet. Octopus tentacles are emerging from the tongues of flame. Qinfeng's face is pensive as he realizes that the city is completely destroyed. In the square of the raging city, the members of the Xingu clan stand motionless, as if they don't notice the flames. Qinfeng is very surprised by this situation and doesn't understand why they don't react. The members of the Xingu clan, with impenetrable faces and not moving, stand amidst the flames raging around them. Qinfeng thinks of using divine consciousness to check if these are real beings. Qinfeng's head is tilted back, eyes burning brightly, flaming hair developing. He slides his hand in order to strike. The situation with the Xingu clan members standing in flames really surprises him, and he wants to understand what's going on. Qinfeng, with a very determined expression, rushes forward to attack, his eyes burning brightly, his hair developing. He realizes that he will only be able to understand what is going on if he defeats his opponent and wins the fight. The octopus embraced by the strong fireflies towards the main leader of the Xingu clan, hovering in the air, green wings developing behind his back. He is not frightened by the approaching flaming octopus and is ready to repel the attack. With all four of his hands folded in front of him, the Xingu clan's main clan leader raises his eyes with his hood pulled tightly over his head, smirking evilly as he stares at the flaming octopus approaching him, launched by Qinfeng. Unconcealed by the hooded eye of the Xingu clan's main clan leader glittered viciously. White fangs protruded from his clenched mouth. The clan leader has an impenetrable expression on his face, completely confident in his strength and victory. Qinfeng quickly runs away, intending to avoid the attack of the Xingu clan's main clan leader. His flaming hair is developing in the strong wind. His eyes are full of determination. He is determined to win and has no doubts about it. An arc of energy is glowing right in front of him. Feng Ying, princess of the Phoenix clan, cradling her sister and standing amidst the tongues of flames raging around them, raises her head and looks at the explosion above them. She is very scared and worried about Qinfeng. Qinfeng's bright blue wide-open eyes reflect the flames raging around him. His gaze is very serious and focused. He is determined to win this fight and does not doubt his strength. A determined Qinfeng runs through the flaming tentacles of the octopus that hangs in the air above the city. His gaze reads confidence, his clothes developing in the wind, the hair on his head blazing. Qinfeng deftly dodges a sharp arrow that cuts the tentacle of his octopus into two. He clings to one of the tentacles, and as he hangs in the air, he looks at the arrow with a brightly colored tip flying past. The brightly glowing tip of the arrow shot by the Xingu clan's main leader grazes Qinfeng's hand, which was pulled back and clenched into a tight fist, causing a small wound, cutting through the red-scaled skin. Qinfeng turns his head and looks at his wounded hand carefully. He is glad that he had used the Eye of the Coming in advance, which allows him to see what will happen in the future and can be used once a day. The main leader of the Xingu clan grins interestedly, peering at his rival from under the hood pulled low over his eyes. He is very surprised by the fact that Qinfeng has the ability to foresee the future. Qinfeng carefully looks at his rival, whose remark about being able to foresee the future leads him to think that the Xingu clan's chief clan leader can read his mind, and it alarms him. Hovering in midair, the Xingu clan's chief leader, green wings fluttering behind him, folds two arms in front of his chest, the other two extending towards Qinfeng. Golden threads run down his arms and he muses about his experience. The main leader of the Xingu clan folds his two hands with his palms, facing each other at the level of his chest. The third hand he clenches into a tight fist. He grabs a ray of purple magical energy with his hand. His eyes burn with a bright, aggressive fire. Qinfeng's eyes glow with fierce fire, flaming hair developing. He is surprised and annoyed that the Xingu clan's main clan leader was able to grab the beams of magical energy he directed with his bare hands. Hovering in the air, the Xingu clan's main leader raises one of his hands. Threads of energy beams run along his green wings. Streams of green magical energy swirl around him. He intends to show his opponent his strength. From the green wings of the main leader of the Xingu clan, golden rays are sent out from his green wings and explode, reaching the walls of the surviving houses and the ground after the fire. Qinfeng rushes down towards the ground, trying to avoid the rays. The thin, glowing ray released by the main leader of the Xingu clan wraps around the shiny octopus tentacle like a strong thread, pulling it down in a very tight knot. The clan leader intends to immobilize it in this way. Qinfeng flies down, realizing that the main leader of the Xingu clan is launching a strong weapon against him. There is some confusion on his face as he tries to figure out what to do next and how to fight his opponent. From the wings of the Xingu clan's main leader hanging in the air, dense golden threads stretch out, which entangle the tentacles of the octopus that has fallen to the ground. Qin Feng realizes that the octopus is being eliminated from the battle, and his own strength is already running low. Qin Feng rises into the air and heads towards the main leader of the Xingu clan. He holds his sword in one hand, the palm of his other hand, turned forward, has a magical symbol on it. His eyes glow with determination. Qin Feng, hovering in midair, turns to face the octopus lying on the ground and swings his sword to cut off its bound tentacle, freeing it from its strings. Qin Feng's eyes are full of determination. He has no intention of losing this battle. Standing on the roof of one of the houses, Qin Feng stretches his hand forward and forms a dome of bright yellow in front of him, using the spell formation of plumed arrows, intending to neutralize the threads. A sharp green ray of magical energy directed from above, with white circles spreading out in all directions, hit the top of the yellow sphere created by Qin Feng, towering over a portion of the city's houses. Shattered by the magical ray directed by the main leaders of the Xingu clan, the yellow sphere was shattered, sharp splinters flying in all directions and falling apart. In the dark blue sky, stars shone brightly on the shattering sphere. With his arms spread wide apart and his hands clenched into fists, Qin Feng moves in the air above the city. He is very determined, but he does not understand why the main leader of the Xingu clan is not running out of strength. The glowing thread released by the Xingu clan's main leader reaches Qin Feng's leg and entangles it tightly, tying a tight and strong knot around it. The main leader of the Xingu clan tries to deprive Qin Feng of the ability to move in this way. The dense glowing threads of the Xingu clan's main clan leader completely entangles Qin Feng's body, creating a cocoon around him, with only his hair sticking out above him. He is no longer able to move or take any action. Entangled by the dense threads, the bodies of the Xingu clan members hang in the air, in complete darkness. Only their heads and feet are sticking out of the cocoons they are in. They are completely immobilized, eyes closed. They don't react to anything. Hanging upside down in a cocoon of glowing threads, Qin Feng, surrounded by the same cocoons with members of the Xingu clan, realizes that this is how the Xingu clan's main leader gets energy and feeds himself. In an attempt to free himself from the cocoon restraining his movements, Qin Feng begins to sway from side to side. Attempting to somehow free himself from the cocoon fails Qin Feng. Moving, he restrains himself even more. Swaying from side to side and trying to free himself from the threads entangling him, Qin Feng screams loudly in despair and inability to get out of the dense cocoon. His mouth is wide open, tears flowing from his eyes. Phoenix Clan Princess Feng Shi closes her sister, hiding her behind her back from the hands of the main clan leader, Xingu, reaching for them. The girls are very scared, but try their best to remain calm. Phoenix Clan Princess Feng Shi raises her head and stares intently at the Xingu clan's chief leader. Her eyes are wide open, but you can't see any fear in them at all. She silently listens to what he is telling her. Without turning her head to her sister standing behind her back, Princess Feng Shi explains to her that she has a plan whereby she needs to stall until she uses the mark left on Qin Feng to free him. Princess Feng Shi's long hair and dress are developing in the wind. She folds her hands in front of her and replies sharply to the main leader of the Xing clan. Her sister, taking advantage of the situation, tries to move inconspicuously behind her back. The main leader of the Xingu clan's eyes burn with an evil light, a fang sticking out of his mouth threateningly. He warns Princess Feng Shi that it's best to negotiate with him amicably. Otherwise, he promises her a very difficult situation. Princess Feng Ying deftly dodges the Xingu clan's main clan leader's hand reaching for her. She jumps up. The impact of the Xingu clan leader's hand destroys the wall of the house Feng Ying was just standing next to, rocks flying in all directions. With a dizzying leap, Princess Feng Ying raises her crossbow and is in front of the face of the huge main leader of the Xingu clan, aiming straight at his eye. An incredible look of astonishment appears on the face of the Xingu clan's main leader. In an attempt to free himself from the cocoon restraining him, Qin Feng reaches one of the threads and tries to chew it with his teeth. One of his eyes is squinted, the other looking to see if he succeeds in biting the thread. Princess Feng Shi suddenly appears in front of the hanging upside-down Qin Feng, who is very surprised by her appearance. Qin Feng's eyes and mouth open wide. He stares intently at the girl hanging in the air in front of him. Princess Feng Shi puts her hand on the cocoon that Qin Feng is shackled in. Flames spread from her hand, which burns through the threads of the cocoon. The girl intends to free Qin Feng, realizing that only he can help her and her sister. Burned by the fire from Princess Feng Shi's hand, the threads of the cocoon fall, and Qin Feng is freed from captivity. He has a happy and joyful expression on his face. He is satisfied that with the help of the princess, he was able to free himself. Princess Feng Shi looks at Qin Feng carefully and suggests that he use all her abilities and skills to deal with the main leader of the Xingyu clan. Her eyes are wide open. She is confident that she can be useful. A joyful expression appears on Qin Feng's face. He likes Princess Feng Shi's suggestion and her willingness to help him, but he does not yet understand what her help might consist of or what she can do. Princess Feng Ying flies down from a great height and falls to the ground. She hits hard as she falls, and dust rises from that impact. Princess Feng Shi's mouth is wide open and she screams from the pain she is feeling. The main leader of the Xingyu clan threateningly looms over Princess Feng Shi, who is lying on the ground with her hand covering herself from him. He wonders where the princess's sister has gone, whom he can't see and can't find. A bright glowing beam pierces through the body of the main leader of the Xingyu clan, splitting him in half. He clearly did not expect such a twist, an expression of incredible surprise appearing on his face cut in two. Qin Feng jumps up. A bow with brightly glowing feathers attached to it appears in his hands. He draws the bowstring and aims an arrow with fiery plumage. Qin Feng has a very determined expression on his face. Hovering in the air above the city, the main leader of the Xingyu clan raises his hands up, his entire body and clothes changing color from green to orange. Qin Feng hovered in the air right in front of him, watching the change. The face and body of the Xingyu clan's main leader glows brightly from within. His mouth is wide open, his eyes squinted, and a streak of fire runs right in the middle of his face. The flames of Qin Feng's released arrow burns him out. On the deserted streets and rooftops of the city, the members of the Xingyu clan continue to stand. Their arms stretched out along their bodies. They do not move on their expressionless faces absent expressions. The bodies of the Xingyu clan members, who were standing motionless on the rooftops and streets, suddenly change, turning into blobs of gray energy and moving somewhere very quickly. The city becomes completely empty. The bodies of the Xingyu clan members that were turned into blobs of energy are swallowed up by a brightly glowing purple vortex from which only certain body parts are visible. The violet vortex swirls all of the clan members. A huge purple-colored creature appears above the city, made up of the main leader of the Xingyu clan and all of its members. The creature has 4 legs and a very long tail. Its mouth is wide open with white sharp fangs sticking out of it. Qin Feng, with one leg bent at the knee, floats in the air holding his glowing bow right in front of the purple creature's muzzle, scrutinizing it and pondering on how to overpower it. Qin Feng, a bright red cape developing behind her back, descends below the purple creature and places herself directly below it. Qin Feng raises his bow. He looks very carefully in front of him and takes aim. The large fiery arrow fired by Qin Feng pierces the purple creature, which howls in pain, opening its mouth wide. It spreads its paws wide apart and lashes out with its long tail. Trying to stay in the air, Qin Feng grabs onto the purple creature's tail with both hands. He holds onto it with all his might, trying not to fall. The purple creature's tail hits hard and Qin Feng moves with it. The purple creature, its eyes wide open and its paws spread out in different directions, flails in the air above the city in horrified pain. Clinging to its tail, Qin Feng holds on tightly and moves along with it. Not realizing what is happening and not seeing where it is flying to, the purple creature crashes into the wall of a house. From the violent impact, rocks fly from the wall of the house in all directions. Qin Feng lets go of the creature's tail and jumps down. After crashing into the wall of the house, the purple creature comes to its senses and turns around towards Qin Feng, who is hovering in the air and looking at it intently, not lowering his bow, intending to see it through to the end. Sharp fangs protruded from the purple creature's open mouth, hatred glowing in its dark eyes. On the purple creature's back, the heads of the members of the Xingyu clan that it had devoured are showing through. The creature is heading straight for Qin Feng. Numerous rays of fire flew from the purple creature hanging in the air, causing it to change color. Around the purple creature, there are thick clouds of dust and smoke and tongues of flame. It bared its fangs and stared intently at Qin Feng. Dodging the rays directed by the purple creature, Qin Feng, who is hovering in the air opposite it, raises his bow loaded with a large number of arrows and takes aim, intending to finish the whole story. Qin Feng releases numerous arrows from his bow, and they fly in a rain of fire directly into the purple creature that is hovering in the air right in front of him. The fiery arrows gather into a single point and hit the purple creature. The purple creature's back is left with charred marks from the arrows that hit it. It, badly damaged by the blows that hit it, cannot stay in the air and falls down onto the round towers of the city. Qin Feng hovers in the air above the round tower that the falling purple creature crashes into and watches it with interest. Qin Feng is very interested in whether the purple creature will be able to continue the battle. A genuine interest shines in Qin Feng's slightly squinted eyes. He carefully observes the purple creature's actions, not understanding its condition, what it will do next, and whether or not the battle will continue. Qin Feng hangs in the air, cross-legged and holding a bow in his hand, not far from the round tower, and carefully observes the purple creature's actions. He realizes that the purple creature is still alive and intends to continue the battle. Clots of purple energy fly at Qin Feng. He observes the purple creature, low on its mental capabilities, and realizes that it intends to carry out a stealthy attack that does not go unnoticed due to its size. The purple creature, whose long tail was lost during the battle, tries to rise up on its four paws and looks towards Qin Feng very aggressively. It has no intention of giving up and is going to continue fighting. Qin Feng carefully watches as bright light and clots of purple energy burst out from the purple creature's wide-open mouth. Qin Feng tries to understand what is happening to the purple creature. Qin Feng's eyes glow with genuine interest as he realizes that the violet creature that had absorbed all the members of his clan no longer has any potential sources to restore its energy. Qin Feng realizes the situation and decides to deal the purple creature a final blow. He raises his bow loaded with a single arrow and prepares to make the decisive shot. Releasing the bowstring and aiming his fiery arrow at the purple creature, Qin Feng thinks about the fact that it is this strike that should decide everything. From Qin Feng's hand, circles of magical energy spread out in all directions. He put all his power into this shot. The fire arrow released by Qin Feng flies straight into the purple creature, from which a large purple ball bursts out aimed straight at Qin Feng. The fire arrow and the purple ball fly into each other. The collision between the fire arrow and the purple ball causes a massive explosion, causing a bright glow of yellow and purple to rise over the city. The battle between Qin Feng and the purple creature seems to be coming to an end. Qin Feng's gaze has a very strong interest. He really wants to see if his shot has reached its target. He, after releasing the arrow, continues to hold his hand up and carefully observes its flight. A strong surprise mixed with hope appears in Qin Feng's gaze. He looks carefully in front of him, not believing his eyes. Something catches his attention, and in spite of everything that is going on, he is very excited. A large number of concentric circles that are placed in each other. Above the circles are various signs, letters, and numbers that describe what is in the very center. A large pearl lies in the very center, emitting a pearlescent glow. A very excited Qin Feng quickly heads towards the pearl hanging in the air and shimmering. He realizes that this is the exact Nirvana pearl he was looking for, and for which he had moved to this place. A large white-pink pearl emitting a pearlescent glow hangs in the air. Qin Feng reaches out his hand towards it. He realizes that this is the pearl that he has been searching for so long and that he needs so badly. Qin Feng reaches for the pearl, but before he can take it, the princess's hand overtakes him and takes it in her hand. The pearl shimmers with a soft glow in his hand. Qin Feng knows that by using the pearl, he can help Chiua. An extremely pensive Phoenix clan princess Feng Shi sits on the roof of a house right in front of Qin Feng, standing next to her. She stares at him intently without saying a word and clutching the Nirvana pearl in her hands. A look of wariness and surprise appears in Qin Feng's gaze. He doesn't understand what Princess Feng Shi wants to do and why she is holding the pearl he needs so tightly in her hands. Qin Feng asks Feng Shi to give him the pearl. Without answering Qin Feng's questions, Princess Feng Shi presses her lips together and holds the Nirvana pearl tightly in her hands, brought to her chest. She has a very determined look and seems to have no intention of giving the pearl to Qin Feng. Without getting up, Princess Feng Shi stares intently at the pearl that she clutches tightly in her hands, brought to her chest. Suddenly, the pearl cracks and shatters into small pieces, emitting a bright purple light. Not understanding why Princess Feng Shi is doing this, Qin Feng desperately cries out. With intense consternation in his eyes, he realizes that his hope of saving Chiua is shattering into small shards, just like the pearl. Princess Feng Shi looks very kindly at the desperately screaming and Qin Feng, who does not understand or see the meaning in her actions. She intends to explain to him the meaning of her actions and their necessity to calm him down. Feng Shi lowers her head. She realizes that Qin Feng is very upset. Sadly looking at the floor, she says that if she didn't destroy the pearl, there would be no way to finally deal with Xing Tian, the main leader of the Xingyu clan. Proudly straightening up, Feng Shi tells Qin Feng that she is the princess of the Phoenix clan, which belongs to and is part of the Fire tribe. She intends to tell Qin Feng the history of her clan and tribe. Beneath the dark purple sky, pointed cliffs towered, with thick black smoke billowing below in the valley between the cliffs. From the ground, direct bright rays of energy rush into the sky. An invisible sun illuminates the tops of the cliffs. The main leader of the Xingyu clan, Xing Tian, holds the shimmering and radiant Nirvana pearl that he was able to steal from the Phoenix clan by taking advantage of the relative defenselessness of the Phoenix clan. The main leader of the Xingyu clan, Xing Tian, holds his hands high up in the air, smiling contentedly and baring his white fangs as he stares at the Nirvana pearl hanging above his head, emitting a bright red light. The members of his clan stand behind him. The main leader of the Xingyu clan, Xing Tian, sits on the ground with both hands on his hooded head. Purple chains stretch out in all directions from him. Since he had stolen the Nirvana pearl, he was unable to unleash its power. The main leader of the Xingyu clan, Xing Tian, holds between his fingers with long nails a small green shell, in the center of which lies his clan member bound in a cocoon of threads. The Pearl of Nirvana had cursed it due to misuse. Forced to consume energy and lives in order to harness the power of the pearl, Xing Tian ordered his clan members to kidnap people from other tribes in order to absorb them and increase his power. The members of the Xingyu clan kneel before their main leader. There are holy threads stretching from them to Xing Tian, through which he draws energy and absorbs the members of his clan in order to increase his power. The main leader of the Xingyu clan is hovering over a completely empty city, with no more members of his clan, and he is left completely alone. Behind Xing Tian's back, green wings flutter with threads of magical energy running through them. Hovering in the center of the space is the main leader of the Xingyu clan, from whom the threads are reaching out to his clan members. Having absorbed all the clan members, he has created several puppets in order to maintain the overall picture of prosperity in the clan. Unimpressed by Feng Shi's story, Qin Feng, whose eyes are burning furiously, opens his mouth wide and loudly shouts that he doesn't understand what her story has to do with her actions of destroying the Nirvana pearl. Feng Shi stands in front of Qin Feng's furiously clenching fists and explains to him that the pearl and its owner become one when the other uses it. She says that the residue of Xing Tian's consciousness encased in the pearl will affect him. Qin Feng has a look of utter bewilderment on his face, his eyes widening in surprise at Princess Feng Shi's words that he can become just like the Xingyu clan's main leader, Xing Tian, if he starts using the pearl. Qin Feng lowers his head with intense disappointment and longing in his eyes. He recalls Chiua standing in front of him and realizes that destroying the Nirvana pearl deprives him of the opportunity to help her. Princess Feng Shi spreads her arms wide apart, her long hair developing in the wind. She tries to calm Qin Feng, who is surprised by her words, and tells him that the Nirvana pearl is actually the crystallized power of the Phoenix clan members. Princess Feng Shi, arms spread wide apart and head lowered, stands in front of a phoenix bird burning brightly, which embraces her with its wings. She says that she will be able to inherit the power of her ancestors by destroying the old pearl. Burning brightly, the phoenix bird, wings spread wide, rises high above the city into the dark sky, leaving behind a spiral of glowing magical energy. It helps the princess gain the power of her clan. Feng Shi, princess of the Phoenix clan, holds between her palms a large pearl glowing with golden light, which contains the energy of rebirth given to her by her clan ancestors and the phoenix bird. Phoenix clan princess Feng Shi sits on the roof of a house opposite Qin Feng, standing in front of her. She holds out a golden glowing new Nirvana pearl to him, offering it to him as her recognition and gratitude. The golden glow of the new Nirvana pearl is reflected in Qin Feng's surprised eyes, who realizes that the Phoenix clan princess is giving him the jewel of her clan and the power of her ancestors, as she is extremely grateful to him. Qin Feng attentively looks at the golden pearl hanging in front of his hand, from which a bright radiance spreads in all directions. Qin Feng's eyes are filled with surprise, gratitude to Feng Shi, and hope for Chi Yue's salvation. A glowing circle appears on the roof of the house, in the center of which lies Chiua, dressed in a long white dress. Standing next to her is Qin Feng, who is holding a golden pearl in his hand. The two princesses of the Phoenix clan stand side by side. Chiua is lying down with her eyes closed. Her beautiful face is completely calm. A beautiful cape is attached to her long white hair. Right above Chiue's forehead hangs a golden nirvana pearl that has the power to bring her back to life. Under and above Chiua, concentric circles appear with magical letters, signs, and symbols inscribed on them. The process of bringing Chiua back to life begins. The power and energy of the Phoenix clan's ancestors should help her wake up. Chiua's lifeless hand dangles from the golden magic circle covered with symbols. The effects of the Nirvana Pearl have already begun, and glowing dots of magical revitalization energy run down Chiua's arm. A girl with thick purple hair developing from the wind currents flies over to Chiua, who is lying with her eyes closed. The girl with purple hair carries the Phoenix clan's revival energy. She approaches Chiua and breathes life into her. Qin Feng, with his head lowered low, looks intently at Chiua lying at his feet. He attentively observes the processes taking place, drops of sweat dripping down his face from exertion, anxiety, and hope in his eyes. Phoenix clan Princess Feng Shi, highly nervous, presses her hand to her mouth. In her eyes, there is intense anxiety and hope that the power and energy of her clan, gathered by her in the Nirvana Pearl, can help revive Chiua. Chiua's large and beautiful eyes open wide, tears can be seen in them, and surprise is very strong. She doesn't realize where she is and what is happening to her. Chiua's eyes reflect Qin Feng standing above her. Qin Feng takes a seat next to the waking Chiua and very gently lifts her up, trying to help her. He looks at her anxiously, trying to figure out her condition. Chiua stares in front of her in surprise with her eyes wide open. Chiua, gradually coming to her senses, smiles happily while slightly covering her eyes. She tells Qin Feng that she is fine and feeling good, having returned to him after a long absence. Qin Feng's companions run down the road in panic. They intend to inform their leader as soon as possible that the challengers from District 6575 have sent a monster that is preparing to attack them, and they need to get ready. Qin Feng's companions come into battle readiness. With weapons in hand, they intend to fight back against the monster attacking them, regardless of its enormous size. They have no intention of giving up and are ready to defend their home. A huge gray-colored monster with sharp green teeth on its back is attacking Qin Feng's village. It has already grabbed one girl and is holding her. Qin Feng's companions, with weapons in their hands and cheering each other on, attack the monster. Behind the backs of the people fending off the monster's attacks, turning their heads, Qin Feng swiftly appears. He is ready to rush into the attack and support his companions, realizing that they are very happy to see him appear and help. Qin Feng turns to see Chiua standing beside him and slightly bowing her head. He asks her to use her abilities and slightly help him repel the giant monster's attack. Chiua modestly lowers her eyes and agrees. The red-haired girl, with small golden wings fluttering on her back, raises her hand up and calls out to burn the monster to the ground. She's extremely determined and intends to do her best to finish off the monster. An extremely satisfied Qin Feng rubs his hands together. He smiles cheerfully as he realizes that the monster's attack has been safely repelled and assumes that all the villagers will be able to have dinner with the spider crab that carelessly attacked them. A large and very beautiful city, in the center of which stands a tall tower with a sculpture on the roof. The streets of the city are lined with green parks. The people of the city are congratulated for completing the task and advancing to the divine level. Qin Feng flies on a huge red dragon over the beautiful city. Advancing to the divine level means an opportunity for his village to take part in a great war for which it must prepare. Qin Feng stands in the middle of a desolate space, with conical brown flying islands hanging in the air above him. A monster appears right in front of him, the top of which resembles a highly angry girl with a long tail. Qin Feng, with a long cape developing behind his back and a sword in his hands, stands at the foot of a tall staircase that symbolizes participation in a great war. At the top of the stairs, the victor's crown glows brightly.